Good afternoon. I'd like to call the July 2nd, 2020 City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting to order. Ms. Rydell, will you please call the roll? And I would like to invite all the commissioners to please turn on your webcams.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call now. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Before we move to preliminary matters, I would like to ask Ms. Kokinda to remind the general public of how they can participate today electronically. We have two means of participation. Ms. Kokinda, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. If you are attending the webinar and wish to speak on a particular item or for general comment, all you need to do is raise your hand using the hand icon, and that notifies me that you wish to speak, and I will call out your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak to address the commission. And at this moment, go ahead if you wanted to open up public comment or go back to the next page. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to wait just a few minutes until we move through our preliminary matters to open it up for general public comment on items not on our agenda. And Ms. Rydell, I wanted to ask you to please inform the public about how they can access any written public comment that the commission has received, either in general or on agendized items. Could you please walk the public through that process? Ms.
Thank you, Chair
Rydell?
Schwartz. Yes.
Yes.
Currently, we are adjusting our procedure to be able to provide public comment, written correspondence, and have it available to the public for public view. We met today to discuss that, and we do not have a procedure in place we used to have a public view binder in the chambers where written correspondence could be viewed, but in light of the remote meetings and COVID-19, we're working on adjusting that process for a remote setting. So I will keep the public informed of what we decide.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. And if we could please work on that so that by next Thursday, when the commission meets again, perhaps we could make that available. I know the public is quite interested in viewing all of the public communication, the written communication that is, that's forwarded to the commission. So thank you for that. Okay, now to preliminary matters. I'm going to go to Ms. DeBusk and ask if we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no requests.
Do we have any announcements or appeals?
Madam Chair, we have none.
Moving on, our next item is review, consideration, and action on the following draft Planning Commission meeting minutes and resolutions. The one item is our June 18th, 2020 Planning Commission minutes. So I'm going to go to the commission, and I see Commissioner Wiscombe is already back with us. Anything to request in the way of revisions on this, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes, Madam Chair. On page 3 of 3, under item B, Commissioner Wiscombe reported on the June 17th, 2020 meeting of the Measure C Committee. It actually wasn't a meeting. It was it was a members tour of the Cabrillo Pavilion. So I'd just like to clarify that. Reported on the June 17th, 2020 Measure C Committee members tour of the Cabrillo Pavilion. We did it in small groups, so we didn't have a majority of our committee there.
Very good, thank you. Are there any other revisions from any other commissioners before I ask for a motion to approve with the revisions that Commissioner Wiscombe has provided? Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, thank you. I also have a comment on exactly the same section on the third page of 3 under liaison reports. I just wanted to mention that I reported on 3 different ABR meetings, and I wrote them down, and I am not finding them immediately, but I can provide them perhaps in writing to the secretary in just a moment, if that's acceptable. That way I can get the exact dates and they don't have to look it up. I had it written down,
Okay.
so I apologize for the inconvenience. Oh, actually, I found it. If you don't mind, I'll tell you the
Okay,
dates.
excellent.
Thank you.
Yes, let's do that now. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Excuse me for the delay. So it's reported here, May 18th. That is correct. I also spoke about the May 26th ABR, as well as June 1st. Other are the 3 dates.
Very good. So we'll note that. Ms. Rydell is going to make a note of that. Thank you. Any other commissioner revisions? Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe, we ready for a motion?
Commissioner Wiscombe, you're still muted.
Sorry. I move that we approve the minutes as corrected by Commissioner Bonderson and me. Thank you.
Second. That was
That was
Commissioner
a
Long.
second from Commissioner Lodge. So we have Wiscombe and Lodge with the revisions as noted. Ms. Rydell, please voice vote on that, if you would.
Thank you so much, Chair Schwartz. I will begin the roll call vote now. Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rydell. Thanks
Thank
to
you.
everyone. Now we're going to go to back to Ms. Kokinda to see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak on items not on our agenda today.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Again, just to ask members of the public, if you wish to speak on general items, to please raise your hand using the hand icon, and I will call on you, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And I do not see anyone who has raised their hand at this point.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Kokinda. Then we're going to move on to a new item, and this is an application of Leonard Thomas, agent for 102 Santa Rosa LLC, owner of 102 Santa Rosa Place. And as we move into this item, I wanted to mention both for the commission, the applicant, and the public that we're going to first hear a staff report. Then we're going to go to the applicant's presentation. And at that point, I'm going to pause to see if we have any members of the public who have contacted us and wish to speak. And from there, we're going to go back to the commission for questions and then ultimately deliberation, as the required application calls for a coastal development permit supported by the Planning Commission. After this item, I want to just put on everyone's alert. We're going to take a break. We'll see what time it is, because following this item, we have a momentous, complex item, which is going to take the rest of our hearing time, however long that lasts. So we want to pace ourselves, make sure that everybody is getting the breaks necessary, allowing the public to participate, and also supporting our stamina through the long and very important afternoon. So with that, is Ms. Swanson, Assistant Planner, ready to make a presentation to us on this item?
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can, Ms. Swanson, welcome.
Okay. So good afternoon. Today we are here to discuss a proposed project at 102 Santa Rosa Place. The proposed project includes the demolition of the existing 840 square foot residence and 284 square foot one-car garage, and construction of a new approximate 3,200 square foot residence and approximate 500 square foot two-car garage with associated decks and landscaping. The project is located in the appealable jurisdiction of the coastal zone, so the project does require a coastal development permit and associated findings from the Planning Commission. To orient us, the project site is located at the corner of Santa Rosa Place and Shoreline Drive. The project is across the street from Shoreline Park, which is adjacent to the bluffs above the Pacific Ocean. Since the site is located on a corner, there are 2 front setbacks. On the existing site plan on the right, we can see the property line in orange and the setbacks in blue. The existing house is non-conforming to the required 20-foot front setback along Santa Rosa Place. The proposed residence would comply with all setbacks and other zoning standards such as open yard and height requirements. The other site concern is regarding street and setback trees. One street tree on Santa Rosa Place is proposed for relocation, and one setback tree was previously removed without the required Parks Department review. Park staff has since reviewed both the as-built setback tree removal and proposed street tree relocation to accommodate the proposed driveway and approved both. On the proposed site plan, we can see that the street tree is proposed to shift slightly closer to Shoreline Drive, and a new front setback tree is proposed to replace the previously removed tree. Another small tree in the rear yard is proposed for removal, but it doesn't require Parks review or approval, and it is included in the project description for the coastal development permit. As outlined in the staff report, staff reviewed the California Coastal Act and confirmed the project's consistency with the law. Most notably, staff confirmed that there are no mapped ESHAs or mapped archaeological overlay areas on site. Staff does recommend a standard condition of approval related to the unlikely discovery of archaeological artifacts during construction, since an overlay area is within 100 feet of the parcel. Staff also reviewed development patterns in the neighborhood and visual resource considerations. The project is consistent with these portions of the Coastal Act in that the project includes replacement of one single-family residence for another in an area that already has two-story homes, including the home just north of the project site. And views from Shoreline Drive and Shoreline Park are not considered significant. The project has also been reviewed by the Single Family Design Board, SFDB, for neighborhood compatibility and meets all zoning regulations. In regards to heights in the neighborhood, the proposed project would have an approximate 23-foot height. This is characteristic of homes in the area. Staff reviewed the archive plans for 3 other 2-story structures on the block and confirmed that they range from 23 feet to 28 feet. And the 28-foot home is the one directly behind the project site. Staff also reviewed the city's coastal land use plan for policy consistency. The proposed the proposed project is more consistent to the zoning ordinance and LUP in regards to both setbacks and parking. As we saw earlier, the existing residence is non-conforming to the front setback along Santa Rosa Place and only has a 1-car garage. The proposed project includes a 2-car garage that transportation staff have reviewed and support, and the proposed residence meets all required setbacks. The project is a Tier 3 stormwater project, meaning that best management practices for on-site water treatment and retention will be required. That aspect of the project must be reviewed by the Creeks Division and finalized prior to the SFDB's granting of final approval. The Creeks Division has reviewed the tentative plan and is supportive of the plan as designed. Finally, staff reviewed the city's visual resource policies and, similar to the Coastal Act, found no concerns since the project respects all zoning standards, features a landscape plan that will be reviewed by the Single Family Design Board, and no significant views are proposed to be impacted by the project. The project is exempt from CEQA under categorical exemption 15302, which allows for the demolition and reconstruction of structures, including single-family homes. And the Single Family Design Board reviewed the project 3 times, and the consistent conversation was regarding the plate heights of the project and massing along Shoreline Drive, which we see in this elevation here. The applicant reviewed neighboring structures for consistency in regard to plate heights and reviewed ways to increase articulation on the Shoreline Drive elevation by pushing and pulling various aspects of the facade, like decks and recesses. These aspects are perhaps best seen, though, in the upper level plan of the proposed residence. The board struggled a bit with the massing on the corner of Shoreline Drive and Santa Rosa Place, and it was discussed at each of the 3 meetings. However, when we look at the elevation from Santa Rosa Place, it becomes quite clear why the development is proposed in its current location. The red line on the screen shows the solar access ordinance height limitation, an additional limitation of the city's overall height maximums for zones. The SFDB was appreciative of the applicant's efforts to meet all zoning considerations and ultimately offered supportive comments regarding the size, bulk, and scale of the proposed project within the constraints of the site and city regulations. If approved by the Planning Commission, the project would still require project design approval and final approval from the Single Family Design Board, both decisions of which are appealable to City Council, before moving forward with a building permit. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project and make the required findings as outlined in the submitted staff report, subject to the recommended conditions of approval. That's the end of my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Now I'd like to ask if who from the applicant team will be presenting. Is that Mr. Thomas or Mr. Aurel?
This is Clay Arrow from AB Design Studio. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon, Mr. Aurel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. Thank you for doing what you do. It's amazing how well you have adjusted to this new normal. So thank you. We're here before you to request approval with respect to a CDP for new ground up residence at the corner of Santa Rosa and Shoreline as described by our planner, Stephanie. So thank you very much, Stephanie. I know many of you were at the site visit on Tuesday and some were not. So I'm going to start from the beginning for the benefit of everybody here. And if there's any members of the public for them as well. So our clients are Santa Barbara natives, and have deep ties in the community. After living abroad for a number of years, they moved back to Santa Barbara to raise their 4 children. Having lived in places like Nashville and Germany, they experienced several different ways of living. They chose to live on the Mesa for several reasons, but most importantly, it was a community that they were familiar with and grew up enjoying. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you to put a slide up. We wanted to start with Santa Rosa presentation _01. Sorry, Timmy. Can we put that other presentation up? I just looked up and noticed we had the drawings.
Hi there. This is the presentation that I was provided. I'm not
Timmy?
quite sure.
Timmy, this
Yep.
is Stephanie. I merged the 3 files, so it's going to go plans
Oh.
and then inspirational images and then the presentation. So it's one file.
Okay. So can we go all the way down until you see a blue screen that says Santa Rosa overview?
Oh.
Right there. There you go.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Stephanie, for the clarification. That's awesome. Okay, so let me get back. So next slide, please. Great. So as you're already familiar with where the project lies, I'll begin about talking about our approach to the design, and then we can run through the drawings and finish off with the design aesthetics being proposed. Next slide, please. As we began to analyze the site and the constraints and opportunities, we were very aware of several key design considerations that we needed to address, some of which Stephanie already discussed. But this slide here demonstrates the zoning constraints on corner lots. Not only do we have 2 front yard setbacks of 20 feet, but we also have an open yard area that we need to maintain at 1,250 square feet. The blue lines, which is a little hard for me to see, but maybe everyone else can see, but the blue lines are the interior yard setbacks on the top and left side of the diagram. The green lines are the front yard setbacks on the bottom and right side of the home, and the yellow lines are the open yard requirement. That gave us a net of just about 22 feet from the open yard requirement to the front yard setback on the south, which is on the right side of the page. Note the current home is currently existing non-conforming to setbacks, as Stephanie mentioned, as it encroaches on the Santa Rosa side. In addition, we have a solar height ordinance to contend with along the north property boundary, which further reduce our building envelope, as mentioned before, and that's the red dash line that you see running up and down on the page. Our client wanted to make a modest home for his family of 6. It was important that the home fit into the neighborhood. They appreciated the home across Santa Rosa as well as others in the Mesa community. Given our rather tight site constraints, we began to study the view angles, in particular from neighbors to the north. Next slide, please. While it is important to help maintain public views of the ocean and mountains in the city ordinance, private views are not protected, and yet we worked hard to ensure that we could maintain views to the south, east, and southwest. Those are the green shaded areas from the house to the north. This, next slide, please. This slide shows that we have pulled back the second story on the west, just over 6 feet, which is down on the page, and the entire structure on the east, which is up on the page, which is over 4 feet where the stairs are and 7.5 feet where the front entry is. Next slide, please. I know there's a little lag, so. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think we might have skipped one, but that's okay. This slide shows where we pulled both sides back. Yeah, there you go. This slide shows where we pulled both sides back over 6 feet in some cases to help maintain views from the north. And you can see in red what would be impacted if we pushed all the way out to the setbacks on the east and west. Next slide, please. And there you can see the yellow line is where we pulled the structure back to allow views over the 1-story garage and along the southeast side. Next slide, please. And this is a view overhead from drone footage that shows those angles out from the structure behind us. And obviously, you know, we can't do everything, but we did our best here to maintain those view angles. All right, the next slide, please. The next few diagrams show this at a more human scale, overlaid on the recent photos with story poles installed. You can see that we're concerned about maintaining views over and around the project. So the home to the north, you can see the story poles. Next slide, please. This is a rough visual study with a rough outline of the structure. And you can see how the little rectangle on the left, shaded in light green, is the one-story garage, and the two-story mass is to the right. So we've been able to maintain a westerly view over the garage out to the Pacific Ocean, or the channel, excuse me. Next slide, please. Similar study from the southeast, or looking northwest. We can see the windows at the second story for the neighbor behind us. Next slide, please. Here's a rough outline of the structure based on the story poles. And you can see that the windows to the east of the second story behind us are visible and have view corridors to the ocean, to the channel. Next slide, please. Here's a couple of shots. It might be a little bit hard to see on the screen, but these are just additional view angles added to various photos along Shoreline Park, from different vantage points that you can look back and actually see the windows and the viewpoints. Next slide, please. And again, this is from the westerly side of the project. So the views looking southwest from the parcel behind us. Next slide, please. We also went up Santa Rosa and looked at view angles from across the street. The two houses that you see on the left, the one that you can see on the furthest left is 110 Santa Rosa, and then there's a bunch of vegetation. Inside that vegetation is the 106 Santa Rosa property that has several large mature trees. And then we want to make sure we had clear views sort of through the street corridor out to the channel. Next slide, please. This is a diagram showing relative heights to our neighbors. Our project is on the right. 106 Santa Rosa is there in the center. 110 Santa Rosa is on the left. We have a 25-foot height restriction. Both of those seem to poke up above the 25-foot limit. Our project is just under 23 feet at 22 feet 11. Next slide, please. So next we did a FAR study of the neighborhood and surrounding homes, as seen here. Next slide. This is a tape. This is where we mapped. These are the homes that we mapped, mostly along Shoreline Drive, and then most of the way up Santa Rosa Place. Next slide, please. This table maps the 15 homes in the study that are over 85% FAR in this neighborhood. So our project is shown as fourth from the bottom in the lighter color. It is important to note that the property at 113 Santa Rosa Place was approved last year at a 95% FAR and is currently being constructed. We have included a square foot breakdown for you here at the bottom of the page. Since the basement does not count towards the FAR, we have a single family dwelling of approximately 22,130 square feet. There's a typo there. I can see that I made a mistake. That's not on the screen. You see 1,130. It's actually 2,130. And a two-car garage of 495 square feet for a total of 2,625 square feet. This puts us at 91% FAR, which is not quite aligned with the numbers the staff have in the report, but it's consistent with the surrounding neighborhood and Shoreline Drive homes that we've seen go up. Next slide, please. This is just a brief summary of the FAR study. So the 48 homes were included. 33% of the homes are over 85% FAR. Of the homes over 85% FAR, the average is 99%. There's several over 100%. The average two-story home is 36% over FAR. 42% of the two-story homes are over 85% FAR. It's just little synopsis of that. So next, I'd like to run through the architectural plans to quickly show you the project as designed, and that would be back at the very beginning, Timmy. Oh, great, perfect. We can go next page. Here's some of the context photos. I won't spend a lot of time on this because it's pretty hard to understand at this scale, but the home on the top left, the two images on the top left and the one to the right are the house across the street from Santa Rosa, and that's a home that the clients really appreciated and wanted to take some cues from that home as it sits on the corner. Let's go to the next page, please. Madam Chair, how am I doing on time?
I think you're just fine, Mr. Arrell. How are you, where are you in moving through your presentation percentage-wise, would you
I
say?
feel like I'm moving pretty quickly, so I'll just keep a good pace going here.
Yeah, I think your pace is just fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next page, please. This is a diagram of the existing site, which Stephanie provided us earlier. Yeah, this is the one, thank you. You can see there's a little encroachment on the Santa Rosa side and where we're removing the street tree or relocating the street tree based on the new driveway location. Next page, please. Here's our site plan, a little hard to see it at this scale. But yeah, it's just a little hard to read. But I will mention, you can see here, the face of the eastern face of the garage is at the setback line at 20 foot. And then the rest of the house steps back another six plus feet to the south and the second story above it. And then on the far east side, which is the right side of the property, our setback steps back about 4 feet and then steps again at 7.5 feet. So we've really tried to compress the home, given that we only have 22 feet north to south to play with. We really wanted to compress that home as much as we could so that we could get the views from behind us, from the neighbor behind. Next page, please. Next page. This is the floor plan. So, you know, we have a pretty modest open great room configuration on the lower floor. We are relocating the front door to shoreline. That was a desire of the owner for, you know, access between, you know, visitors could come in one area and the homeowners could come in the other. We have a 2-car garage and some trash can area storage and decks on both sides. You might be able to read from the plans that there's doors on the north and south side of the living room space, which act as a way to kind of see through the house from the backyard out to the channel. We'll see that more in elevation. Next page, please. The upper floor has 3 bedrooms, 1 master suite to the west side of the property. It's pretty modest in size. And then 2 modest sized bedrooms in the middle and on the east side or the right side of the page. And those will share a Jack and Jill bathroom. And then there's a small little laundry up there. We have a long hallway along the back. So all the privacy issues that we were concerned with and view issues, we wanted all the bedrooms to not look towards neighbors, but look towards the Channel Islands and the ocean. So that's kind of the layout of the land there. Next page, please. This is a roof plan. We're planning for a standing seam metal roof with solar on it, and we're going to be adding more solar as we progress this through the process. We've already been having discussions on that. So we can go to the next page, please. Here are the front elevation on the bottom and the rear elevation on the back. You can see the doors. Given our site constraints, the back side of the home is a 2-story mass. We're looking at ideas for trellises and other things that might show up later in the project with our landscape architect to kind of break that mass down. But on the front side, we've done a lot of work with SFDB to push and pull the upper floor, add trellises and and different design elements to break up the massing, not just break it up, but provide opportunities for shading and other things like that that help prevent it from being, kind of a tall 2-story mass. Next page, please. We've seen the proposed west elevation in the staff report. You can see how we've pulled the, working with SFDB, we pulled the master suite, which is the upper floor on the upper elevation. We pulled it back, but we also are constrained by that solar access. So we pushed and pulled a bit to make that work, and it seems like everybody's been happy with the result. Next page, please. This is a building section just showing kind of how the building lays out in stacks during the center part of the building. And then as you can see beyond, you can see how the elevation pushes and pulls and steps back from the north side. Next page, please. This was a conceptual landscape plan we put together just for the SFDB hearings. We've since hired a landscape architect who's working on a updated drawing and going through materials and plant lists and those sorts of things. So that's being developed currently in process. So that's the last page for the drawings. Next page should be the shoreline, some of the aesthetics. I'll go through those quickly. Next page, please. This image you've seen before, but this is where the project is. Next page. This image you've also seen in the staff report, so we can keep going. Thank you. Next. You go to the next page, please. Here's a rendered elevation of the front of the building. Most of the materials are going to be white or a version of white, and darker accent windows such as dark bronze anodized or bronze, a lighter color gray roof with solar panels. We have a brick base to the building that wraps around the building and gets picked up again on the chimney on the top. So light fixtures, we're looking at gas lamp fixtures to put on flanking doors and whatnot on the ground floor and upper level decks. Simple pickets on the railings, and just a lot of natural light, a lot of views, a lot of natural light. That's the whole goal here. Next slide, please. These are some inspiration images. So this is kind of the palette as it would look in reality, where we're headed. Next slide. Again, simple materials, warm grays, warm materials. We're going to use sandstone in some places there as well. Next slide. Another example of that same house. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I think you can kind of get a feel of the aesthetic. Next slide. Next. Next slide. There you go. So we're looking at a horizontal sliding and copper downspouts, standing seam metal roof. Those are pretty. These images are pretty consistent with the material palette we're going for. Next slide. We're looking at integrating sandstone into the project as hardscape and flat surfaces. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. And I think there's one more. So again, some elements of wood and warmth and all that, those sorts of elements and treatments, and lots of vegetation, natural vegetation. I think that's the last one. Want to check, Timmy? Perfect. We can stay right there. So in summary, we've really worked hard to establish good neighbor policies. The clients have met with local neighbors over the past 18 months. There is only one speaker at the 3 SFDB hearings that we attended, and that was the neighbor from the north who was concerned about the property line locations. We've been working with him to resolve that. Our client has had multiple meetings with the neighbors and has been very upfront about the project and the design. Everyone has been seemingly excited about the proposal, and it was a bit disheartening to see some dissension from others this late in the process. There has been a lot of consideration by our client to make sure this home fits in with the existing fabric of the neighborhood. This home is 100% compliant with the zoning ordinances and is not asking for any modifications for setbacks, open yard, or height. The project reaches beyond ordinance requirements for setbacks by pulling even further back on the west and east setback lines. Finally, this home and the way it was designed and sited should be an example of an owner's consideration to his neighbors and doing the right thing. It is a modest home for a family of 6 on a modest 6,828 square foot corner lot. We appreciate your consideration of our CDP application and look forward to going to the next step and building this fine home for our clients. Thank you very much. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Arel. At this time, I'd like to ask you to just go off camera if you could, Mr. Arel, and I'm going to see if we have any public commenters who have dialed in, so to speak, to provide comment on this item. Ms. Kokinda?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. If I could ask members of the public who are attending who wish to speak to this item to please raise your hand using the hand icon, and I'll call on you, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. I see Maureen Lovegreen. I am just unmuting you now, and it looks like your audio is live, so whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
I'm Jeff Lovegreen, and I'm the owner and resident of 106 Santa Rosa, the property to the north. Joe has been extremely accommodating on this project, as been indicated. However, the staircase, it's a small item. If it were to rotate a little to the west, it opens up our view corridor for the master bedroom. A simple motion of that, it's 4 or 5 feet. I know they already meet their setback requirements, but it would be a simple motion, and it mirrors the garage extending from the back. So I would just hope that that could be done or mitigated there, so to allow more of our view corridor to the Pacific Ocean. That's all.
Okay, and I just want to give people one more chance, if you wish to speak on this particular item, to please raise your hand. And I do not see any others who wish to speak at this time, Chair Schwartz. And I would ask Heidi Rydell if we, what written comment that we received.
Yes, this is Heidi Rydell. We did receive written correspondence that was forwarded to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. Let me come back to the commission now, and either questions for staff, for Ms. Swanson and or Mr. Arel. If you would simply turn your webcams on. Commissioner Wiscombe, please kick off our question period.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's pretty short. I just want to preface it by saying I was not at the site visit, but I live on the Mesa, and I actually visited the project site twice, so with the plans. So I'm very familiar with the location and the story poles, et cetera. I just wanted to ask, I think probably staff, on page 7 of the staff report, which is 7 of 62 in our packet, it says that the landscape plan included in the plan set, I wanted to know, and I believe the answer is yes, is the same one that the Single Family Design Board reviewed with positive comments. So we've only, I think Mr. Arel said we've only had one landscape plan so far, and that it's going to be further developed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, okay. And then just to comment on that landscape plan on sheet L1, you have a project note 9 that's actually pointing in the driveway, and it says existing palm to remain. And I think that's the relocated palm where you said it's moving further south, so that note will need to be revised, I think. Or-
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yeah.
that looks like a drafting error, but yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And you clarified the FAR, the staff report versus what you said, so that's good. And then I wanted to ask you what the basement's being used for. There, you talk about 320 cubic yards of excavation to create the basement. So I just wondered what the space is.
Commissioner Wiscombe, I'd be happy to answer that question. If staff could go to sheet A 2.00. Great, thank you. So the area to the left, it labeled mechanical, is going to be our mechanical room. So what we have going on in there, we have water heater, water softener. We're doing full solar with Tesla, supercharged, wall charge thing, fuel cells, the solar equipment. So we have a quite large utility room that's going to be in there. The area to the upper right is obviously the stairs and a little tiny bit of storage underneath. The area to the bottom right is likely going to be used for personal storage, since the garage is, the garage is big enough for 2 cars and a little bit of storage. So we're going to have some storage in that area. And then the rest of the basement is probably going to be used for the owner's personal like workout gym. He's pretty staunch exercise fitness person. So the rest of that area will probably be used for that.
Okay, thank you for that answer. That clarifies that for me. And then a question, and I realize you've done a really nice job here with 2 front setbacks. I think it's, and I like the articulation in the design. I wanted to ask staff on conditions of approval, and this is on page 2 of the conditions of approval, which is page 12 of 62 in our report. You talk about areas available for parking. All parking areas and access thereto shall be kept open and available in the manner in which it was designed and permitted. Is this saying that construction vehicles associated with this project can park on the street?
No, that's for the built residence. So it's technically a zoning violation if your garage is full of junk. And that is a condition enforcing that.
Okay, so do you have a construction vehicular restriction here as to where they can park? I only bring this up because this has come up on the Mesa a lot of times before, not necessarily in this area, but you're in an area that's very close to Shoreline Park. You've got a house to the north that's to the north on the west side of the street on Santa Rosa Place that's being constructed now. When I visited the site, parking didn't seem to be an issue, but is there room for construction vehicles to park on site that are going to be there all day? Have you staged an area for that or considered that? And or is that a burden given the constraints of this site? I just don't want the neighborhood impacted by 2 construction projects and lots of construction vehicles.
Commissioner Wiscombe, if you are able to go to page 14, condition E.2 specifies that construction vehicles, equipment, material storage shall be done on site.
Is this page 14 of 62?
Yes.
Okay, 14 of 62, because I missed that. Construction storage staging. Okay, that's why I missed it. The title is a little bit misleading. I didn't. Construction vehicle equipment, material storage and staging shall be done on site. Okay, that satisfies that. That's great. Usually we have that in there and I just couldn't find it. So thank you for that. I apologize. And Madam Chair, I think that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Higgins, I believe you were next.
So,
Question?
thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm
we
not
can.
sure. I'm not sure I understand the comment or question by the neighbor to the north about rotating or moving the stairway. And I don't want to really necessarily play architect or designer here. It's kind of convoluted. But so my question first is that something that can be accommodated by the applicant and or on final by SFBD later, or is that something we need to deal with now? I couldn't quite understand if there was a development standard component as a part of that request. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that from either the applicant or the architect or the owner or somebody or staff.
Just to answer Commissioner Higgins, from a development standard point of view, it is not a development standard issue. It's more of an aesthetic issue and a private view concern of the neighbor.
So then to
Commissioner-
applicant, then for Mr. Orell, is that something that you can work with later on final review or through the rest of the process?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Higgins, this is while it might seem like an easy thing just to rotate something, it has a major effect because we're talking about something that goes through 3 floors of a building. So while it may be able to be accommodated on a basement level, on the ground floor, it certainly has a large significant impact to the structure. And then on the upper level, it has a large significant impact to the structure because it makes the bedroom basically unusable. So it is not a simple thing. It is not something that we are really interested in entertaining. We feel like we've done a pretty elaborate study on trying to make this as best as we can and not push out to the setback. So this is definitely not something that we're looking at entertaining at this stage in the process.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, questions at this time?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. This question is going to probably be aimed at Ms. Swanson, and I want to just start by saying thank you to both the design team and Mr. Orell for such a thorough package of design drawings and explanation for the presentation, and also Ms. Swanson for having a very thorough staff report. I felt very satisfied reading and looking through the materials. With regard directly to the conditions of approval, I wanted to piggyback off of Vice Chair Wiscombe's question and ask a little bit more about the construction storage staging that you brought to our attention, E2, for everyone's consideration. That's page 14 of 62. Just being familiar with general conditions of approval, I often come across the option of potentially having information in here for carpooling to help alleviate some of that need to get to the site and assist with the construction team. I would like to know if we can include some sort of verbiage that would assist with the excessive the time periods when there's excessive construction equipment that will be needed that simply can't be on this site because you're building the site and it's very, very limited. Obviously, we've all heard that this is a very tight site with a lot of constraints. So including the equipment on the site at the same time as working on the site and the additional cars that need to get people to the site might be too much. Can we consider including a carpool detail here? I know we have verbiage in the template for that. I have some verbiage myself that I can provide to help kind of guide you where I'm thinking, if you would like me to add.
Well, Commissioner Bonderson, let me ask Ms. Swanson if she has some language on hand, perhaps that might address your question and request that we have used in prior conditions of approval. And it's more of an encouraging on these smaller projects. I'll just share with you from my experience. A single family dwelling of this size, usually it's more of an encouragement rather than requirement. The very large projects where we've required because of the breadth and length of construction that takes place. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Swanson, and then I think we should come back to Mr. Arell for any comments on behalf of the applicant pertaining to your question request. Ms. Swanson, any thoughts for us, please?
So Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson, I was basically going to say the exact same thing that Chair Schwartz just said, is that we do have that language in our template. However, we don't typically put that on single family houses. I don't have it readily available directly in front of me, but I can pull it up because we are in a digital world. If you would really like me to, but typically, no, we do not include that on single family home.
Mr. Arell, any thoughts? We want to be sensitive to the applicant and how you're planning on rolling this out, so to speak.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. This is something that is obviously a concern of the builder who we're already working with and the owner. They, fortuitously, there's a property, you know, a few miles away that could be used for staging and things of that nature to help alleviate some of that concern. So that's owned by the homeowners. So that could be certainly a help to that. I think the carpool language I've seen before in different iterations is probably fine. It will be difficult just from a construction staging and constructability standpoint to have everything on site and nothing on the street. As you know, construction has a lot of moving pieces and parts, and especially if you start grading and start bringing in materials. So, you know, I do know that some people use the parks along shoreline or the parking areas along shoreline for carpool opportunities, and there's other things in the not so far vicinity that could be used. So I think we'd be amenable to adding that language.
So Commissioner Bonderson, if I may make a recommendation, let's pause on this item, and if we could ask Ms. Swanson to bring us that language because it's in the template, then by the time we finish questions from all the commissioners and we're ready for deliberations, perhaps if that's okay with you, Ms. Swanson, we could ask you to step in and assist us with some appropriate language that might be supported by the commission and again acceptable to Mr. Arell and the property owner.
So Chair Schwartz, I have found the template language. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes, let's do that. And if you could do that slowly, since I don't know that, I don't know if we have the technical ability to show sort of a strike through red line online. I guess I would ask Mr. Bolton, and if not, we'll just have to handwrite the language and then incorporate that bit back in when we do deliberations. So if
I
you
can
could
also email this directly to everybody. So the template language reads, the number of construction equipment operating simultaneously shall be minimized through efficient management practices to ensure that the smallest practical number is operating at any one time. Construction worker trips should be minimized by requiring carpooling and by providing for lunch on site.
And that was, if I may just jump in, that was exactly the language that I had jotted down for my suggestion if I were to assist you to find it. My only request, if possible, is to remove that portion about lunch, if others agree with me, and just end it by saying, should be minimized by encouraging or requiring, whatever you decide, carpooling to and from the site, and wrap it up there.
Okay, very good, Ms. Swanson. If you could hold that language for us, hold it out there so that we can come back to it. Let's keep moving forward if we could. And
Chair.
Commissioner Bond, yes.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment for something that I think people ought to keep in mind in this time of a pandemic? I don't think we can require workers to carpool. Thank you.
Back to you, Commissioner Bonderson. Again, we'll look at that language as a commission in total when we come back. And so if I could just sort of discretion of the chair for a moment, as I mentioned, I would be inclined to suggest we consider the word encourage and not require. I believe we've used the word encourage before. I know that doesn't have the strength of require, but to me, it's more appropriate for this single family home and the kind of construction that's going to be needed. So I don't want to take any more time on this matter right now. If you could help us when the time is right, Ms. Swanson. Commissioner Bonderson, any other questions before I move to Commissioner Reed?
Yes, if I may just add one more small technical suggestion. There was another bit of language that I found as well. I don't know if it's applicable. I just wanted to put it out there and we can decide. It was under construction parking, and it states something along the lines of during construction, free parking spaces for construction workers, and that's something we could modify, shall be provided on-site or off-site in a location subject to the approval of Public Works permit. And I was just thinking, because of the site constraints of this particular piece of land, if we could designate or discuss what would be appropriate, if it would be one single spot directly in front of the property where we could, you know, provide that sort of reservation for that, just to be able to support them. I don't know how deeply we can go into that, but I did want to just plant that idea out there.
Okay, before I go to, thank you. Before I go to Commissioner Reed, Mr. Aurel, and so you'll see this is a somewhat interactive in our virtual mode. I wanted to take the, as opposed to being in City Hall chambers, but I wanted to use this opportunity to be more interactive and to have you please respond to the last recommendation or thought that Commissioner Bonderson have before we move on to Commissioner Reed.
Madam Chair, thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, can you point me to that condition in the report?
It's not in the report. It was my suggestion based on the findings template that.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so if you find that to be applicable, or if we deem it to be necessary, I wanted to just put that out there so we could discuss it. It goes into a little bit more descriptive language about how we can provide you with a little bit of support off-site. And it's not with regard to the workers or carpooling, it's with regard to giving you a little bit of space off-site for your equipment and so on. So again, the only reason I brought this up for a single family residence is because of the extremely limited site constraints that are on this particular piece of land for your design. So if we can help you in any way, and if it's something that we agree to, I just wanted to provide that language and discuss.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bonderson, could you just please repeat the language so I can really get my head around it?
Sure. Or Commissioner Bonderson, is that in a form that you could email to staff and Mr. Aurel, or to staff, and then staff can help us with this so that we don't need to take more time right now, you know, handwriting or otherwise?
I certainly can, and perhaps I can suggest maybe Ms. Swanson has found it, if she knows how to pull it up because she's familiar with it.
Okay.
So,
And we can also, when we get to deliberations, we can bring this back in. I want to keep moving through questions, but I want to respect what you're suggesting, Ms. Bonderson. Ms. Swanson, did you want to jump in at this point, please?
Chair Wiscombe, I actually sent you the language in the chat on GoToWebinar.
Okay, I'm not sure how we provide that. I mean, I could read it out loud when we get to deliberations if you like.
Oh, it's the
Should
same,
we
it's the
do-
same language I read before.
Oh, because then there's a second recommendation that Commissioner Bonderson, I believe, just had that it's not this. Let me just look, excuse me, I'm looking over at the chat. So you're suggesting this is the latter, this is like the second part to Commissioner Bonderson's. The
Yes,
number of
and I-
construction equipment operating simultaneously. Okay, I have that. What I'm going to do is just keep that in chat. And when we come back to deliberations, I'll bring this back up. And while you're with us, Mr. Arell, I'll read it slowly to see if there's comfort level or if we want to further revise this. We certainly don't want to be overly burdensome on the project moving forward, but we'll see if any of this makes sense and whether or not the commission wants to proceed with some or all of this, and then to get your feedback as well, if that's okay with you. Okay, very good. Is that it, Commissioner Bonderson, on questions?
Yes, I just want to end by just double checking with Ms. Swanson. I want to make sure, because I don't see the chat that was aimed at Chair Schwartz. I just want to double check that you got the second kind of thought that I was presenting as an option, in addition to the one that you've already looked up. And it in the findings template, it's under the title construction and parking, and it's just one sentence. It says, during construction, free parking spaces for construction workers shall be provided on site or off site in a location subject to approval of Public Works Director. And my suggestion is if we can modify that, not for the workers, but for equipment and vehicles that are specifically needed for construction. So if that helps her, I hope it does, and I will sign off now.
Thank you. We'll let Ms. Swanson copy that into a chat, and we'll continue on. Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, questions?
Yes, so this might be a question for staff. This is found on page 13 of 62 in our packet and page 3 of the conditions of approval. It's under the Public Works section, letter A, water rights assignment agreement. So just in looking at a number of these conditions of approval for residential projects, both single family and multi-unit, this has been in some, but not in others. I just find, I don't really understand what this agreement is. It seems even like a little heavy-handed. And so just going back, I as a point of reference, I looked at 2327 Edgewater that was reviewed and approved in 2019, which also required a CDP. And I didn't find it in those conditions of approval. So I just wanted some clarification.
Ms. Swanson, can you address that? Or maybe one of the other staff members who's come on screen.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Reed, I can address that. This is a standard condition that we apply to every project. The only time it would not be applied is if there's been some prior project where we already got this agreement. And it essentially documents rights that the city already has. So, but it is something that we apply to any discretionary action by the Planning Commission.
Gotcha. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions at this time? I'm just waiting a moment to see if there are additional webcams that come on. All right, and I don't have any questions. Some of my colleagues asked the questions that I would, so that makes it a little easier for me as well. Let's now start up with deliberations. Let's go right into that. whoever would like to come on first. And I just want to remind the commissioners, as Ms. Kokinda offered at the outset of our hearing today, we now have the technical capability through GoToWebinar to have all of our commissioners on the screen, Ms. Kokinda, if I understood correctly. So
Yes,
we're
and thank you for bringing it up. And if you all are willing to experiment for this deliberation portion, I'd ask all the commissioners to turn their webcams on. And then if Chair Schwartz, of course, you manage kind of going through the deliberations or comments if when down the list. So thank you so much for trying it out.
very good. Well, I'm so pleased that GoToWebinar is improving their technology to give us this capability. Let's just start. I saw Vice Chair Wiscombe first. Let's just go right through our deliberations, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the project is really great. I think with the challenges of 2 front setbacks, it's been managed really well. The neighbor to the north has, the owner has worked with the neighbor to the north, and I think where private views aren't protected, I think a great job has been done to accommodate the views from the project, the house to the north. I think we had a very complete set of drawings, good story polls, and I would be happy to make a motion when the time comes. I will comment on Commissioner Bonderson's requests. I would be fine with encouraging carpools to the section if other commissioners feel strongly about that. I don't really feel that we should go any further than that. We normally don't on single family projects that require CDPs. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, comments,
Yeah.
please.
I'll support the project. I think it's about as creative as you can get with a small lot, 2 front yards, and and I'm particularly, I guess, impressed or comforted by the lack of, protracted hearings with the design review board. So I give a lot of weight to that. And, you do what you can to mitigate private views. And it's, been a property for a long time that's been underdeveloped by today's standards. So it's going to be an improvement, I guess, an aesthetic improvement along the shoreline there that's quite improved already in the last 10 to 15 years. So it's good to see that the applicant and the design team can live within the confines of the, I can't remember the name of the ordinance, but what's the name of the ordinance? Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. From 15 years ago or so. And I'm not, I guess the question about construction, traffic, and parking comes up quite a bit. And I don't really want to encumber or get anybody's hopes up as to how that's going to work or encumber the entitlement with anything else. Construction costs are high enough and a very significant burden at this point for people willing to jump into that investment opportunity. And I just think it sets a false set of expectations that, the home is going to appear overnight without any intrusion. So there's a condition in there that if it gets out of control, the public works director can step in and there's some enforcement there. And I think we should rely on those good conditions as standards that have been developed and implemented over many, many decades. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, comments?
Yeah, I think this is a really well thought out project. It's certainly compatible with the neighborhood. It's an important neighborhood. There's an important public resource across the street. And I think this will be even an asset to the public. It's beautiful visually. And I just think will add value to that neighborhood. So job well done. And I also agree with Commissioner Higgins. This is such a challenging process to start. And so I would not be in favor of adding any additional language to the conditions of approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonderson, comments, please?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I sincerely appreciate the efforts put forth by the owner and by the design team to try and satisfy everyone's interests, their view corridors, the extremely limited site constraints of the site. I think they've done a very, very good job at trying to take everyone and everything into consideration. I strongly support the design as far as the usage of the limited space, as well as trying to increase the aesthetic value of this property and make it livable for the family. I feel like it meets all the zoning considerations and it's compatible with the neighborhood. So I do support it. And I want to just explain perhaps where my concerns and my suggestions come from with trying to make the wording about the conditions, the language of the conditions a little bit more thorough, is because there have been a number of projects under construction in this neighborhood, and it has come to our attention that a lot of the street parking has been taken up over the course of the previous projects, and I believe some of them might still be active or just recently finished. And it was a concern of the neighbors. I'm personally somebody who likes to go to this to Shoreline Park, so I know that parking is particularly restricted here and limited. And I want to think about that with regard to how much more parking we want to take up for construction purposes, and how do we want to support the neighborhood during times of construction. And so regardless of how we decide to move forward with that, that was the thought process behind assisting with some encouragement for carpooling, or assisting with some space off-site when needed, since the current conditions make it very clear that there's no off-site parking. So again, that was my thought process, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain it. Chair Schwartz, we cannot hear you.
Any other, sorry, I thought the organizer muted me. Any other thoughts as we move towards a consideration of coastal development permit, Commissioner Bonderson? No.
With me, no, I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This project is, it's beautiful. I think you did a very creative job, the applicant, in dealing with all of the constraints, the 2 front setbacks, the open yard requirement, and trying to accommodate your neighbors. So I will be supporting the project. Additionally, I was pleased to hear about the solar on the roof, and I believe I heard that there's going to be a Tesla home battery in that mechanical room, which is good news. And then I would encourage the applicant to go a step further and maybe install all electric appliances, so the home itself is as sustainable as possible, but that's just an encouragement. And then in regards to the change of language, I agree with Commissioner Higgins, and then I also agree with Commissioner Lodge about we're in the middle of a pandemic. I don't want to encourage people to carpool, and I also don't want to put the extra burden on the applicant. So I will not be supporting additional language and conditions of approval.
Commissioner Escobedo, what about that first set of recommendations? So you're saying no change to what would be on page 14 of 62 E2?
What was the E2?
So no encouraging of carpooling. You don't want to change any of the language in E2? So maybe we could, is that correct? Okay,
Correct.
okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Bolton's going to put that back up for us so we have it front and center. Okay, very good. Anything else, Commissioner Escobedo, on the project in total?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Lodge, comments, please?
Thank you. First, I want to say that I did visit the site on my own, although I wasn't at the planning commission visit, but I was there and I did see the story poles and so on. I concur with all the positive comments that have been made about this project. I don't think any additional conditions are needed, and apparently it would be out of the ordinary to do it on a single family home besides. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Have we included everyone? I don't want to leave anyone out. I think that's it. So it's to me. And I am going to support the discretionary application for a coastal development permit when it comes time to someone making that motion. Just to incorporate a number of positive comments that my colleagues have made, I think it was starting with Commissioner Wiscombe on the articulation and design. Very creative, beautiful. I think it's an elegant, but simple, elegant solution to a highly visible corner lot, very constrained, not only in square footage, but also with the 2 front setbacks. And we have seen many single family and even some condominium projects with 2 front setbacks, and it's always additional layer of challenges. So where this much thoughtfulness and outreach to the neighbors under the Good Neighbor policy, along with, I think, reasonable accommodations to neighbor concerns have been made. Personally, I'm not inclined to ask the applicant or even suggest that the applicant should consider any further accommodations, because I think enough has been done. And in improving this property for a family or families to come, that's what we're looking for in Santa Barbara. That's what we want when a property is going to be redeveloped, a residential property, and we have an opportunity to make it livable, comfortable, sustainable. Also, I think it just checks all the boxes for me. And so with that, let me just conclude by going to the conditions of approval. I could go either way with this language of encouraging carpool. It's not essential for me, but if I could just make one remark about that. Over the 10.5 years I've been serving on the commission, we've had a number of much larger single family resident development and redevelopment projects. And in some cases, quite frankly, there has not been the sensitivity, the respect to the neighbors shown, where numerous trucks, construction trucks, trades vehicles are taking up numerous public right-of-way spaces over prolonged periods of time. In fact, Commissioner Lodge may recall, I won't give the address from memory, but there was a particular situation where over 2 years long length of time, the neighbors had to endure this kind of on-street parking and noise and everything else that comes along with that. So I think with this smaller property, I wouldn't anticipate that. And I'll just hope that they can move through the process very quickly. Of course, time is money and cost. So we want them to be able to get this done as soon as possible. And so right now, with all due respect, Commissioner Bonderson, I'm not terribly inclined to move forward with any changes to that, but I really do appreciate you considering that and bringing that forward as a possibility. And so please don't feel shy about doing that for future projects as well. So with that, unless we have any other comments, I'll ask commissioners for a motion. Would anyone like to do that? Just kind
Sure.
of signal Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion. I move the findings on page 8 and 9 of our staff report and the conditions of approval as written, which are in Exhibit A, pages 11 through 18 of 62 in our staff
Second.
report.
And that was Commissioner Higgins as a second. Any discussion on the motion before we go to a vote? Seeing none, Ms. Rydell, would you please call for the vote?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson, Vice Chair Commissioner Lodge, sorry.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
That is unanimous.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. As we conclude this item, I need to announce that it is appealable within 10 business days. I think I have that correct, Ms. DeBusk. And unless Ms. DeBusk directs me otherwise, I think we've concluded this item. Thank you, Mr. Arrell, if you're still with us. We appreciate that very
Thank you.
comprehensive presentation. Thank you. We'll look forward watching this project proceed to completion. Ms. Ostringer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chair Schwartz, it's actually 10 calendar days for appeal periods.
10 calendar days. Thank you very much, as opposed to 10 business days. 10 calendar days. Thank you for that correction. So with that, yes, and we have the appeal process language up on the screen in front of us. With that, it is just at 2:30, and what I'd like to do now is take a 15-minute break to 2:45. That will allow staff and the applicant team for our next item to prepare, connect, and come online. So we're going to go into recess until 2:45. Thank you, everyone.
Schwartz, I have 2:42. So if you wanted to start at 2:45, let you reopen the meeting. It looks like
I'm going to reconvene the July 2nd, 2020 City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission. And we are ready to move on to our next item, which you see on the screen before us. It's a concept review. It's an application of Suzanne Elledge, agent for Somo SB LLC, owner of 121 East Mason Street. And before we begin to move into the item first, did want to invite Commissioner Reed, who is now on the screen with us, to make a statement, please.
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, I need to recuse myself from this item. I have a financial intro. I own property, commercial property at 116, 120, and 122 Santa Barbara Street, across the street from this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed, and we will miss your participation in this important hearing. What I'd like to do as we now move forward is to first lay out the procedural aspects of our hearing today so that everyone understands the sequence of how we're going to move through the hearing, and I can touch base again on these procedures as our deliberations unfold. First, this, just for clarification, this proposed project is coming to the Planning Commission voluntarily by the applicant for a concept review with directional comments only. A formal development application has not yet been submitted. Now, what we're going to do procedurally is I'm first going to ask the commissioners to turn on their webcams if they would like to or need to express any ex parte communication disclosures. And Ms. Ostranger trained us on that recently. And of course, if we have any questions for Ms. Ostranger as we proceed, because this is a new process for the commission, she's available to guide us. Then after we move through ex parte communication disclosures, we're going to receive a presentation from staff. And I believe Mr. Robert Dostalek is going to be presenting that. Then we're going to go to the applicant team, and between staff and the applicant presentations, that's going to require about an hour and a quarter, given the complexities, the breadth and depth of the concept review and the project being proposed. At that point, I'm going to do something a little unusual because we have an opportunity on deck waiting for us to answer questions. Jessica Grant from Transportation Planning is with us for a confined period of time. So once we move through the staff and applicant presentations, I'm going to ask the commission if you have any transportation specific questions for Ms. Grant. We'll tee those up. She'll answer our questions. Then we're going to go to public comment. From there, we're going to take a break before we come back to commissioner questions. And I know this is somewhat out of order, but it's going to be a long afternoon, and I want to make sure we try to accommodate everyone, including our expert staff in transportation who's available to us. So now, unless there are any questions procedurally, I'd like to ask the commissioners, in addition to Commissioner Higgins, if anyone else has any ex parte communication disclosures for us. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I missed the site visit with the applicant team and staff, but I did have a quick conversation with Ms. Elledge from the applicant side this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Any other commissioners need to disclose ex parte communications with any outside parties? Okay, I will disclose that Ms. Elledge and I have had a couple of brief phone calls regarding process and procedure. And so with that, I don't see any other webcams on. We can move to our staff presentation. Mr. Dostalek, are you with us to make that presentation?
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Schwartz. I am here and ready.
Welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon again to Chair Schwartz and commissioners. I'm Robert Dostalek, Associate Planner with the City Community Development Department. And as noted, this project is a concept review for a mixed-use development project in the Funk Zone neighborhood of the city. And I just wanted to remark, please pardon the unusual camera angle that I have. I'm kind of working at my workstation at the office. And also, this is my first presentation in a remote setting, so please have mercy on me as I navigate. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a project vicinity map just to get oriented. You can see here that the project site is positioned between Highway 101 and Cabrillo Boulevard. And this vicinity map also shows the project site in relation to the waterfront. And next slide, please. And getting in a little closer, you can see the project site encompasses an entire city block and is bound by Yananali Street to the northwest, Santa Barbara Street to the northeast, Gray Avenue to the southwest, and Mason Street to the southeast. And next slide, please. And this is an oblique perspective of the project site where you're able to get a little bit of a sense of the neighborhood context and some of the massing and height of the existing surrounding development in the area. And next slide, please. And some basic site information for the project. The project site is just over 2 acres in size, 2.1 acres, 91,497 square feet. The zoning is ocean-oriented commercial, and coastal oriented commercial / medium high residential density with, excuse me, the coastal land use designation is coastal oriented commercial with a medium high residential density, and that allows up to 27 units per acre. And the existing uses on the lot, excuse me, on the block are a mixture of residential, commercial, and industrial. And next slide, please. And so for the project description, a quick overview. The project involves demolishing all the on-site structures with the exception of the silo structure that's proposed to be retained, and to construct a 193,066 total square foot mixed-use building. The residential component of the project would be comprised of 144 rental apartment units and 12 condominium units. And the non-residential floor area of the project would be 19,203 square feet. And the non-residential component would house or would provide for tenant spaces for restaurant, cafe use, small stores, light industrial, and some art studio and art collaborative uses. And off-street parking.
And I'm very sorry, pardon my interruption. Robert, we're just picking up a little bit of static. If you move your mic just a little bit further away from your mouth, I think that'll improve the sound quality. Thank you.
Got it. I'll try it right there and let me know if I need to adjust it again.
That sounds really excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. And so for off-street parking, a total of 210 spaces are proposed, and that would be allocating 114 spaces to the residential component of the project and 96 spaces for the commercial or non-residential components of the project. And next slide, please. And so should the applicant ultimately proceed with a formal development proposal or submission for a formal development permit, these would be the anticipated discretionary applications that would be involved as it's currently proposed. And so a coastal development permit would be required to authorize the proposed development in the coastal zone. And a tentative subdivision map would be required for the one lot subdivision to create the 12 residential condominium units. And a lot area modification would be to allow an additional 77 units on the project site. And I'll get to a little more detail on that as I work through the presentation. And then in addition to that, a density bonus application for state and city density bonus units, and along with project design and final approvals by the Architectural Board of Review, or the ABR. And next slide, please. And so before I dive in deeper, I know Chair Schwartz touched on it a little bit, but I first wanted to explain a little more what is a Planning Commission concept review. Some people may be scratching their heads, and that's okay. So a concept review, this is a service provided by the city that allows an applicant to receive preliminary feedback from city staff, the Planning Commission, and the general public on a conceptual level project design. In essence, an applicant could say, hey, city staff, Planning Commission, and Santa Barbara community, we've got this idea. But before we get too far along, we would like some input. And the applicant can then in turn take this information to decide whether or not to move forward with the project and to prepare technical studies and formal plans that would be associated with a formal development application submittal. And also as Chair Schwartz noted, in this instance, this is a voluntary request by the applicant to present a conceptual level project design. And again, no decisions would be made today. The comments are not binding, so it's a little bit of a loose format. And no environmental review has been performed pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or what we like to call colloquially as CEQA. And it provides early feedback to the project applicants and staff, allows the applicant to explore potential supportability of a project, allows discussion of potential issues, and is just an overall forum to gather public comments for consideration prior to formal application submittal. And there also might be a little bit of wondering from the commission, well, what are we supposed to comment on today? And again, this is an open forum, so you're welcome to comment on pretty much any aspect of the project. However, as noted, staff and the applicant have compiled some specific questions to help focus and guide the discussion on the bigger points, on the bigger picture items related to the project. And I'll get to those questions toward the end of the presentation, and the applicant will also have a slide with the same questions during their presentation. And following staff's presentation, the applicant will have an opportunity to present the project in much greater detail. So I'm providing a more of an overview here. And also in this instance, the concept review serves as a particularly useful tool. Specifically, this project would be a new large project for the Funk Zone neighborhood and area, and also a large project for the city of Santa Barbara in general. So we don't have that luxury of being able to compare it to other projects of similar scope in the same area. So here we are. And also in light of the project design, the Planning Commission should also be mindful as we're going along of the findings necessary to approve the application types noted in the previous slide, and particularly the coastal development permit. And we had added and included the different findings for each application type as attachment J to the staff report. And last but not least, there may not be answers to every question here today. So again, additional supporting materials and technical studies would be required should the applicant ultimately proceed with a formal development application. However, this concept review allows preliminary comments to be assembled and enter into the record for consideration by the applicant, staff, the commission, and general public should the project eventually move forward. And next slide, please. And so a bit about the setting. The city's coastal land use plan has defined component areas for different portions of the land within the coastal zone. And this project site is positioned within the lower state component area. And you can see the little graphic to the right there that has the component area outlined or highlighted. And this component area is characterized by an eclectic mix of commercial, retail, restaurant, hotel, office, warehouse, open yard storage, and light industrial uses. And the area also includes some mixed use and multiple unit residential development. And within this component area is the neighborhood that we all know as the Funk Zone. And next slide, please. And so now we start to dig in a little bit deeper into some of the topics. And one of the questions or one of the aspects of the project is the application of the state density bonus law. And just a little overview of what is that? What is the state density bonus law? And California's state density bonus law, known as the SDBL for short, it's a mechanism that allows developers to obtain more favorable local development requirements in exchange for offering to build affordable units. So it helps with the whole housing situation in the state of California and then here at a local level. And up to a 35% increase in project densities is permissible, and this allowance depends on the amount of affordable housing provided, so it's proportional. And incentives and concessions may include items such as reduced setbacks, reduced parking requirements, increased height, et cetera, and we'll touch on a few of those as we move along. And development standard waivers are also allowed. And state density bonus law is a mandate, so a project that meets the requirements of the law is entitled to receive the density bonus and other benefits as a matter of right. And next slide, please. And so to get a little bit into the specifics of this project, the actual base density for the project site as it currently stands is 57 studio units per Title 28, which is the city's coastal zoning ordinance. And to achieve the maximum density bonus of 35% that's permissible or allowable under the state density bonus law, which in this case would be 20 bonus units. 20% of the 7 base density units must be affordable to low income households. And in this case, that would be 12 affordable units. And combine these together, and this yields a maximum total of 77 units under the state density bonus law. So 57 plus 20 equals 77 units, and 12 of which must be rented to low-income households. And next slide, please. And so the applicant is requesting a base density of 63 dwelling units per acre through a concession. So they have a concession request to up the density of the project site to 63 dwelling units per acre. However, staff does have some concerns that a concession for this additional density, it may not be appropriate under the statute, or is not appropriate under the statute. But the state density bonus law allows the local jurisdiction to grant densities above those mandated by the state density bonus law. And in the city of Santa Barbara, this is accomplished through the city's own density bonus program. And next slide. And so then we get to the city's density bonus program. So for projects that exceed the density bonus mandated by state law, or that 35%, must then qualify under the city density bonus program and would in turn be required to apply for a lot area modification for the additional density. And as is currently written, the city density bonus program, along with the city's affordable housing policies and procedures, requires that all units above the site's base density or density allowed by the state density bonus law must be rented at affordable levels. So that would be 80% of the area median income. And that's a low affordability to low income households. Actually, this would mean to low income or very low income households, so low income or lower. And therefore, to be compliant with the city program, all 67 proposed rental units above the maximum of 77 units allowed by the state density bonus law must be rented at that 80% AMI to low income or below. However, it's important to note that the city is currently in the process of updating the affordable housing policies and procedures, and they are anticipated to be completed a little later this year. So in order to allow for greater flexibility for the varied income levels, and when I say varied income levels, I mean moderate income or middle income, so low, very low, moderate, or middle income households, these procedures would be needed to, the procedures would need to be amended accordingly to allow that flexibility. And next slide, please. And so the next slide, so there's a unique provision in the state density bonus law. It's almost a twist, if you will, in the law that requires the state density bonus projects in the coastal zone to be consistent with the Coastal Act. And it goes forward to state this section, this is subsection M of the actual state density bonus law, states that this section does not supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the California Coastal Act of 1976. Any density bonus, concessions, incentives, waivers, or reductions of development standards and parking ratios to which the applicant is entitled under this section shall be permitted in a manner that is consistent with this section and Division 20 of the Public Resources Code. So therefore, although a project may be eligible for a concession or development standard waiver under the state density bonus law, that would still need to be evaluated against the city's coastal land use plan and the contents and policies therein. And next slide, please. And then we move into the coastal land use plan policy consistency. And the project site is located within the coastal zone and, as mentioned in the previous slide, must be found consistent with the California Coastal Act and the city's local coastal program, which implements the California Coastal Act at the local level. And currently, the coastal land use designation of coastal oriented commercial / medium high density residential has the maximum dwelling units of 27 units per acre. And this land use designation allows mixed use projects. However, there is a requirement that the mix have a minimum of 30% coastal related commercial uses and up to 70% residential uses. And next slide, please. And this slide describes the overarching intent and purpose of the coastal land use designation and the zoning designation. So the coastal oriented commercial land use designation, and this is directly out of the coastal plan, strives to achieve balanced use of the waterfront and maintain the small scale and local character that is unique to the area. Land uses that maintain and enhance the desirability of the waterfront as a place to work, visit, and live are encouraged. And the corresponding ocean-oriented commercial zoning is intended to foster a vital mixed-use neighborhood and preserve and protect the coastal environment in terms of light, air, and visual amenities. And next slide, please. And so this provides an overview of circulation and the Transportation Division's current collaboration with the applicant. And as noted, we do have Jessica Grant available should questions arise relating to that aspect of the project. And currently, transportation staff are working with the applicant on anticipated right-of-way improvements, ones that could be foreseeable. And just to note that the project would be required to meet the pedestrian master plan. And transportation planning and traffic engineering staff have suggested an alternative design solution that would address concerns related to street width, loading, and loss of parking on Gray Avenue, as some of those variable widths of the street were a component of the applicant's proposal. And next slide, please. So, and here we segue into zoning consistency, and specifically with the outdoor living space requirement. And residential development in the OC zone requires outdoor living space, either in a private outdoor living, either as private outdoor living space or as common outdoor living space. And in this instance, the applicant proposes common outdoor living space for the project. Therefore, a minimum of 15% of the net lot area must be provided on grade and be accessible to all units, and at least one area must have minimum dimensions of 20 feet by 20 feet. And it does appear that the 20 feet by 20 feet standard has been met, and possibly in more than one location. However, the project proposes approximately 8.2% of the 15% outdoor living space that would otherwise be required. And the applicant has requested a development standard waiver under the state density bonus law in order to reduce this requirement to the lesser level. And next slide, please. And so this, it touches again on the OC zone, which prescribes the mixed use ratios of residential to non-residential. So residential development is only allowed as part of a mixed use development where the residential use does not exceed 70% of the total building floor area of the development project. And the proposed development project provides more residential development than allowed. So with a ratio of approximately 87% residential to 13% non-residential or commercial floor area. And this is another instance where the applicant has requested a concession under the state density bonus law in order to achieve the proposed residential floor area. And next slide, please. And here's additional zoning consistency related to off-street parking, which are the requirements per Title 22, which again is the city's coastal zoning ordinance. And per the zoning ordinance, the project would, by strict application of the zoning ordinance, I should preface that, the project would require 373 vehicle parking spaces and 13 bicycle parking spaces. However, a total of 210 parking spaces are proposed, with 114 parking spaces being allocated to the residential use and 96 spaces dedicated to the non-residential component. However, the project is eligible for a substantial parking reduction per the state density bonus law due to the site's proximity to the Amtrak rail station, which is less than a quarter mile away from the project site. But to approve a coastal development permit, however, again, the Planning Commission must find that the project is consistent with the coastal land use plan parking policies and satisfies parking demand. Therefore, a parking demand study would be required to accompany a formal application for a coastal development permit to ensure that the provided parking spaces are meeting the demand for the project. And next slide, please. And to get into some of the visual aspects of the project and the height. So this is just a bit of an overview on the height and stories proposed. The OC zone has a height limit of 45 feet and 3 stories. The proposed development would be 59 feet at its highest peak and 4 stories. And this is another component of the project where the applicant has requested a development standard waiver under the state density bonus law in order to achieve the proposed height and stories. And next slide. And this is where we get to the lot area modification. And as noted prior, for proposed density above that allowed under the state density bonus law, the project then must qualify under the city density bonus program and apply for a lot area modification for that additional density. And just to provide a little comparison, under the corresponding medium-high density tier within the AUD program, and just to reinforce that this program is not currently applicable in the coastal zone, a maximum of 56 units with a maximum average unit size of 905 square feet would be allowed, and 6 of those units would be required to be provided as inclusionary rental units affordable to moderate income households. And next slide. And as a component of the project, of the residential component of the project, 12 condominium units are proposed. And this would require approval of a tentative map and separate findings for the tentative map itself and also for the condominium development. And above and beyond what would be required for a rental unit, condominium units require additional amenities such as laundry facilities, private storage space, and so on. And next slide. And so the applicant has requested conceptual level design review by the Architectural Board of Review, or ABR. And so the application for that request is in, and the project is tentatively scheduled for the July 13th, 2020 ABR meeting for full board conceptual review. And that would be the first time that the project would be seen by the ABR. And next slide. And so the next step in the process would be following conceptual comments from the Planning Commission and ABR. The applicant can then consider and may submit a formal application for the proposed development using those different application types that were outlined earlier in the presentation. And next slide. And so these are the questions that the staff and the applicant have assembled to try to focus the discussion on some of the bigger items at hand, the more broader reaching, overarching elements of the project. So is the proposed density appropriate? And is the ratio of market rate to affordable units appropriate? are the proposed affordable income levels appropriate? And when I say that, again, when I mean income levels, I mean very low, low, moderate, or middle. So that whole array of affordable income brackets, if you will. And does the commission have a preference for low, moderate, or mixed income in those different affordability brackets? And is the proportion of residential to non-residential use appropriate for this zone, site, and the Funk Zone neighborhood overall? And is the height and massing of the development appropriate for this location? And is the amount of outdoor living space appropriate? And then with the subsection of for the condominiums, based on the findings that are required for a subdivision map and the condominiums themselves. And then also is the outdoor living space appropriate for the apartment components of the project overall. And next slide, please. And to quickly summarize, first off, staff would like to note that staff appreciates that this is not a luxury condominium project, and are supportive of additional units, of additional residential units. But at the same time, it is necessary to point out where there are concerns or areas of potential inconsistency with the zoning ordinance or coastal policies. And as such, staff requests feedback from the Planning Commission on appropriate overall density, the ratio of market rate to affordable units, and the affordable income levels, them being the very low, low, moderate, and middle for the project. And also to meet the intent of the state density bonus law and the city's density bonus program, staff believes that significantly more affordable units are required in exchange for the extraordinary amount of additional market rate units being requested. And staff would prefer that a mix of affordability levels are provided, including moderate income for those units above the state density bonus mandated 35% density bonus. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions, and also with, again, note that Jessica Grant is here with the Transportation Division. And maybe we can quickly slide back to the slide right before that has the questions to leave it on, as the commission may have questions to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Dostalek. What I'd like to do is go right into the applicant's presentation. That's going to take some time, and we need their presentation up on the screen. And then Mr. Bolton can help us bring this information back when appropriate. Again, the sequence will be after Ms. Elledge and that team makes a presentation. We're going to quickly come back to the commissioners for transportation related questions of Jessica Grant to value her time and then excuse her. Then we're going to go to public comment, and we'll take a break from there, bringing back our questions and ultimately deliberations. Welcome, Ms. Elledge.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. All right. And thank you, Timmy, for my first slide. I'm Suzanne Elledge, founder of Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services. And I and the project team are very pleased to be with you today to present this project, which we've been thinking deeply about for a long time. We're very excited about what we're going to be showing to you. We're eager to hear your guidance. We have fewer concerns than staff does. And so we're excited to present our thinking and our rationale behind the proposal. And because we've taken an innovative approach to land use and the site planning and the project design, we're seeking early review from you and our project concept and the underlying rationale. This is an important project. As Robert mentioned, it encompasses 2 acres on a full city block in the heart of the Funk Zone. And there is a true and special opportunity here to create a significant number of rental housing units in one of the areas of the city where it is so needed, where there are so few, and we think it's most needed. We're taking a collaborative approach. In this concept phase, we've met with a variety of stakeholders, housing organizations, housing advocates, artists, neighbors. We spoke with city staff months ago, and of course have been talking with them since we filed the concept review package. And now here we are with you, and we'll be with ABR in a week or so. And we're collecting all the information we can and sharing, as I said, the rationale and our thinking behind this project. And we've already received some great comments and great guidance that has affected our thinking. And we're going to take everything that we learned throughout this outreach process. And if the project is sort of fundamentally embraced, we'll be taking all of those comments into consideration in preparation for filing a formal application package with the city. Next slide, please. So I want to introduce you to our team. First, here today representing the owners and also serving as our legal counsel is Robert Forzandi. Our architect, Christine Perrone, is here, partner with Canal Collective. Senior planner from my office, Heidi Jones. Courtney Jane Miller and Nicole Horn are our landscape architects from CJM LA. And we have our civil engineers, Mike Hamilton and April Wydell from RRM. We're all here for you today as a resource for the discussion. The presentation will just include myself, Robert, Christine, and Courtney. So regarding the presentation, we plan to share our vision first and then get into the nuts and bolts. It's a lengthier presentation than usual for the size and scope of the project, and we really appreciate you, Chair Schwartz, for allowing us to take a lengthier time than is typical. There's a lot to cover, so thank you for that. Next slide, please. What I'd like to do at this point is invite Robert to take a few minutes to speak on behalf of the owners, and then we'll get going with the presentation.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Chair Schwartz, members of the commission. Thank you for taking the extensive amount of time you set aside for us this afternoon to consider what we believe is going to be a groundbreaking, game-changing, and beneficial project for our community. As Suzanne mentioned, my name is Robert Forzandi. I'm part of the ownership team at Somo SB LLC. I was personally born and raised in Santa Barbara. I've lived here my entire life, except for the times where I left for college and law school. The rest of our ownership team are similar people who live here in this community, either full-time or part-time, and people who have long ties and connections to this community. We have a commitment to Santa Barbara. When we first purchased the first large chunk of this block over 6 years ago, our goal was always to provide a project that would benefit the community at large. It was never about making a quick buck or maximizing rates of return or profits. Even back then, before state bonus density laws and affordable housing were the saying going around, we understood and we identified housing as a critical crisis that we were facing in this community, both regular housing and especially affordable housing. And we wanted to deliver a project that would help put a chip, at least put a dent in that crisis, that existential crisis that our community faces, as much as we possibly could. A project that would provide, again, the highest number of units and the highest number of affordable units that were feasible to help this problem. And since that time, 6 years ago, unfortunately, that crisis has gotten exponentially worse. And here we are today. And because of that, we handpicked our fellow investors and our fellow partners on this project to be individuals who are progressively minded, who weren't individuals who were just out trying to get the maximum rate of return, but people who, again, are progressively minded, who want to help the community, who are willing to forego a certain level of return in exchange for providing a project that is beneficial to the community and helping to solve this crisis that we're facing. again, to get a lower return in exchange for providing a project that delivers a large community benefit. Now, this commitment, I think, is evidenced by the fact that we did not come before this commission 5 or 6 years ago with a proposal to build 57 luxury condominiums. And as Mr. Dostalek indicated, that's our base density here. We could be here in front of you right now with a project for 57 luxury units. We wouldn't even need to use the state bonus density housing law. That's just what we're allowed. We could be doing that, but that is not who we are, and that is not what we wanted to do with this project. And such a project, had we chosen to go with it, that would give us the fastest and the highest yield and the best way to make money. But again, that's not who we are, and that is not the project that you have in front of you. Instead, you see what it is that we've presented. It's a project that we are proud of, and we think will be a vision for future projects in this community to follow as well. It's because of that it's been endorsed by groups like the Coastal Housing Coalition and the Housing Authority of Santa Barbara. And as all of you know, it is highly unusual for the Housing Authority to endorse a fully private project like this one. They rarely do it. But because they saw the benefit that we are providing to the community in this proposal, they not only agreed to assist us with tenant screening, with tenant placement on this project once it's built, but they have written in a complete endorsement of this project. I think that goes leaps and bounds to tell you what we're trying to accomplish here. And I think the fact that we are here so early in the process, we have been engaged in interactive dialogue with staff on numerous occasions already. We do have some disagreements that we'll touch upon a little bit later, but we have been trying to work extensively and cooperatively and interactively to get this project, again, that we feel is a huge benefit to the community. Now, our commitment to the community, I think, is further evidenced by the extensive amounts of affordable housing that we have already offered at the outset. And I take issue with staff's comments that they don't think we've offered enough. Based on the basic calculations, again, that we'll touch upon a little bit later, this project, to qualify for the state bonus density housing laws, only needed to provide 12 affordable units. 12, that's it. That would have given us all the concessions, all the incentives, all the waivers that we need to build it. We did not come before you with 12 units. We've come before you with 27 units, more than double what we were required to do. And again, we're doing this at the outset. No one has asked us to do this. No one has demanded that we do it. We've done it purely because we believe we sharpened our pencils. We took the margins down, the rates of return down to the minimal possible, so we could provide a project, again, that maximized the number of both affordable and regular units to help put a dent in this crisis that we face. As most of you know, apartment complexes in Santa Barbara aren't that big. So it's real easy to say, oh, 27 units, that's how much they're offering to give. Well, let's look around Santa Barbara. How many apartment complexes do you know that are over 20 units, let alone over 25 units? And how many of those have been built in the last 25 years? You could probably count that on one hand. Our proposal, we are offering to build the equivalent of a large apartment building with complete inclusionary housing within it. That is the key. Because again, I think sometimes we throw numbers around real casually, 144, 27, this, that. But when we look at it in the scale of the situation, we are offering a 27-unit apartment building with complete inclusionary housing within. Now, I think all of this shows our commitment to the community and to working with you side by side to help solve our crisis. And I hope that as you see the remainder of our presentation and our extremely creative, out-of-the-box thinking design team who has done an excellent job preparing this project, you'll feel the same way. and that you're willing to make clear in your findings that what we are asking for is acceptable so that we can go back and submit our DART application, and so that city staff will have the necessary guidance so that they're able to then process our application quickly and expeditiously with as little obstacles as possible so that we can bring this groundbreaking project to fruition. So I thank you. I'll be back a little later and I'll hand it back over to Suzanne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Rather than duplicate some of what Robert just said, I think we're going to go ahead and move into showing you the vision that we have, as I indicated earlier. So we said in our letter to you that we think the project is exciting and friendly, authentic and purposeful. And now we want to show you why we think that. So I'm going to invite Christine to come on up. Christine will be followed by Courtney Miller, and then I'll take it back after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. And thank you, Chair Schwartz and commissioners, for this opportunity. We do really appreciate it. Wait, I'm going to share my webcam. One second.
Thank you. I was just going to
There you go. All right, thanks, everybody. So can we go to the next slide, please? And before we get started, I'm going to go through the design vision very quickly because we have so much ground to cover. So please, if there's any questions, please ask me at the end. I would love to share everything we thought about here. And Timmy, also, just as I think you already know, we have animation in this PowerPoint slide. So I'll be saying click please rather than next slide, please. So that will be a little clearer. I'm going to start with this slide just because I felt it was really important to start back with the vision that we had with this site. And this is Funk Zone. This is a factory industrial part of our town. Artists in our community have embraced that vision of this neighborhood, and we think it's really important to continue to honor it. And some of the facts, so you're going to see that in the architecture I'm about to present. Things like sawtooth roof forms, this gravel factory image you see, big factory scale windows. And there's another piece here I'm not going to spend time on, but for those of you who are on the site walk, I talked about the curved brick wall that we're saving. Next slide, please. So I'm just jumping right into our site plan. I think you're all familiar with the neighborhood. So, and Courtney and her team are going to talk more later about a lot more of the site planning and what we've done. But some of the aspects that I want to touch on are, one, could you click please? The pieces of the architecture that we are saving on this site, and I want to make sure it's clear, this was not a requirement. No historian thought these were worthwhile. But the design team thought that it was really important to save these iconic pieces of the Funk Zone in Santa Barbara and integrate them into our neighborhood here. So some of them are, including this grain silo that you see in this image, as well as that brick wall in this image that is a part of the Weber Bakery, fascinating history that we're saving. We're also saving the loading dock that was a part of the Weber Bakery, and you'll have images here shortly that show you that. And there on the lower right side, we say the train spur. It is a fascinating piece of our history where there's a train spur coming off the railroads that served that grain silo, and we are looking to preserve that. Click, please. So some of the things I need to talk to you about today are the site planning and the requirement for parking. We are in the coastal zone. We are required to provide 100% of our parking on site, which we have achieved. And this is an incredible challenge in an area in our town that does not have a parking zone of benefit. There is no parking reduction allowed. So we are providing all of the parking on site and doing it in a way that doesn't turn us into a big box store with a huge parking lot. And that has been a creative challenge that we met and I think we've successfully achieved. So you'll see there's the public art garage, and I'm calling it the public art garage for a reason. I'll tell you in a second. There's the residential garage in the center, and we are getting that to consolidate by using some puzzle lifts which are mechanical lift systems for parking. These get a bit taller, and that's how we're consolidating, and I'll explain that to you shortly. And then also the valet garage. By consolidating the parking, we have created this porous site design, and the entire design team and ownership team felt strongly about this being important. So you'll see those yellow dotted arrows and lines going through the site. Those are public throughways. We're calling them alleys because this is the funk zone, not paseos if we were in our old town. So we have provided a great deal of throughway pedestrian pass through on this site. And that was, you have to understand, all of this clicks together. The parking, providing this open space, and a little bit of the height that we're asking for all work together to create what we think is the ideal site plan that provides this porous, open approach. Now you'll see the purple that surrounds the edges of this site design. Those are all retail, commercial space, artist workshop, artist studios, and all of those are there to wrap and kind of make sure we maintain a pedestrian, community-focused site design. So you're not really interacting with the garages, you're interacting with commercial spaces and open spaces. Can you click, please? So one more step of making this kind of open, permeable site plan is that artist workshop you see on the upper middle side of the project facing Santa Barbara Street. So we've designed this project so that we have two garage doors that open up facing Santa Barbara Street. And then internally, we have two garage doors that open up facing our, what we're calling the artist workshop court. So when this is in operation, those doors are all open and we have that additional flow through of pedestrian traffic and people. And we're calling this a workshop after talking with the community. They're really interested in more of a gallery space. So just want to let you know, we are all on board with that. This may be workshop gallery, but we're working through these details. Can you click, please?
And Ms. Perrone, could I, excuse me, with just 1 minute. We want to make sure that everybody's understanding exactly where we are on the site plan as you're guiding us. So I don't know if you and Mr. Bolton, I don't know if you need to tag team together to literally highlight the portion of the property that you're referencing so that we can follow you. Maybe that's something you could ask him to help with.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, Mr. Bolton, could you zoom in a little bit there to the artist workshop, just to make that a little bit more clear? I tried to make these bigger images. Is it possible?
And Ms. Piron, unfortunately, because this is a PowerPoint, I don't quite have that ability with how it comes in the GoToWebinar, and similarly, the mouse disappears on here. So with this format, we're sort of stuck with what we got. So yeah.
All right, so you can't even use a cursor to show us where we are? Is that true, Mr. Bolton?
Yeah, it tends to disappear in the PowerPoint format. So for typically like through the design reviewers and stuff, we do the PDFs, which I can zoom in and out on, but just, you know, with all the animations in the PowerPoint format, it's a little different. So.
Okay, thank you. I think that this is probably the slide with the biggest issues with that. So the artist workshop is center facing on the upper side of the slide where the pink arrows are. And it's called out as artist workshop, and it's facing Santa Barbara Street, again on the upper side of the slide, central to the slide. I'll try to be a little bit more descriptive to help us out here. So again, here is an example of the mechanical lift system that we're considering. And can you click, please? So this is one of the design aspects I really want to talk about for us. And you can see on the site plan, those blue circles. They are both on the Santa Barbara side, Santa Barbara Street side, next to the loading dock, and they are also on the Grace Avenue side. And what we realized was there's a high water table in the funk zone, making our stormwater management very difficult to achieve. Usually you would do stormwater management with underground cisterns. And we realized that that would be a problem. And rather than fight that, what we decided to do is embrace it. And this became a part, again, of that factory industrial design, where every time there's a problem, it is actually a solution and a design solution. And it's a way to celebrate some of the things that we're doing for stormwater management and environmental designs that we all believe in. So those blue circles you're seeing are actually above ground tanks that are going to store water for the site. We're going to use them for on-site irrigation, and I'm going to have some more slides to help explain that. Can you click, please? And here's an image of the loading dock. If you all aren't already familiar with it, that's on the upper right side of the slide, loading dock. Click, please. On Gray Avenue, and that's on the lower end side of the slide, we are proposing some light industrial. We did see Santa Barbara Street as the opportunity for our more active commercial zone because of the existing uses that are there. And we also saw Gray Avenue as our quieter zone. And that's why we located this light industrial facing Gray, as well as you can see quite a bit more landscaping and softer uses along there. Click, please. Now, some of the fun stuff. So we see as a part of the funk zone, we see every part of the design as an opportunity for art. So here you see a couple of examples. When there's utility boxes, we can have local artists paint and celebrate them. Mechanical equipment, as you see here as well, an example. So we think there's a tremendous opportunity here to focus on the arts with this project. Click, please. And here is another slide, and this gets back to why I'm calling it not the public garage, but the public art garage. Because we, again, see this as an opportunity. We can do murals, lighting designs. Every part of this project is seen as a potential for integrating the arts into it. Next slide, please. And here we are on the second level. And I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about the required outdoor living space that was discussed. And I want to say that we're held to the Title 28, which requires that all of it be on the ground level. What we have done, even though we aren't meeting the letter of that law by showing all of that on the ground level, because we have all of this public space and other outdoor space, we have provided quite a bit of outdoor space on the upper levels. So here, when you look at this, you see courtyards. I can count 3 and other smaller areas. So I did a quick calculation before this hearing, and we actually, when you count in all of the other outdoor spaces on the other levels, we actually exceed the required outdoor living space. It's just on different levels to serve the people who are living in this neighborhood. Click, please. And here again, this is the 3rd level, and again, there's some imagery of what some of these apartments might look like. Click, please. And here's our 4th level. And I do want to point out that you see that we've internalized this 4th level. So it's not around the perimeter, except for one location. And I did that on purpose, and that's facing Santa Barbara Street, because I wanted this kind of iconic piece of architecture next to one of our main entryways into the site. We are also on the lower side of the site is a roof deck for the residents, and there's a little image of what that might look like, a very large outdoor roof deck for them to enjoy. Next slide, please. Also the roof plan, and we are looking at doing quite a bit of green roof up on this roof as a part of the design, but also because of the owners and the team's commitment to environmentally friendly, sound green building techniques. And we are happy to talk to you more about those. We've been thinking about them a lot if you have questions. Next slide, please. So here is our Yananali elevation. And one thing I'd like to point out is on the right side of the slide is Pally Wine. That's the existing building. And on the left side, you see the yellow and white. That's the Michael Cape building. There's Santa Barbara Avenue and there's Gray Avenue. And so our proposed site is in the middle. And what you can notice is we've been very careful about crafting our design so that it reflects the nature of the buildings around it. So you see our brick building which is that red color one, is similar in scale and height to the Pally Wine building, its neighbor. And then there's that large break in between the two of our buildings of our site. We have been doing all of the site design to break down the look of it. It's not presented as one big mass, but a bunch of discrete buildings. So you'll see that on the Santa Barbara Avenue, we've stepped down the architecture to relate to our neighborhood there, and that's the Michael Cape. Can you click, please? Here's a bit closer up. You can get a sense of the architecture. Again, we are looking at kind of a brick-looking building on the Gray Avenue side, a big break between the two, and then we step down the architecture on Santa Barbara Street to relate to the smaller structures there. Next slide, please. And so we've just turned the corner here, and now we're on Santa Barbara Street. And here you can see some of the design elements that we're talking about with the sawtoothing of the roof forms. Can you click, please? We just zoomed into the more northern side of Santa Barbara Street. And here are some examples of the design inspiration with sawtooth factory forms, and you can see that in the sketch. And there's that artist workshop gallery on the left side, and a couple of images of what that might look and feel like if those garage doors are open and it's all kind of open air from all the way from the public Santa Barbara Street, deeply internal to the site. Can you click, please? And here we are on the south side of Santa Barbara Street. And this is one of the things I wanted to really talk to you about again, is here you see that piece of architecture with the gray building above it and the round drums below it. And those are our water tanks. And we really want to celebrate this idea of how we're dealing with our stormwater management in an environmentally friendly way and celebrate it and make that an important piece of this project. And so you see the kind of inspiration images, one just the tank, but also the other one is a gravel factory, which had those big drums below it and the architecture above. And so we're using that as a spring point for this architecture. And next to it, there is that deep paseo that you see. And then next to it also is a substantial amount of one story, and that's the loading dock, which was quite a gift, we think, to preserve that much one story, which is airspace above that we cannot develop. But again, the owners and the team felt strongly about keeping these pieces of the Funk Zone architecture. Click, please. So we just turned around here to Mason Street, and this is the elevation there. Can you click, please? And here's the inspiration for what is that curved piece of architecture. It is referencing actually a piece of architecture that's on site now that uses what's called a bowstring truss. So we have that curve to that architecture. And I'm happy to talk to you about that later if you have questions, but I want to keep moving here. Click, please. Click again, yeah, there you go. So we are saving that Weber Bakery brick wall, which is just beautiful. And anytime as a team we decided to do was when we're really touching some historic pieces of architecture like this brick wall, we don't want to try to mimic it or fight with it, but we want to complement it. So we use that concept of these folded metal panels that float above the brick wall in a little bit more contemporary approach for this piece of architecture. Click, please. And so we just turned the corner and we're now on Gray Avenue. And here's the architecture that you can see. Can you click, please? And just to zoom in quickly, that's the silo. And what we decided to do is, historically, this silo was open at the bottom to allow the train cars to go underneath and serve the Weber Bakery. So we decided to enjoy that and do it a more artistic interpretation and just open up the bottom. And I'm happy to talk to you more about that design thinking, but we thought it was fun and becomes this wonderful portal to the site. Click, please. I'm just going to go through a few, vision sketches that we have. Here we are at the corner of Santa Barbara and Yananali. Again, you're looking at that section, our corner, which is, smaller scale, relates to Michael Kate, and it's all actually patios and outdoor space, making it, again, feel lighter and more relating to the neighboring structures. Click, please. Here we are, we're across from Topa Topa here, and that is that main alley into the site that's so important, and that one piece of 4-story that I really wanted as this kind of beacon, this icon. And again, you're seeing the water tanks and that piece of architecture above. Click, please. Now we've got, turn the corner, here we are at Mason and Santa Barbara Street. You're seeing that bowstring truss kind of architecture and the 1-story loading dock as well. Click, please. And we just turn the corner, and again, here's the silo reimagined. If you want to know where the mouse, dog, rat came from, I'm happy to tell you. It's all Santa Barbara references. Click, please. And here we are back at Yananali in gray, looking back at our site with the kind of brick piece of factory architecture. And there is Pally Wine on the other side, giving you, again, a sense of scale. And click, please. So before I wrap up, I want to talk a little bit about height, of course. So one thing that you can see here is the project site in red. And what we did is an analysis, and it's in your packet, so I'm not going to spend too long on this. So if you have questions, please ask me. We can come back to it. But you can see our perimeter is that yellow 30 to 45 foot range. And that is similar in scale and height to, say, the Pally Wine building at Yananali or the office building at Gray Avenue. And the gold, which is the taller sections over 45 feet, again, are internalized to the site. The other thing we saw here was just the pattern of our development was similar in its density to the surrounding neighborhood. So that was a useful slide. Click, please. Again, more information on the height, and I know we have a lot to cover here, so please ask me questions about this. What we're showing is that, most of our site is below the 45 foot. Most of it is below 50 feet, and just a little bit goes over 50 feet. And click, please. So I think we're going to try to switch over to show this walk around, and I can't speak to you while we're doing this animated walk around, so I'm going to explain quickly. It's going to start here. It is at Santa Barbara and Yananali. We're going to go down Santa Barbara. We're going to go up Mason. We're going to turn onto Gray, go on Yananali, and come back to this corner. So, Mr. Bolton, could you please run that animation?
Are we having technical difficulty?
Madam Chair, I think it's the animated tour without any audio.
So it appears that we might have audio. We haven't been able to get audio during animations. So if Mrs. Perrone would like to try to narrate what we're seeing, but we've given her instructions to give you an idea of what needs to happen because we haven't had narration capabilities while playing a video. So that could be a new feature that they just launched. With GoToWebinar, we've seen lots of other changes today, so maybe that's something new that we weren't aware of. So we can maybe try it for the next one.
Okay, sounds good. I think we can go back to this if we need to. I just hope that the commissioners were able to note how little of the fourth story that you can possibly see with this animation, and we can run it again if that helps. But rather than doing it now, unless it's requested, I'd like to do one more animation before we go back to Suzanne. And this is going to be a Google Earth fly-through. So what we've done is actually taken our project massing study, our project, and dropped it literally into Google Earth. And so that you can actually see what this building looks like in that real environment. And it was requested from us that we show a couple views from the freeway. So that's what you're going to see while we go through here, is we're going to fly around and then we're going to land on the freeway. We're going to be on the off-ramp actually. And we're going to stop looking down Gray Avenue, and then we're going to stop looking down Santa Barbara Street. So could we please run that slide? I'm going to try to speak. Can anybody hear me? Ah, excellent. So I hope you saw the ellipse that showed the project site. And so here we are at the freeway. And we're going to move down here. And we're going to look down Gray Avenue. We're going to come up a little closer. And we're going to go to a view without the project and a view with. And that's the extent that you can see this project. And as we work around, there you can see Pally Wine in the background. And here we are, we're going to stop at Santa Barbara Street and go to the view. And if you can't see a difference, that's because you cannot see the project here at this location. It's simply not visible. And that is the end of that slide, of that animation. And thank you all so much. And if you have any more questions, otherwise I'm going to hand it back over to Ms. Elledge.
Thank you, Christine. We're actually going to roll right into the presentation by our landscape architect, Courtney Jane Miller.
And Courtney, you still need to unmute yourself.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So thank you, Chair Schwartz and commissioners. I'm very excited to be here today and to share this project with you. So what I'm going to do is quickly walk you through the urban context and conceptual landscape design for the property. This first slide depicts the transit and recreational opportunities within a 5 and 15-minute walk of the site. So you can see our site is the yellow rectangle at the center, and the Amtrak station is just off to the left, and you can see it's about an 850-foot walk to that train station. The open spaces and creeks are indicated with green and a blue dashed line for the creeks. And at the bottom of the screen, you can see there's two black and white images which depict the site in the early 1800s. So on the left, you can see the yellow rectangle is the approximate location of our property. And you can see it was once part of the El Estero Swampy Marsh. And on the right, the same property in yellow, and just, you know, as the neighborhood became more industrialized at the end of the 1800s. The next slide. This shows the bike routes in proximity to our site in purple. Next slide. Bus and shuttle routes and bus stops. Next slide. So as you can see, our site is centrally located in the Funk Zone with close proximity to transit and multimodal corridors, as well as open space and recreational amenities. We see this as a wonderful opportunity for a more urban style of living, which does not include a car. Next slide. So this is our conceptual landscape plan. Just to orient yourselves, Santa Barbara Street at the top, Gray Street at the bottom, Yannon Alley on the left, and Mason Street on the right. The hardscape areas are depicted in kind of a beigey pink tone with pink stripes, and the landscaped areas are in green. And then we've included a number of arrows which help describe the circulation around the site. So the pink arrows are where pedestrian entries into and out of the site would occur, and the gray arrows are vehicular entry points. So you can see at the top right hand of the screen, that's where we have a direct connection to the existing walking path, which leads to Garden Street, the Garden Street public lot, and the waterfront. Next slide. So in developing the site plan, we've paid special attention to providing connectivity in, around, and through the buildings, as Christine mentioned, through a series of paseos, or what we're calling alleys. What this does is it results in a very walkable, inviting property, which is visually engaging at the pedestrian level. Next slide. So these alleys connect between a series of feature areas throughout the property, which includes courtyards and plazas. These spaces are envisioned to have a vibrant and energetic character, which fosters community. And these open spaces will be available both to residents and the public and will not be gated. At the bottom of the screen, you can see we have some conceptual renderings of the loading dock area on the left and the silo area on the right. Next slide. So the perimeter of the site will include streetscape improvements, which are consistent with the pedestrian master plan. And we'll have sidewalks and parkways which meet or exceed the minimum requirements of that plan. So you can see at the bottom of the screen, those are two exhibits taken directly from the pedestrian master plan. And we will have the requisite pedestrian zone or sidewalk, furnishing zone or parkway, and parallel parking around the whole perimeter. This also includes formalized parking along Gray Avenue, where currently the existing condition is sort of an informal, unmarked situation. These areas will also have biofiltration planters to manage stormwater, and they'll be part of kind of our larger stormwater strategy, which complies with the Tier 3 stormwater management requirements. We'll also be including permeable pavers, bioretention planters, green roofs, and storage tanks, which Christine mentioned in her presentation. Next slide. So lastly, these are just a series of images that generally describe the look and feel for the property. In designing the site, we took our cues from the regional ecology and the historic context of the site. The goal was to maintain and celebrate the urban and industrial character of the Funk Zone while also providing an energetic mixed-use neighborhood. So that concludes my part of the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and I'll pass it back to Suzanne.
Thank you very much, Christine and Courtney. Okay, that's the vision. And now we want to get into the nuts and bolts as we promised. So the need is housing, rental housing. And I think that you are all very familiar with that. We did include a lot of data in our presentation booklet and in our application package to you that touched on the need and provided the facts in Santa Barbara. I'm going to highlight a couple of those again now, and also wanted to bring to your attention something that was so stark and dismal that I found attached to your staff report that I just want to provide a summary to you now. If we could go to the next slide. So this information was taken from the affordable rental housing inventory that was attached to your staff report. And here's what it represents, that since 1979, there have been 1,389 affordable rental units produced in the city. And these are non-senior only units. So there's another category that includes apartments that are for seniors only. This is not those. This 1,389 are projects like what we're proposing. That's all that's been produced since 1979. And they were produced with more than $67 million of city funding. So that much money subsidized 1,389 units. The vast majority of these were sponsored by the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara and other nonprofit housing organizations. 265, that's all, 265 of these units were produced by private developers, most of which, 182 units, were subsidized by the city at the tune of more than $4.5 million. Since 1979, only 83 units, 83 affordable rental units were produced by private developers without any city funding. 83. All of these units were produced in the 80s and the 90s, and no affordable rental units have been produced by a private developer since a 6-unit project in 2002. I want you to keep these numbers in mind as you consider this privately funded project that's proposing a substantial number of rental units and a very meaningful number of affordable rental units. Next slide, please. You'll recognize some of this from our package, but I just wanted to go over the highlights here. I think you're familiar with the fact that we have 60% of our residents are renters. This is why rental housing is so important. And of the renters, 55% of them are rent burdened, which means that more than 30% of their income goes to their rent. The Funk Zone, which is in the Lower State Street component, Robert summarized that for you earlier. The Funk Zone has only 70 residential units and 66% of them are condos. In the last 10 years, only 3 units have been built in the Lower State Street component, and they were all condos. What is needed here? Do we need more high-end condos? How do we best fulfill the housing goal that's shown on this slide? The housing goal in our housing element, which says to encourage the production of new housing opportunities which are sustainable and increase equity by providing a sufficiently wide range in type and affordability to meet the needs of all economic and social groups. We need this kind of housing in this area. That's what will make housing opportunities in the coastal zone more equitable. We think it's clear that the housing we are proposing is what best fulfills this housing goal. We could go to the next slide. Okay. We know we need rental housing, and we know we haven't seen any new affordable rental units in 18 years. The need gets more and more critical. This proposed privately funded project will create 144 new rentals, including 27 affordable units restricted for 90 years. As planners, the first place we go to understand whether a project is viable is to the general plan. Will the proposed project be consistent with the applicable policies? Our analysis of this project's consistency with the applicable policies is that it is. It can be found consistent with all those that are applicable. What I want to focus on in our presentation, because there's been a lot of discussion of that in our materials to you and by staff, what I want to focus on right now goes beyond consistency. I want to identify the policies that the proposed project actually helps to fulfill. These are the foundation of the project. Next slide, please. I'm first going to go through several really relevant housing policies, and then I'm going to go into coastal policies. And forgive me if you're really familiar with these, but I really do want to read the language to really drive home how much this project fulfills what our housing element and what our coastal land use plan is seeking. So housing element policy H10. I'm going to just read the highlighted language, which is emphasized here in these slides because it's pertinent to the project, but the full text is shown here for you. The city shall encourage the development of housing and redevelopment of opportunity sites as part of mixed-use development in commercial zones. This is what we're doing. Housing element policy H11, promote affordable units. The production of affordable housing units shall be the highest priority, and the city will encourage all opportunities to construct new housing units that are affordable. And we're proposing low, moderate, and middle income rental units, and that's what this policy is seeking to encourage. Next slide, please. Housing element policy 13, non-subsidized rental housing preserve and promote non-subsidized affordable rental housing. I can't emphasize this point enough. With city funds drying up, with, this is why we haven't seen more units over the last 18 years. The funding isn't there, and I don't expect with our current situation that there's going to be funding in the future, in the near future. Housing element policy H17, flexible standards. With the new zoning ordinance update, consider changes to the development standards to be more flexible for rental units, affordable housing projects. So as Robert pointed out, we all know the NZO is not yet effective in the coastal zone, but this is an objective that's in the housing element that is being forecast. This housing element recognizes that we need flexible standards. And fortunately, although the NZO isn't effective in the coastal zone, the state density bonus law provides the opportunity for you to grant flexibility. In fact, it has an unlimited, if you qualify under the state density bonus law, you get a concession, but you get an unlimited number of development standard waivers. Next slide, please. Now I want to move into coastal policies because I think that there is a general perception that the coastal zone, the focus of the coastal zone is visitor serving uses. And that may be true, but there are coastal policies in our coastal land use plan that you'll be interested in with respect to this project. Here's the first one. Coastal Land Use and Development Policy 2.1-1, increased densities for affordable housing. The city may allow for increased densities beyond that established by the underlying land use. Next slide, please. Policy 2.1-3, Average Unit Density Incentive Program. So again, the AUD program isn't yet effective in the coastal zone because the NZO isn't effective in the coastal zone. But here this policy forecasts that it will be one day. And it says implement measures that incentivize smaller residential unit sizes. Our rental apartments, by the way, are approximately 700 square feet. Residential units closer to transit, services, and recreational opportunities. Courtney has just shown you the proximity for all these things with respect to our project site. And housing opportunities by allowing reductions to certain zoning standards in order to encourage development that's consistent with these goals. And it's clear that this kind of flexibility is what's needed if we're going to develop this kind of housing. Next slide, please. Policy 2.1-16, the siting of new development. New and substantially redeveloped commercial, in our case, sites shall be located within, contiguous with, or in close proximity to existing developed areas able to accommodate it. And that's what we have. We have a redeveloped site that we're proposing in the heart of the funk zone where all those services exist. Okay, we've got the foundation. Next slide, please, with the policies that I've just gone through. And what tools do we need to build the project? Again, the applicant is not asking for city funding. It's asking for the city to utilize the tools that it already has in its toolbox. And these tools are what's needed to create the housing that's clearly a critical need in our community. There are two tools needed to create affordable rental housing and for this project to come to fruition: density and design standard flexibility. We're going to focus on density first. And at this point, I'd like Robert to come online here and walk you through how we believe we are able to propose the density that we're achieving in this project. We can go to the next slide.
Excuse me, Ms. Elledge, if I could just,
Yes.
before you go to Mr. Farazanda, we are pretty much at closure time for the presentation. So I need to get a sense, because then we need to go quickly, not quickly, but we need to go to public comment, then to any commissioner questions of Jessica Grant of transportation, and then we're going to take a break. So if I could ask you to please be efficient in wrapping up. I'm sure there will be many questions from the commission that will afford a return to a number of your slides and to the foundational information you're presenting today. So please don't be concerned about shortcutting any of the substance. It's just for the presentation part, we really need to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. We will do that. Okay, Robert, first to you, and then I can wrap up my slide pretty quickly.
Great. Thank you again, Chair Schwartz. Real quick point that we haven't touched upon yet. Part of our partnership with the Housing Authority on this is we're going to be looking for a local's preference on the tenants. The Housing Authority will be screening all of the tenants to ensure that they're locals. I know in some of the other projects that have recently built in the city, that hasn't occurred. So that's just something I want to throw out there, and that's part of the collaboration and partnership we have done with the Housing Authority. If we can go to the next slide, please. And I'll be as quick as possible here, because this I think is the most vital issue, and this has been the biggest bone of contention between ourselves and staff. And Suzanne's slide just now showing that there have been 0 affordable units built in this city since 2002, I think is why the city just doesn't have experience dealing with these kinds of laws. But these are the tools that allow you to approve this project in the manner in which we've proposed it. First, we're looking at California Government Code Section 65915. That's the state bonus density housing law. It's all in one section, so it's many, 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 many pages. We've just taken the quick little excerpts here that cover density. Now, subsection F, which is right in the middle of the page that has that chart, that shows the density bonus that you get. So in it, you see that if a developer provides 20% of the base density as low-income units, they get a 35% density bonus, right? That's what we've got going on here. So if you look at our project, base density was 57. 20% of that would be 12 affordable units, which we are more than providing. That gives us a 35% bonus, which equates to 20 additional units. That gets us to 77 units as a matter of right, as Mr. Dostalek indicated earlier. That's a matter of right, period, end of story. Next, though, the state bonus density law provides an additional tool for you and the city at its disposal. And it's at the bottom, it's subsection N. That states, and I'm just reading the highlighted part, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit a city from granting a density bonus greater than what is described in this section for a development that meets the requirements of this section. This is a blank check for you, for the city. You are entitled under state law to give us any additional bonus beyond 35%. In your discretion, of course, when it goes beyond 35%, but this is the blank check. The zoning doesn't have to be modified. The overlays don't need to be modified. A land use amendment doesn't need to occur. Here it is. There's the blank check. So that's what the state law allows you to do. And it starts with if permitted by local ordinance. So let's see what the local ordinance says. And then again, this here is where the biggest struggle has occurred between us and staff. Next slide, please. So the local ordinance, as Mr. Dostalik indicated, is at 28.87.400. This is the city's adoption of the state bonus density law. So in subsection C, which is towards the middle of the page, it specifically states what projects meet the criteria set forth in the state bonus law. And it's right there. It says, qualifying housing developments as defined in Government Code Section 65915, when a developer of housing agrees or proposes to construct at least, subsection A, 20% of the total units of a housing development for low-income households. So we've already established that we're not just hitting that, we are exceeding that. So right there, we are a qualifying project for purposes of the city's ordinance. So you go down a little bit further to the next highlighted portion, and it says when you have a qualifying project, the project may be granted a density bonus. It doesn't say how much. It doesn't say that it's only limited to the 35% that's required by the state law. It just says you're entitled to a density bonus. So this, when read with the prior section that I just read, shows that the city has the authority, without anything else, to grant us beyond 35% density bonus in its discretion. So during Mr. Dostalik's presentation, he cited to the next section of this ordinance, subsection D, and he said if we go beyond 35%, that every single unit would need to be inclusionary. And I'm a little disappointed with that because in our numerous calls with the city staff and the city attorney's office, the conclusion that we had come to was that no, this was the city could choose whether to implement, what restrictions to put on it. It didn't automatically mean that all units become inclusionary. And again, it doesn't make sense when you read the plain meaning of this ordinance. The ordinance says, when a developer proposes a development which does not meet the criteria listed above and requests a density bonus, then the city can require all of the units to be inclusionary. But that's not what our project is. Our project meets the criteria listed above. It has at least 20% of its units as being affordable, as being low income. So we are a qualifying project. There is no question about that. And again, I don't fault staff. They don't get these kinds of projects here in Santa Barbara for, I think the news in the community recently shows why, but they just don't have that experience. So the plain reading of the ordinance specifically says that we can ask for more than 35% and the city can give us more than 35%, and we do not need to modify anything and we do not need to change anything. So the tools, I think, are clear. The tools are there for you to use. If we want to work together hand in hand to try to help solve and fix and make this problem just a little bit less, we have the tools to do it and we can do it together. So
Thank you, Mr. Yes, I'm sorry to have to intervene. I'm in the essence of time, I'm going to have to conclude, Ms. Elledge, the presentation. And just know that I think across all of you as presenters on behalf of the applicant. I'm sure there will be questions. We will be coming back to some of this information. I certainly know that I will, when it comes time for me to inquire. I'm sure the others as well. So Ms. Elledge, I am going to need to close out on your presentation at this time because we really do, and I want to confer with Ms. DeBusk as to whether or not we need to first bring in Jessica Grant before public comment, but I want to respect the public who perhaps have been waiting to see if we have any members of the public to speak before we proceed. So just a sentence, Ms. Elledge, by way of conclusion. Again, I'm sure we will be coming back to much of the information you've presented.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I would like you to know, in case somebody is interested in seeing it, that we did have a couple of slides that compared the total units with base density versus what we're proposing that we'd love to show you if somebody's interested in that. I also had a slide to talk about the 3 different options that are offered with respect to the affordability. And the rest of it, I think we'll be able to work into commentary in response to questions, but those 2 slides might be important for you all to see.
Thank you. I personally am interested in those 2 slides, so if you please keep them handy, I'm going to be asking you to bring them back up. So thank you very much. So at this point, Ms. DeBusk, I'd like your opinion as to whether or not at this time, given Ms. Grant's schedule today, we should go to commissioner questions on transportation planning, or if we should go to public comment. Could you let me know, Ms. DeBusk, in terms of Ms. Grant's time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think it would be preferred for Ms. Grant if you could go to questions regarding transportation issues.
Okay, let's do that then. Thank you. I'm glad I conferred with you. So we have a Jessica Grant, transportation supervisor. And so thank you so much for being available and your patience, Ms. Grant. Let's quickly bring the commissioners on. Any questions for Ms. Grant regarding transportation planning? Commissioner Escobedo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Grant, for being here. So in the staff report, there seemed to be, staff took the position that the project is underparked. Can you speak to that? And then it also went on to say that this project demands a parking study. And can you tell us about that study and what is incorporated into, what are they looking for in that study, I guess?
Thank you, Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Escobedo. For the parking demand, that is something the Planning Division has requested because the project is it's a zoning requirement that they're not meeting the zoning requirement for parking, and so they have requested the parking demand analysis.
And am I to understand that under state density bonus law, aren't they, don't they qualify for half a parking space per unit? It's one of the incentives.
Yes, that is my understanding.
So if we take that into consideration, the project would have adequate parking, right?
I would defer for this with the Planning Division to answer that. For our purposes for transportation planning, we are looking at what the parking that is provided that meets our access and parking design standards.
Okay. And do you, or I guess parking and transportation, have any concerns in terms of circulation around the project?
We did have initial concerns with the project as it respect to Gray Avenue. That was mentioned in the pre-application review letter. Since the pre-application review letter went out, we have been working with the applicant team and our traffic engineering team on what would be an acceptable layout for the right-of-way. And I think we've landed on that, and that's what the dimensions are specified in the staff report. And when this project returns for the official application, we'll continue to work with the applicant team on that. But so far, with that adjustment on Gray Avenue and what we're seeing as far as for the pedestrian master plan compliance, that we feel that the project can comply with those.
So thank you for that. Just one question. I want to go back to the parking. So even though that they get the incentive of half a space, they have to go through a parking demand study. And what would the outcome of that study be if one of the incentives is that they get the half a parking space by right? Am I not understanding that correctly?
Madam Chair, may I address this question? Madam Chair, Suzanne Elledge here.
I'm not comfortable with that, Ms. Elledge, pardon me, but I think we need staff to respond to this at this time. If I'm sure we're going to have additional questions or follow-on questions for the applicant team, but I want to take advantage of Ms. Grant's availability, and then we'll come back to, I'm sure, a number of these topics. Thank you.
I'll be sure to add that to my questions for the applicant.
Okay.
Commissioner Escobedo. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think I would like Ms. DeBus to answer that portion of the project.
And pardon me, Chair Schwartz and Jessica Grant, we actually just lost Allison. She's having some computer issues, so she's going to come back on.
Okay.
So I would suggest continuing.
I'll save that question for later. That was my last question. Thank you.
Ms. Ostringer, I saw that you joined us. Did you want to further answer Commissioner Escobedo's question?
Chair Schwartz, to Commissioner Escobedo, I think he asked if it was 0.5 parking, if it would comply. The parking under the SDBL, parking is dependent on unit size as well. So 0 to 1 bedroom requires 1 on-site parking space, 2 to 3 bedrooms, 2 on-site parking spaces. Then you can get into the point or the 1/2 parking space if you're located within 1/2 mile of a transit stop and there's unobstructed access to the major transit stop from the development. So I think that is a question for the applicant as to if they've analyzed that, and maybe Ms. DeBusk and I see Ms. Brooke has, so maybe she can follow up.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Allison is having technical difficulties, I thought I would jump in. That what we have going on here is a zoning code requirement, but also a need to make the coastal development permit findings. So that's why we're asking for the parking demand study. So even if they can meet the state law for the reduced parking requirement, at the end of the day, to make the finding for the coastal development permit, the Planning Commission would need to be able to find that the project would not impact the on-street parking supply. So in other words, that the project would meet their parking demand on their property. So that's why it's not just a strict zoning ordinance compliance at this point until we have that demand study. We wouldn't know.
Thank you, Ms. Brooke. And again, and as a point of reference for us all, again, today is concept review. This project has miles to go, and with a CDP not on our agenda today, I just want to try to help us differentiate from additional follow-on analysis, negotiations, ultimate Planning Commission determination and approval. I think we need to continue to focus on the most important areas of consideration in the time that we have. So I'm going to turn it over now to Commissioner Wiscombe for questions of Ms. Grant.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on Commissioner Escobedo's question, which was one of my questions, only part of this development is under this state density bonus law. So and the applicant is asking for 63 dwelling units per acre on the site. And so I think, Ms. Grant, maybe you can answer this. I think a parking study is appropriate, given that the development is so much bigger than what state density bonus law requires. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. With
Okay. Yeah.
just mentioned that in addition for the zoning ordinance and for the
Right.
coastal policy, parking demand analysis would need to be done.
Yeah, and I'm looking at land use policy or plan policy 3.1-29 states that reduced parking shall only be approved if a project-specific approved parking demand evaluation shows that parking is sufficient. So I think that's what Ms. Brooke was referring to there. Oh, do we have another?
And our concern too is just for in the right of way that, yes, there wouldn't be undue burden from this project onto the on-street public parking.
Okay, and then regarding Gray Avenue, you say that you resolved that with the applicant at this point. Is that a dedication, an easement dedication to widen that, or can you expand on that? Or I don't want to get into details. If you're comfortable with your discussions with the applicant, then that's fine. And then I had a question regarding traffic circulation. The PRT comments discuss, oh no, that's not what I wanted to talk about. Let me just see what else I have here. And is the applicant's required to provide some on-site bicycle parking spaces for non-residents? They talk about the storage unit for residents in the stacked system. So are you in discussions with them about that? Because I didn't see that on the plans anywhere.
Chair Swartz and Commissioner Wiscombe, that is something that as this project proceeds that we would want more details on.
Okay, okay. So there is a requirement for bicycle parking by non-residents, the requirement of a number of bike racks then for non-residents, bike spaces, right?
Yeah, they're correct. There is
Yeah,
for,
okay.
it falls under Title 28 for non-residential spaces as
Okay.
well. So that's something
Yeah.
that we would continue to work with the applicant team on. At this point, we don't see it as an issue. That is something that could be resolved through the development review process.
Okay, and I think that's really all my questions on transportation per se. I have some questions on connectivity that relate to what our local coastal land use plan refers to, but I don't think those are appropriate at this time. So thank you very much for being here, and thank you for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Before I ask a question, any other commissioners have questions on transportation planning for Ms. Grant? I'll wait just a moment. I have one for you, Ms. Grant, and I think this is for you. I was hoping perhaps we would have a chart, but maybe you could just verbally walk me through this. In terms of our parking requirement, both city and then under state density bonus law, and I don't know if we need Ms. Ostringer to come on, where I'm not understanding both the by right parking affordability as well as the relationship between on-site parking requirement for affordable, various mix of affordable units. I'm not understanding kind of the mathematics because, and I'll tell you why I'm not clear. I've toured almost every housing authority project myself. And certainly in the preponderance of them, we have overparked our subsidized affordable housing developments. We've used more land than we needed to, than was needed by the residents in that demographic, in that population. And so I'm not going to have a big conversation with you today about this, but I'm looking to understand both what's still required by our policies, and at the same time, what's in reality needed. Separate from a parking study, we don't need a new parking study to know what happens now on the housing authority properties. Just call Rob Fredericks. We know that, we have that data. So can you help me, or maybe if you want to refer me to another staff member, help me understand, and again, without seeing a slide to this, state and local requirements for parking, on-site parking, relative to uses, residential uses, including affordable units. And how does that tie into the fact that we have now historically overparked our subsidized affordable housing development properties? How do we remedy that? You see where I'm going with this? I want to remedy the overparking decisions that we're making. How do we do that to get to the sweet spot, the law, the local policies, what's required literally for this demographic that we're building residential units for? Can you help me try to perform triage on this, on my question?
Chair Swartz, I think I would like to have Robert, I believe in his PowerPoint presentation, he had the breakdown for what the zoning requirement was.
Okay, while we're waiting for Robert to put up a slide, this underlying question I'm posing is, and let me ask it slightly differently for Robert, and I don't even know if Ms. Ostringer needs to comment from a legal perspective. If our zoning hasn't changed in terms of on-site parking requirements, but this is, or however, if we know that we continue to overpark subsidized affordable housing projects, how do we find our way through to the more rational, practical decision-making on what should be required on site for the demographic that we're talking about, whatever number of units, that we ultimately get to as affordable, kind of income rent restricted affordable. Robert, can you talk me through any of this, or should I wait till perhaps later if Ms. Grant does not feel it's sort of in her wheelhouse, so to speak?
Yeah, that, Madam Chair and Commissioners, that would likely require some additional research to come up with some appropriate numbers in that regard. And I was also just going to quickly mention that there is some overlap between the planning division and the parking or the transportation division in terms of what's regulated. So some of the questions that are being posed to Ms. Grant are actually sometimes fall into the planning arena.
I understand. I certainly wouldn't want to put her on the spot to try to answer anything, she's not comfortable with, but just to take advantage while she's here. Thank you, Ms. Grant. I'll go ahead and pivot over to staff. I'm not going to ask staff to continue on in answering this question. They know where I'm coming from and they know my concerns, and we need to problem solve this. I'm just going to put that on staff's radar because I don't think we're doing what we need to do in this regard, and the Planning Commission has to help figure this out. I think Commissioner Higgins, did you have a question for Ms. Grant while she's still with us?
No, I just wanted to gently remind us that we're pushing up on 5 p.m. and there may be public comment. And in fact, Mr. Dostalek's comment was where I was heading. My questions overlap really for the whole project with the whole of the whole, picture, transportation, parking, and design. So I just would ask that we kind of try to move on to public comment if we can.
Well, Commissioner Higgins, I just want you and everyone to know I'm acutely aware of the time. This is, and I'm going to say, to put this in everybody's frame of mind, in the 10.5 years I've been serving on this commission, Commissioner Lodge, also together we have, this is the most complex and perhaps precedent setting, that is transformative concept review we have had. And we're at a juncture in our city's housing crisis and redevelopment and development history that I think it warrants the patience and the time that we all are, that is required of us. So I'm now going to thank Ms. Grant for participating today. Thank you so much for your time and expertise. And Mr. Dostalek, if you could just continue to be with us, I know you will. I'm going to now ask Ms. Kokinda to see if we have any public commenters on this item, and then we're going to take a needed break. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz.
Oh, are you all getting feedback? Yeah, okay. So I would just ask members of the public to please raise your hand and I'll call on you, and you'll each have 2 minutes to speak. I'm going to first call on Ben Romo. Ben, I have just unmuted you, and if Ben, you'll need to unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon on your GoTo. There you go. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm really excited about this project. I think it's a great example, and I think that Ms. Elledge's point earlier that no affordable rental units have been produced by private developers says it all. I don't need a grand jury report or a consultant's report to tell me that it's difficult for developers to make projects pencil when they're trying to put affordable units into their projects, and then they are forced to go through a process that is just, that costs so much. It's really difficult. I'm not a developer. I'm not affiliated with the people who are proposing this project, but this to me is the kind of model project that should be held up as the example, not held up in a process that too often costs developers so much they aren't able to deliver community benefits that are so reflected in this project. I am very frustrated that the city has fallen down on the job in many ways. You saw recently that the city council is frustrated as well, as they take the planning authority out of the regular process that should be making sure that projects are approved in a positive, constructive way. They've taken that authority out of that regular process for the Milpas Street project because they know that project was put through the ringer. Don't put this project through the ringer. Make this project happen and show other developers that when they come up with these innovative proposals, using the private marketplace to do it, not requiring taxpayer dollars, show them that it's worth the energy and the effort, and that we appreciate them as a community. We appreciate them being part of the solution of what is truly a crisis and pricing people out of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romo. Ms. Kokinda, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, we do. And I'm going to call on Aaron Goldschmidt. Aaron, I've just unmuted you, and whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes, please.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I'll make this as quick as I can. And I agree. I agree with the presentation of the previous speakers. This is certainly a well-intended project. However, despite the blank check approach that the applicant identified based on ordinances and density bonuses and things like that, there are other metrics that need to weigh in the discretionary approval process. And again, this will come later on as this thing advances, as the project advances and the review advances with regard to likely the environmental part. But again, if we can inform this process now, I think it would be beneficial. One of the items that was cited is the project aims to be very pedestrian friendly. Having lived down there, the neighborhood isn't. And with the U-shaped drive to get in and out and the additional traffic and circulation, I'm trusting that the city is going to be looking at traffic dampening measures, signalization, whatever it might be necessary, particularly on Yananali, because right now that's a very dangerous stretch for pedestrians and for automobiles. And then I guess finally, there is a housing crisis, but there are also other crises facing the city, in particular global climate change. And right now this project site sits in the 100-year floodplain or 100-year flood zone. And then, so I guess my question is, as other developments in the area have raised the base elevation to basically get themselves out of that flood zone by as much as 10 feet, is that being contemplated in the development process here to get it excluded from that flood zone? And with respect to building height and flood hazards, we're looking at the elevations. If that is indeed included, then the actual elevation of the buildings that we're seeing would be somewhat higher than what's being presented in the imagery. And then also, how will projected sea level rise inform the project design? Boom, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
And next, I'm going to call on Derek Troya. Derek Troya, I just unmuted you. If you, there you go, turned your mic on, and whenever you're ready.
Excellent. I'm representing the property owners and businesses at 121 Gray Avenue, directly across the street from the project site. And the business owners and building owners in that suite are concerned with the height and view obstruction. Currently, our building has unobstructed views of the Riviera, a large portion of why we purchased that building and why many of our employees and clients are happy to come to that building. With this new proposed increase in height of up to 60 feet, we are very concerned that all of our views towards the Riviera will be blocked. And that's, a challenge for us. So we agree that there is a housing crisis and that there is, work to be done. And in general, this project can, provide a solution for some of that. But we're requesting that the applicants in the city really consider the views from that direction. Additionally, we're concerned with the size and scope of the project as creating kind of canyon effects both down Gray Avenue and Santa Barbara Street. As we have buildings, kind of taller buildings on Gray, and in addition to the kind of the 3 and 4 stories by the silo that this building's proposing, we are fearful of how that's going to work. And as it's been talked about already, the parking analysis and parking challenges that are going to be created, guests and residents will surely take street parking as priority with its convenience, creating a challenge for the rest of us on that block. And we are concerned about that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Jeffrey Carter. Jeffrey Carter, I just unmuted you. You'll need to unmute yourself using the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel.
Hello.
Go ahead. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz, for letting me speak on this. I represent businesses and properties in the surrounding area. And first, I'd like to say that generally I support a mixed-use project on this site, but I do have some major concerns that this project is pressing the limits of what's acceptable for this particular site. Firstly, this project is requesting an unprecedented and extraordinary number of concessions and waivers in the context of our local coastal plan, which is largely responsible for making and keeping this neighborhood uniquely desirable and successful. This project doesn't seem supports the continuation of that vision. Secondly, the proposed proportion of residential to non-residential also seems inappropriate for the neighborhood, as the Funkstone is largely a commercial area, and the staff suggestions seem more appropriate on that point. Also, considering the single level commercial properties in the area, the height and the mass, as was mentioned before this comment, also don't seem appropriate for the location. And it threatens to overshadow and crowd and block the views of the surrounding much smaller buildings, or much more varied buildings in size. Next, the project requests a drastic reduction in the required parking. And this is a concern because there's currently an extremely high parking demand in the Funkstone neighborhood, as everybody knows. And the proposed parking reductions would certainly create a significant off-site demand that the neighborhood really would struggle to support. And this will overwhelm existing businesses in the immediate area who rely on parking for their customers. And that's all that I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And next I'm going to call on James Rogers. And then after James Rogers, I'm going to call on Carl Cross. So James, I've just unmuted you. If you please unmute yourself using the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. And it looks like you just turned it on, so you have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the owner of the condo at 125 Gray Avenue, and I also own the property at 123 Gray Avenue. And a large reason for my purchase of the properties was the mountain views of the Riviera from my floor level, my second level, and my roof. And I'm mostly concerned about the proposed height. I had always anticipated that something could be built across the street, but with the exceptions to the height, it just really completely eliminates my joy of living down here. I also would just want to elevate, what I think this could mean for just the changing dynamic of the community down here. This is really a neighborhood of creatives and builders, and I understand that the letter of the law here around the Housing Density Act is being used as a justification for cramming a lot of people in a very, very small space. And I just want to comment that I'm concerned about what this will do for the spirit of the area and what makes the Funk Zone so unique and such a draw to support what does happen down here. I also want to call out that some of the tricks that are being used here to meet the parking capacity and the lifts really do call for a traffic study, because lifts are not instantaneous. I mean, you're going to have traffic lines of people trying to move cars up and down, and what that's going to mean for the foot traffic in the area as well, I don't think could be understated. So again, thank you, Commission, for the hard work that you're doing here to protect the authenticity of our local community, and I look forward to staying engaged and involved. I appreciate and acknowledge your hard work.
Thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, I'm going to call on Carl Cross. And then I also want to say that John Campanella has also raised his hand. Mr. Campanella, if you can hear me, you're going to have to enter your audio PIN number in order to have audio capabilities. So I just sent you a chat message to explain. But Carl, I have just unmuted you and you have 2 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Carl Cross, and I've been a licensed architect practicing in Santa Barbara for the last 20 years. I moved down to the Funk Zone about 10 years ago in the Pally Wine Building. So I have very intimately have intimate knowledge of the neighborhood and the locals. And we've been part of an arts fund collaborative and tried to reimagine the Funk Zone, and spent a lot of time with local artists and the creatives, kind of establishing programs in what the locals might need. And over that time, I think the developers, over their previous project that they submitted a few years ago, listened a little bit, but really kind of plowed ahead with the project. And now that the project has changed, the design team has changed, the investment team has changed, I feel that there's been really no local input and outreach for programming issues. And I think that the designers have moved forward and without really looking at that. And I will like to say that I'm a big proponent of housing, and I've moved down here for a reason, to be close and to be accessible to the community, and to eliminate my need for a car and to walk everywhere. So I feel like this project is kind of missing a lot of pedestrian aspects. And although they're trying to keep a few of the buildings, I think one project that really represents the Funk Zone is really a non-building, which is the garden on Yananali Street. And that is a huge local treasure that many people have used for meeting places and really kind of the soul of that block. And so to take that away and to eliminate a lot of green space in there is kind of disconcerting. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Madam Chair, as I mentioned, John Campanella had raised his hand, but I think he was having audio issues, so he had to sign back out. I don't see him back in just yet, and I don't have anyone else who's raised their hand, so maybe, Tim, if you could go back to the slide. Just want to put it out there one more time. If you wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand using the hand icon. And Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, should I let you know when John comes back on, or what would you like me to do if I know that he wished to speak?
Well, I'm going to go to a break now, so let's do this. By my clock, I have 5:02, and I'd like us to return at 5:15. If Mr. Campanella is able to rejoin, I'll just take that one additional public commenter, but other than that, public comment is closed on this item. Let's go ahead and recess until 5:15. We'll see everyone back here at that time. Thank you.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes, Ms. Rydell.
I'm so sorry. Yes, this is Heidi Rydell. And before we take that recess, would we be able to acknowledge the written correspondence received by the commission?
Please, Ms. Rydell.
Yes, I just want to take this time to acknowledge all the written correspondence that we received in the PC Secretary inbox that was forwarded to the Commission for review.
Thank you, Ms. Rydell. And for those who did not hear an announcement that you made earlier this afternoon, staff is working diligently on a new technical capability to upload and make available to the public in a discrete folder, so to speak, all of the written correspondence that we receive from the public. They're working on that, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to make an announcement shortly, possibly even next Thursday, the next Planning Commission hearing, as to what that process is, so that everyone can have access to the full public record. Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Rydell? Otherwise, I'd like to go to a break and return at 5:15.
That is all, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see everyone back here at 5:15. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to reconvene the July 2nd, 2020 City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting to order. Just going to wait for our technical crew to bring back the item that we are continuing prior to our recess regarding 121 East Mason Street. And just as a reminder, really to all participants, including the general public who just spoke, this concept review is just that. We are not making findings for an approval or denial today on a coastal development permit or any other discretionary application. This review is for Planning Commission comments and direction back to the applicant team, staff, and again, once they submit formal application, then it will begin going through that process, and there will be much more opportunity for both city decision maker input as well as public comment. So with that, I'm going to come back to the commission and ask for questions to staff and or the applicant team. I know that the applicant team is poised, but before we do, Ms. Kokinda is back. Do we have Mr. Campanella on the line to speak to us?
You know, Chair Schwartz, I'm sorry to say that he was on for a minute and it looked like everything was going to work, but then I lost him again. So I think he might be having some internet connectivity issues, or like he looks like he just came back on. So let me, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Campanella, if you can unmute yourself by clicking the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. There you go. Can you test your microphone, please, Mr. Campanella?
I'm exhausted.
I know. I've seen you come on and off 100 times, it looks like. Timmy, would you please pull up our timer and
I'm okay.
Give you a moment to catch your breath, Mr. Campanella, and whenever you're ready, there's 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I had sent a letter in, and I just want to emphasize some points. I am in favor of the project. I think it's a great way to get affordable housing. And I think we're coming to a point where we have to start listening to developers. I mean, there is no real fix for the housing crisis unless we listen to the creativity and what developers need and try to accommodate it. As far as the project is concerned, I'm fine with the project, but I just want to bring up one point. Medium-high density on commercial properties does not work. It didn't work in the Donut Hole, no projects. It didn't work on Upper State, no projects. No applications in both of those zones, and we just went through a process. We are going through a process to increase the density allowed in the Donut Hole to priority, because that's where the projects come for rentals. Yet we're sitting here with medium-high density that also isn't going to work on commercial property, especially in the funk zone. So I know there's a lot of things we have to do and regulations, but we need to somehow improvise not to make this project subject to medium-high, because no projects are being produced at that level, except for maybe 12 units out of the 900 units between that we have here in the pipeline. So whatever you can do to create it, okay, by incentives, modifications, development agreement, it's really, you got to get to the place that you need to get this project built. And having medium high still attached to this project is not going to work, just like it hasn't worked for any other project in the commercial zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campanella. I'm glad you were able to ultimately connect with us.
And
Thank you,
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Kokinda.
Pardon my interruption. I do want to let you know that there was one last person who raised their hand in the list, and if you would consider letting them speak as well.
Sure, because it took a great deal of patience for the public to first hear the other portion of our meeting. So let's go ahead and bring on our last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And this is for Harry Bruel. Harry, I've just unmuted you. It looks like your microphone is live. You have two minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you. Harry Burrell, are you there? Harry?
You hear me now?
Perhaps, oh, there you are.
Okay.
Can you, go ahead. You have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for indulging me. I was on the YouTube watching and couldn't figure out how to get involved. So I appreciate it. We live across the street from the proposed development on Gray Avenue, so I'm a neighbor. I think there are a lot of positives about the project, the innovative design, the public areas, the involvement of low-income, moderate-income housing. 3 concerns just to bring up now. The primary one is the height and being above the allowable height, but as much of that, our property would lose all of our views, and we bought our property in part because of the mountain views. 3 floors of mountain views, they would all be gone. So that is a concern. The garage for the public on Gray Avenue, it doesn't seem to make sense to have a public access there where the garage would come out right where the Pally Buildings garage and 2 residence garages would all be merging in the same place. You would see a commercial garage should be on Santa Barbara Street, closer to Garden in a more commercial area. And then we have some concerns about the overall size of the project, the number of individual units, the amount of additional traffic in the funk zone, the amount of additional people coming in and out, noise levels, all of that. It's an innovative project, but it's a lot of people to put in there. So thank you for letting me give a few comments and sneak in before you ended this.
Thank you. And I just want to remark for the public that I allowed 2 additional speakers, not that we would typically resume or reopen public comment at this point, but again, you were very patient in waiting to participate, and there were some technical difficulties, so glad we were able to incorporate your public comment today. So now, Commissioner Escobedo, if you would come back on, I saw that you were waiting patiently. Any questions at all for staff and or the applicant team, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have quite a few questions, so bear with me. I'm gonna start with the applicant and then I'll move on to the staff. So if either Ms. Elledge or Mr. Forzande, and this, I'm gonna start with just some of the public comment that we heard. I just want to reiterate what Chair Schwartz has been saying, is that this is a conceptual review. This is concept review. So just to confirm, as you move on into the application process, is it fair to say that you would engage your neighbors and attempt to address their concerns, if reasonable and if possible?
So Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo, thank you for that question. I want to reiterate that we did have a meeting with the neighbors last week, and we mailed out to everybody in the neighborhood, including obviously the on-site tenants. We did have a pretty good attendance for a virtual meeting that's unfamiliar to everyone. And we were very appreciative of the thoughtful comments that were received. And yes, we did hear about the concerns of views from the office building on Gray, as well as the 2 at that time, it was 1 residential property. And now we've heard from the person next door as well. And we did make a commitment, to those people who raised the concerns that we would study that. Views are not protected. Private views are not protected, as we all know, but we always try to be sensitive in our design, and the height of this building has been sensitively placed on the site. But to fully understand whether or not there is a view impact, we agreed to study that. So we will. We also agreed to study the garage entrance that was mentioned by the last speaker on Gray. There's another entrance into that parking garage on Santa Barbara Street, and we're going to look at that to see if that can be adjusted. And really, we heard a lot from the artists on site. And I just want to say, we heard great comments. We appreciated them. And as I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, we're taking all this input, what you're providing to us today, the outreach we've done with the community, and it's all going to become part of what we consider as we look to an application package. I really hope I get the chance to clarify parking because I really feel like there was a lot of discussion about that and I'd like to clarify that if anybody would like me to do that.
I have that on my list of questions to ask. So let's start with that.
Okay.
Let's discuss the thought process behind the parking and being close to public transportation. It gives you that added incentive of half a parking space per unit. Can you elaborate on some of the thought process and how you approach that?
I can, yes, thank you very much. So let's just be clear on what the project is providing. We are meeting the city parking requirements for all the commercial space. We are meeting the city requirements for the condominiums. And that's all parked at the standard city rates. We have earned, we're not requesting, we have earned a parking reduction through the state legislation for transit priority projects, the Sustainable Communities legislation. And what that legislation says is if you are a state density bonus project like we are, and you are within half a mile, we're within a quarter of a mile of a major transit hub like the train station, and we are also within that same distance of the State Street Transportation Corridor, then you earn a parking rate of half a space per bedroom, which is what we're providing. We are not asking for any kind of modification. We are meeting our requirements and earning the reduced parking rate. And there's no disagreement about that with staff. What there was a dialogue about was we feel because we're meeting the requirements and earning the reduction that a parking demand study isn't necessary. And staff has said that they feel that it is in order for the decision makers to find that the project is consistent with the coastal policy that wants there to be adequate public access. So, another thought about that is that there's also state legislation that seeks for local communities, and this is an undefined term, but what they say is for local communities to harmonize the Coastal Act and the state, housing legislation. And it's sort of left to us as a community to resolve what that means. So you could decide that a parking demand study isn't necessary because we've met the requirements and we've earned this reduction, or the staff is saying they would prefer to have a parking demand study, and we're taking that under advisement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Suzanne, if I could quickly add on to that, Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Escobedo, to answer that question, if we also look back at the purpose behind the the state bonus density law, it specifically states a local government shall not condition, and I'm reading from 65915A2, a local government shall not condition the submission, review, or approval of an application pursuant to this chapter on the preparation of an additional report or study that is not otherwise required by state law. And that's what staff's trying to impose on us. And again, we meet the commercial parking, we meet the condo parking. The only thing we're asking for is to get the reduced parking that we've earned under single family design rules. Density rules.
State density. Can you repeat that section? What is the section?
Sure, it's California Government Code 65915, subsection A2.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Beto, if I may, I just want to remind the commissioners that it's the city attorney's job to interpret our statutes and also our local ordinances and advise you and direct you as to what the law is.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer. On to my next question. So on page 67 of the staff report, there were two alternatives to the proposed project, and you defined moderate rate units at 81% to 150% AMI. What was the thought behind that? In the past, I've typically heard of moderate being considered 80 to 120?
Yes, so maybe we could pull up the slide, which was slide 45 in our presentation, just to show those three alternatives. I didn't get to that. That was one of the ones at the end. It's a little easier to read than the one that's on the screen right now, meaning it has less information on it, if that's possible. But part of what happened when we were doing the outreach with the community was that we got feedback from local housing advocates that the missing middle and the moderate housing is really where the community needs help. So here are the three. The proposed project is the one on the left, 27 units, 20% low income. That's what qualifies us for the state density bonus. Over to, sorry, I've got control panels blocking it. Alternative one, which I want to just acknowledge is aspirational. It's 40 units, 30% moderate income. That project doesn't qualify us under the state currently. There is some legislation pending where that might change in the future. But this was an alternative that housing advocates were very interested in. And alternative two is a combination of low and moderate. And alternative two also qualifies the project under the state because it's got 10% low income. What we're demonstrating, what we're trying to demonstrate, what this reflects with these alternatives is that the applicant is flexible to some degree on the affordability levels in the mix, and that's what this conveys. And nothing changes physically with the project with any of these options. The same physical project is proposed no matter which of these affordability mixes are chosen and are seen as what's most beneficial to the community. And the other thing is, and this note's on the slide, that all the rental units we are proposing, and to my knowledge, there is no other private development project that went to this extent. We are proposing a locals preference program in partnership with the Housing Authority. And the idea there is that they would have extra points, if you will, in the application process. They'd be given preference. And this isn't just for the affordable units. This local preference program would be for all of the rental units, market and restricted. And I think that's remarkable. The idea behind this is that we want this housing to serve our local needs. And that's the thought behind that. The Housing Authority, in addition to administering that program, would also assist, by the way, with the parking. So in there, and I was really appreciative that Chair Schwartz brought up the topic that some of these projects are overparked. They have a lot of experience with this. They have projects where you have to be a downtown worker to live in their projects, so they have experience. And what they do is the residents who are renting the unit have to sign an agreement regarding whether or not they have a vehicle and that they've been rented, this apartment with the understanding that they don't. And then the on-site manager is who enforces that over time, but that is established at the beginning of the process. And that is part of what the Housing Authority agreed to implement with us as we not only rent up these units at the beginning when they're first built, but over time as there are vacancies. So that's what we've arranged with them. And we feel that really helps address the concern that some people have about parking. So anyway, back to the affordability. There's the affordability. And I think I got lost in wanting to share all that with you, that affordable housing advocates really felt that the moderate income expanded to 150 is beneficial to the community.
Okay, thank you for that. And so one of the perks to the proposed project is that, again, it qualifies for state bonus density. And so there's vested rights that you get in that law, so that you wouldn't get in, let's say, alternative one. Would you ever consider adding, even if it were 5 to 10% of moderate income in your definition? I mean, it goes up to 150% AMI to that 20% low income, so that we then get what staff referred to in the staff report as mixed level of incomes. And so that would kind of give you that ladder of incomes from low to moderate, and then you would have at the top floor, you would have condos and affordable condos in it. Would that be considered if this project moved forward?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo, thank you for that question. I don't know that I can necessarily wheel and deal.
Yeah.
What's very helpful to be able to take back to the owners is to know what you think as a commission would best serve the community. I do think that that is something that they would consider. Whether or not it pencils out, I don't know, but I think that's in other discussions that we've been having, this mix of affordability levels in the project seems to be of great interest. So hearing from your commission, hearing that that may be a mix that you would, find favorable and could support is very helpful to us as we go back and reconsider everything.
Suzanne, I'd be happy to kind of add on to that at this point. Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Escobedo, during our discussions with staff, we kind of on our end, we came up with another hybrid example, because personally, I'm one of the strong, staunch advocates of the missing middle theory, right? I think we have a lot of services for low-income individuals in this community, and I think that middle class, the working class, is who is being left behind. So I would love to do it all moderate, for the affordable units, but like Suzanne mentioned, that's an altruistic, hopeful thing that's not feasible based on the law. But something that we came up with that would be consistent with the state bonus density housing law would be to give those first 12 units, the ones that would qualify us for the state bonus density housing law, give those 12 units as low. That then gets us into a state bonus density housing law project. And then everything beyond that, any unit beyond that, would be moderate. So instead of doing this percentage game, we would say 12 low-income units, and then everything beyond that would be at the moderate level. And then that way, we solve all the problems in one shot.
And just to clarify, when you say everything beyond that, you mean everything beyond that up to 27 units, correct? And not the rest of the units?
Correct. Yeah, I apologize for that misstatement. But yeah, so the first of the inclusionary, the affordable units, the first 12 would be low, and then every other affordable unit beyond that would be at the moderate level. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And so I'll get into this more with my questions with staff, because there seems to be a disagreement on whether or not we can increase the density on this plot of land. Have you entertained using a specific plan on this property?
That has been an idea that we have discussed. It is a lengthier process. It's a legislative process, and this project is trying to get through the process in a reasonable amount of time so it can benefit the community. So, additionally, it doesn't seem that we need a specific plan to achieve the goals here. So it is an alternative, but I don't know that it's necessary or desirable.
Thank you.
Commissioner Escobedo, I'd like to just insert myself for a moment here. I apologize. I don't want to shortcut, the important questions you're asking from your vantage point. What both staff and the applicant need from us this evening is direction, kind of big picture direction. Again, I said this project has miles to go with much more communication, negotiation, analysis, public outreach. We need to help them with the guideposts. So big picture, all across the big categories, questions and comments, so that they have a sense of the lane in which we're asking them, to ride. Either what's on the table, off the table, but I'm just concerned in the interest of time into getting too much into the analysis, which, me Commissioner Escobedo, I could do with you just as easily, but I want us to be strategic. I want us to be strategic here this evening. So thank you for letting me insert myself, Commissioner Escobedo. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Chair Schwartz. I'll kind of narrow my focus in terms of my questions. I'm just trying to get a full scope of what the possible outcomes are for this particular plot of land, because I think there's some disagreement on what those outcomes could be. So I will leave that as my questions for the applicant. I'm going to move on to the staff, if that's okay. Thank you both for entertaining my questions. So just for clarification, if Title 30 were certified in the coastal zone, would we be able to do something like place the priority overlay on this parcel of land?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Escobedo, I believe there is anticipation for the AUD project to at some point be instilled in the coastal zone, but the time frame is uncertain at the moment.
Okay.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Hi, Commissioner Escobedo, just to follow up on that. In addition to not knowing the timeline, we also have an underlying land use designation that's 27 units per acre, which means that this would not be part of the priority housing overlay unless there was an amendment to the land use plan as well.
Correct. I just wanted to confirm that we can't just put the priority overlay anywhere we want in the city without amending the land use, right? The land use intensity?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Escobedo, can I just clarify a point on that matter, if you don't mind? We are not asking for that designation. The density that we're requesting, we relate it to you as a PHO density level because people understand PHO and what that density means, and it's been accepted and used in other parts of the city. We're asking for an increase in density and related it to everyone as a PHO. I just want to make clear, we're not asking for the site to be designated a PHO. We're just asking for that level of density as a base density.
Thank you for clarifying. 1 second, please. In the staff report, it mentioned that there is, in fact, in the staff presentation today, it mentioned that we're going to be revising the affordable housing policies and procedures. This, if I'm correct, is where the city's density bonus program lives. And I'm wondering if that's an opportunity for us to make some changes to the city's density bonus program to allow some flexibility for decision makers to decide what proportion of those units can be, because it sounds like based on the staff report that anything beyond the bonus density, in this case 67 units, would have to be rented out at 80% AMI. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here for us to put some flexibility in there.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Escobedo. And you are correct in that, as currently written in the procedures and policies manual for affordable housing with the city, the units above the 35% would be required to be at a low income level or lower, so low or very low. However, as a component or as part of the update process, that could be something to be considered to allow some flexibility in the income ranges for the affordable units.
And in that flexibility, would it have to stop at moderate? Could it also be market rate so that we would have discretion on low or very low, low, moderate, and market rate?
I'm uncertain if that would be wrapped into the policies and procedures, but that's certainly something that we could research.
Okay. And something. Go ahead.
Commissioner Escobedo. Mr. Dostalek, and to Commissioner Escobedo, I want to let both the applicant and the public know, as I have been in discussion with city staff on the revisions to our affordable housing policies and procedures, they will be coming to the Planning Commission in the next several months. So we will have an opportunity for a full discussion about that and to provide input. And I didn't know if Mr. Dostalek is aware of that. Certainly Ms. DeBusk is. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just real briefly, Commissioner Escobedo, and I appreciate that these policies are being revised, but as we've made it clear to staff, we believe their reading of that ordinance, the plain language, is incorrect. So we dispute that wholeheartedly. It's not what the ordinance says. So I just want to be clear as to what our position is on that issue.
Ms. Ostringer, can I get your? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, apologize for interrupting you and Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo. Yeah, we have a fundamental disagreement right now between the applicants and city with regards to the application of our ordinance. But be that as it may, things can change. This is early in the conceptual vision of this project. We don't know what's going to change by the time they're ready to submit their application. So what we're really asking is for your feedback on as it's proposed today. Do you support it as it's proposed today? Understanding that laws can change, our ordinances can change. So I think if we can get past the fact that we disagree with each other right now and just look at the project as a whole and see if this commission is supportive of it, then we can work that out with the applicants later.
Sounds great. Thank you for that clarification. One of the policies that Mr. Bolton, if you'll go to page 139 of the staff report. Policy 2.11, I believe it's at the top of the page. Let me see. I might have this wrong. It might be. I believe that this is where it states that the city can allow for increased density in a project that qualifies for bonus density. And I think it says something along the lines of as long as, and it might be on 138. I'm not exactly sure.
It's
there
on
you go.
it's on 137. Yeah.
137. Thank you, Vice Chair Wiscombe. 2.11. Thank you. There it is. And it states that the city can allow for increased density in a project that qualifies for bonus density. So if staff can enlighten me why there's tension on the interpretation of that policy.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo, I may defer to Ms. DeBusk, who has a little more experience and familiarity with the affordable housing regulations.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Escobedo. And it looks like Ms. Ostringer has also hopped on, so I will give my quick answer. I don't think that there is a disagreement between the applicant and staff that the project can exceed the designated land use through density bonus. We're in agreement in that respect. We just want to be sure that the project is still consistent with our coastal policies. And so that's what we've been trying to focus the Planning Commission on, is considering the findings that are needed for the coastal development permit as you're looking at these density bonus requests.
Okay. And so in that case, does it just default to our affordable housing and housing policies? And that's where the city's bonus density program lies?
Yes, that is the city's position.
Okay. Is there? No, I think those are all the questions I have for now. might
Thank
pop
you,
on later.
Thank you, Commissioner Escobedo. Commissioner Wiscom, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are going to relate more to our coastal land use plan, and some of them are, but I wanted to, let me just go through them. One question I forgot to ask Ms. Grant when she was there, with the density proposed that is so much greater than the base density of 57 units, staff had concern with traffic impacts, and so did some of the public commenters, particularly on Yananali Street and the fact that this is a U-shape, and there's some dangers on Yananali Street. And I wondered if you've discussed with staff conducting a traffic analysis study.
Is that question for me? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes,
It
I'm
is. It's
sorry.
for
I
the
apologize.
applicant.
Madam Chair and Vice Chair Wiscom. You know, the way that traffic is analyzed just changed on July 1st, and we intend on submitting a traffic study with our formal application package. We haven't done one so far because there was this change in the way traffic is analyzed that just was implemented. So,
yeah.
So we'll come in with one when we file our package.
So you will come in with a traffic analysis study? Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Yeah. And then just a very basic question. How tall is the grain silo?
I'll take that. Just because I heard Christine estimate the other day that she believed it was 42 feet. When we were on the site visit, it was in the range of 42 feet.
Okay, that's great. I wondered that I did visit the site with the plans, so, and I didn't go to the site visit with the planning commission, so I missed that portion of it. I apologize for that. And then another question, most of my questions are related to the applicant. So how do you support increasing density by 87% for residential units and reducing commercial to 22% from 30%, which seems like a fairly significant reduction? What is your what is your rationale behind that, please?
Thank you. Because we've got catch up to do. With only 70 units in this area of the coastal zone, there's definitely development potential there. And there's coastal policies, as I went through in my presentation, that encourages it. And we need this housing. I'll just requote that 66% of those 70 units are condominiums. And in this area, there's not a greater need in the community than in the downtown area and in this area for rental housing. So, and I also would like to point out that we had a slide that did get put up on the screen, but we weren't able to present it. It was slide 44 of our presentation, which showed you the comparison of the total number of units under base density and the affordability compared to what we are proposing. And it shows you, yes, there's this increase in market rate units, but there's also a significant increase in the affordable units, well beyond what the increase in the market rate units is. So, you put that all together, and this project is trying to deliver something that's critically needed. In this location, here's the table that I was talking about. And something I want to say about the coastal zone is that when you consolidate the housing, and this is a full block, it's 2 acres. And the opportunity that we have on a site like this, which is so rare that you have this kind of area to work in, to consolidate this number of meaningful units in one location like that really is an efficient use of coastal area for housing. Instead of having it spread out amongst various sites, it would be here on this block. And so other coastal visitor serving uses can grow and thrive, in other parts of the coastal zone. But we need more housing in this area, and the coastal land use plan supports it with its policies.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So let's move on to the coastal land use plan. And you cited policy, I think you cited policy 2.1-16. I can go find that here. It's on page 138 of our packet, if Timmy has a slide. And it basically says, redevelop residential and commercial developments will not have significant adverse impacts either individually or cumulatively on coastal resources. So I'd like to know how you respond to this, given the size of the development and given the limited open yard that you are requesting. And also, if this project eventually gets approved as proposed, will other developments with similar characteristics have a cumulative effect on coastal resources?
Well, let me respond with a few comments. First of all, let's hope there are other housing projects that deliver what we're delivering. That would be wonderful if we set a precedent in that way. You know, the other thing is we're seeking to balance all these considerations. That's what any project is, right? Is you try to balance everything that's important that needs to be addressed. And so we think we've achieved that. I don't see, when I look at all the policies and all of the regulations, that we have a negative impact on coastal resources. I don't see where this project does that. I think we help fulfill coastal policies that I cited. And I'm glad you brought up the outdoor living area development standard waiver that we're seeking. As Christine addressed it a little bit in her presentation, we do have outdoor areas that she thinks may add up to the 15%. But regardless of that, we are located where we are, just a block, half a block from the beach, the waterfront parks, other downtown areas that have parks. This is a location that I think that urban residents who would live on this site, their expectations would be fulfilled with respect to outdoor living space by virtue of the proximity to the ocean and the beach and the parks that exist in the area. And I don't know that we had a chance, I think Courtney did mention, we are improving that bike path and walking path between Mason Street and the Garden Street parking lot. So that access way is being improved as part of the project, along with the other pedestrian improvements that are being proposed.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to respond to that by citing another section in our local, and as you know, Ms. Ellich, we've gone through a huge process updating our coastal land use plan, and it's been certified by the commission. It's been through many years of process. So my question, there's a policy 2.1-15, that's on number 6, that's on page 138 of 298, section G. This states assuring the needs of new residents will not overload nearby coastal recreation areas by correlating the amount of the development with the provision of on-site recreational facilities to serve the new development. So, with your reduction in outdoor living space at ground level, it seems that your assurances of the needs of new residents will could overload this. And I'm bringing these up because these are all things that need to be considered in findings. We have to make findings that relate to our, and you understand that relate to our coastal land use plan. So, so I'll just bring that up then as a point rather than a question in counter of what you have just said. And If
Vice
you-
Chair
did you-
Wisdom,
Yes.
perhaps, we could do a better job of illustrating these areas that we're talking about. I don't know whether it was clear that there are roof decks as well as part of the plan. And so we will be sure, since we understand that that is a concern of yours, to do a better job of illustrating that and discussing that in a resubmittal. Thank you for
Right.
the comment.
Okay, and then there's a couple policies. Hold on here, I'm sorry. I have to find them. Where's the one that Commissioner Escobedo talked about?
137?
So, page 137. Oh, yeah, 2.1-1. Okay, so I just want to point out that Commissioner Escobedo discussed that policy in a different way, and I appreciate that because I think that's what's important about a discussion here at commission level. But it does say, so long as development is found consistent with the policies of the coastal land use plan, which is something, again, that I just want to emphasize here. That's a very important consideration when you're looking at increased densities. So, so I want to go on to policy H11.19. That's on, that was one of your supporting policies in your letter, I guess, on page 82 of 298. This is a parcel consolidation policy. It states encourage consolidation of parcels for affordable housing if appropriate based on neighborhood compatibility. And then you stated in your letter that this is compatible with the neighborhood based on visual studies, but you haven't added people or vehicles to your evaluation. So I'd just like you to either expand on or be able to address neighborhood compatibility, not only in relation to the public comments we received today, but also in terms of a new large residential development that includes people and cars. How many people do you expect to live at this development? Does anyone have an estimate of a range of how many people you expect to live here?
Vice Chair Wiscombe, I have not done a calculation like that. There may be somebody else on the team who has. We've identified the number of studio units, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom. There's predominantly studio and 1-bedroom units. But no, that's a great idea. And we can certainly do that.
I just feel more than a visual analysis. We're talking about people and cars and movement and public resources at our coast. And I think that really needs to be really flushed out in relation to our coastal land use plan policies.
May I ask a question there? I appreciate this ability. I appreciate the ability to have a little back and forth here because we are seeking your advice and it makes things so much more clear. So thank you for this opportunity. Part of what we think is appropriate is that, there is more opportunity for residential here. And we make the point that injecting more of a residential rhythm into this very commercial area could be beneficial. And I wonder if that resonates with you when you think about more people down there, having more people that live there, who are out on the street in the morning, going out to have coffee and riding their bikes to the beach. that's a different thing than a commercial and maybe even a predominantly nightlife area. And so, yes, the idea is to have residents there. And is that a bad thing? So I would love your,
No, it's not. We're not actually in the making comments period. No, it's not a bad thing, but there are considerations, and again, I have to, as a planning commissioner, look at the findings we have to make if this project moves forward. And that's, I think these are serious considerations in terms of the findings that we need to make. So, and things that need to be addressed. That's how I feel. One of the questions is on the height. Some of the public commenters thought the building is too high. You state that 25% of the roof exceeds 50 feet. Does this mean that the other 75% is at 45 feet or lower? Or is some of it at 48 feet, or? It's more of a technical question, but it's the wording in the letter you provided, I think.
Okay, thank you. I can look up the plans, but I think if Christine is available to just jump on, she knows that off the top of her head. So let's ask Christine if she's able to be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that question.
Pardon me, can you turn your webcam on, please?
Certainly, I just did.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Vice Chair Wiscombe. So you're correct that when we say it's below 50, it could be something like 48. We're not saying that it's 45 or 50. I can say we did check, and what we're talking about here is mostly the 3-story building elements, averaging about 40 feet high. And that's again because they have podium decks below that pushes up. So most of it's around below 45 feet. And then some of the 4-story elements are around 48 feet. And as we've been having those discussions with Planning Commission and City Council about the need to add a few feet just because of the functionality of parking and livable ceiling heights. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, well, the 45 to 48 feet is part of the CBD discussion. Yeah, so, okay. So what you're basically saying is that the other 75% is not necessarily 45 feet or below, but maybe somewhere, it's a mix and might be an average of more than 45 feet.
It would not be an average of more than 45 feet. We have an element that's only 15 feet tall at the loading dock, a fairly significantly large 1-story section of it. Mm-hmm. Most of what's below 50 feet and below 45 feet is probably in that 30 to 35 to 40 foot range. So we could definitely provide averages that you're looking for to understand.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then I'm just going to go to my last question, and that is, we have Title VII in our packet, which is on page 165 of 298. And it's been highlighted for us, some of the applicable sections of that. So I want to talk about the two units, the two single-family residential units that are on the project site. Are they rented? Are they empty? Are they, how long have they been vacant, if they're vacant?
So to answer that question, there was an error in the application, although it is correct on the plans. There is only one residential unit. The other house-looking structure had a formal change of use to commercial a number of years ago. So it is one residential unit, and both of those buildings are occupied. And so there was a, you know, a tenant displacement ordinance requirement that they were noticed about this potentially pending project. And my understanding is that when the properties are leased, there's also a provision that puts the prospective tenant on notice that the lease might have to be ended at some point due to the development.
Okay, because 3A discusses ineligibility for density bonus on properties that include existing rental dwelling units. So that's, and maybe we can get an opinion from staff on what this is, but that's one of the statements in here. That's 3A.
Right. Perhaps you want the city attorney to weigh in there, but that sentence goes on to say, if the dwelling units have been vacated or demolished in the 5-year period preceding the application, have been subject to a recorded covenant, ordinance, or law that restricts rents to levels affordable. So I think they're referring to units that are already restricted with respect to affordability, if you're demolishing those.
Okay.
But I'm not the expert on that.
Okay, well, that's something that I caught my attention. So the other unit is by the garden, right?
Yes, but it's not a
Okay.
unit. Yeah.
It's not a dwelling unit anymore. It's, yeah, it used to be a little shop or store or something like that. Yeah, okay. But there's someone living there still.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah,
Robert
I think
might.
Vice Chair Wiscombe, yes, there's one person, the corner home or the corner building that looks like a home is not being used for residential purposes. The one that's immediately to the south, I believe it's 170 Yananoli, that one is a single family home that has one tenant. So there's only one residential tenant on the entirety of this block.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for that. I just think we have to look at Title 7 since it's in our packet and make sure that we've got that covered. So that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, I think you were next if I read the webcams properly.
No, that's okay. I think Commissioner Bonderson was next. I can wait.
All right, very good. Thank you. Gentleman and a scholar. Commissioner Bonderson, please, questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins, and also thank you, Chair Schwartz, for letting me in to have my turn. I appreciate having the opportunity to ask questions, and I have my first question. It's a two-part question, and it is directed at our city attorney. So if Ms. Ostringer can join us. Hello, Ms. Ostringer, thank you. My question has to do with something you mentioned earlier, having basically addressing the idea that the city and city attorney's office is the one who makes certain decisions and gives us direction on certain laws. So I wanted to know if you could please explain to us a little bit further how to understand the hierarchy on how the codes, laws, regulations are applied. In other words, when we're looking at the state government codes, coastal commission input and position, city coastal LUP, what trumps what? How should we be listening to the project? How should we be making decisions on the project?
That's actually somewhat of a complex question, but in general, we're a charter city. So we will first to our charter and how that guides us and what we're prohibited from doing. Then we can look to state law. And in certain instances, the state can preempt us, which they've indicated that they have done with state density bonus law. So we have to comply with their state density bonus law, and then we can apply our own ordinances. Then, of course, we always have to look at the project for general plan consistency, and I think that's what Commissioner Wiscombe was doing, was placing these policies and analyzing the project appropriately through policies. So that's generally how you look at it. And is that helpful?
It absolutely is, and it leads perfectly into that second part of the question, which I was thinking might be necessary, or you might have answered it, but it would help me to get one more step here. I would just like to be really clear, as decision makers, how much freedom do we have to make exceptions or support modifications, find pathways to make a project like this possible when there's so many ways of interpreting the project?
I think your flexibility is somewhat hindered by codes and the findings that you need to make. So if you can make the findings, and the code's providing you with the flexibility to do something different or go slightly outside of the code because you can make certain findings, that's where you need to look. If you can't make a finding, find a project can't meet one of our findings, then it's really not a supportable project.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I know that this is a very touchy topic. As you said, it's a complex question and a complex answer. For me, I believe that as a planning commissioner, as an applicant, and as members of the public, it's very useful for us to be on the same page when we're trying to look at the big picture, especially because there's so much work and so much effort and research that goes into both the staff's way of receiving the project and interpreting it into a staff report, as well as the applicant's efforts to find the laws and find the loopholes and the ways to intricately meet standards that they believe is applicable. And I think it's really important for us to keep that in mind as decision makers, to really understand what we can follow and where our boundaries are. For me, I have a little bit of difficult really understanding that line. So when you mentioned earlier that that's not quite the correct way of looking at the information, it really made me want to know more about that. And now I'm not sure if you remember that statement. Robert just joined us, or maybe he does, but I was just hoping to go a little bit more into detail not on the detail of the statement, but on what trumps what and how city attorney's office needs to make that final decision for us.
Commissioner, excuse me, I'm sorry, discretion of the chair, I'm going to insert myself here for a moment. I really want to encourage all of us, literally all of us, to again look directionally, the big categories. We're far from detailed review, policy by policy. That's not where we are today. And I really want to help us try to be efficient with the remainder of our time and the stamina, which is limited for all of us, that we have in focusing on the directional comments by category, not just this slide 45 that we have in front of us, but I also want to know if the applicant has a slide with questions they want us to answer, not just, and I don't know if we can do a split screen, Mr. Bolton, of staff questions, applicant questions, but I would really like us to sort of retool the rest of our questions. We're not even yet at deliberations. We need to zero in on a direction for now without getting into too much detail, which I know is very difficult for us since we're the group that does the deep dive, but I think we need to keep moving forward. If I could just help shape the rest of our hearing this evening. Thank you.
Chair Shorts, regarding the questions, I just wanted to let you know that we coordinated with staff. These questions are the same as we were asking. We coordinated so that you wouldn't have two sets of questions to answer.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
Commissioner
Miss-
Bonderson, are
Commis-
you done or are you?
I was hoping to get an answer from the last question, but if you'd like to move on, we can move on. It's up to you.
I think Commissioner Bonderson, we should, if you have additional questions, please, let's go ahead and tee those up now.
I don't have an additional question. I was just hoping to understand and perhaps assist our ability to make our decisions today on how we have to look at the information provided. If anyone has a useful tip or idea, that would be nice to hear.
Yeah, I
Chair
can help you
Schwartz
there.
and Commissioner Bonderson. Oh, what I would say is what we're really looking at are two state laws, right? State density bonus law and coastal law. And I think a good way to look at it is that we're trying to harmonize the two. They both apply. And so we're trying to find the way where they're working together, where you can still make the findings for your coastal development permit, and we're still consistent with density bonus law, if that helps.
It does help, Ms. Musk. Thank you so much for taking that on. I appreciate it. And that's
Thank you,
all.
Commissioner
those are all
Bonderson.
my
Thank you so much.
Chair Schwartz.
Very- Thank you. Commissioner Higgins, questions of staff or the applicant?
What kind of floodproofing needs to happen? What's the finished floor elevation of the project site? Does the floodplain elevation, has it changed with the Thomas debris or the debris flows, or does your height limits take into account, raising of foundations?
I'm going to go ahead and ask Christine to respond to that. I know that we got an updated base flood elevation before we took on the concept planning of the site. But I think that Christine can probably get into a little more detail to answer your question.
Okay, to be just to help move this along, I would like to get yes or no answers if I could quickly, or numeric answers.
Yes, yes, I can, yes. I'm trying to see what our finished floor height is, and I can't quite read my slide. Sorry about that. I can get that to you. But we have purposely put between the ground level and commercial spaces, so parking does not need to have floodproofing. The commercial spaces, as we do often in the flood zone, will probably be providing flood gates as a part of the flood zone. It had not changed the flood zone designation for this property in the couple of years that I've been involved. So we're seeing this as functioning within the flood zone. Sorry.
So you're going to be able to live within the top level of whatever you're showing now, which is 60 feet. And if there's an increase in finished floor, the plate height shrink, correct?
I'm not sure I'm following that. We are not proposing to raise the finished floor of the ground level for this project. It is at basically grade as is now, whatever that
And
level
so
is.
you're just going to be 2 feet over that.
And we are going to have our spaces for the flood zone. Garages spaces are allowed to be within the flood zone level.
Okay, got it. Great.
Commercial spaces are as well, but you need to provide flood proofing and floodgates in the case that a flood does happen. So we have taken that into account.
Okay, perfect. Those are my questions for staff and the applicants, Madam Chair. I'm ready to make comments, but I'll wait till the other commissioners go in with their questions unless you want combined comments right now.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. No, I haven't asked my questions yet, so I have a few. But let me just pause for a moment to see if any other commissioners who haven't come on have questions. I'm not seeing any other webcams. So why don't I proceed, and then if anyone else comes online, we can go back to other commissioners. So just a few questions. A number of my questions were answered either through the presentations or from my colleagues. In no particular order, I want to go to one of the sheets in the plans and ask, in terms of historic resources, and it really probably doesn't matter which sheet, but I'm looking at the, I guess that'd be the northeast corner, Santa Barbara and Yananali, and that older former single family residence, which I think has been an art gallery and maybe other uses for quite some time. It just seems to be such a, I say, quaint and cherished and appreciated element in a way, its own element in the Funk Zone. And as we did our site visit on Tuesday, I saw so many members of the public enjoying the outdoor space with the gardens. And I was wondering if there had been any consideration in incorporating that to retain it and maybe rehab it. I wasn't aware if that's incorporated into the plans as they exist now. Ms. Perrone, do you have any thoughts for me on that?
Thank you, Chair Swartz. Right now, we are proposing to preserve that. We had been focusing on some of the other iconic elements that we saw on site. It would be difficult for us to preserve it on site as is without taking another big chunk of development opportunity from the site. We are already preserving the loading dock at 1 story, which is a lot that we are giving up for the ability to build up higher 2 to 3 stories above that. Adding on to this project in that house would be quite difficult for the number of units that we have up. I do like the idea of somehow celebrating it in our design for the future design. And I think that we would definitely be open to looking at that and integrating some of its lovely quirkiness in some of the architecture for the future. But I think that would be the approach we would need to take.
Okay. And then again, in no particular order, I want to ask you about the valet garage. I'm looking at, this is sheet 21, probably not that it matters which sheet we look at. I'm wondering if you have discussed the valet operations, the mechanics of it, so to speak, with transportation planning. I did not ask Ms. Grant this question. We've, of course, discussed valet, the intricacies and sometimes complexities of valet parking, both on-site and then in public right-of-way as various projects have come up. Do you have any comments for me on the valet garage and how that's intended to be managed?
So I'll take this, and Christine may want to tag on. We did begin discussions with transportation quite a while ago, maybe as much as almost 2 years ago, to talk about this. And it was made clear to us that only certain commercial uses, they were fine with the mechanical lifts for the residential use, only certain commercial uses where there's longer term stays were acceptable for use with the lifts. They, as far as I know, transportation does not have any issue with what we've proposed, the amount of mechanical lifts that we proposed and where we've proposed them. And there's also been a change since we met with them initially. There's been a change to allow valet parking for restaurants. As you guys, I'm sure know, that this has become something that's more acceptable these days than it was in the past.
Okay,
and
thank you very
Christine may
much.
have something she wants to add.
All I would add is that we did work with transportation staff and addressed their concern in the PRT letter to make sure that we also provided the required 25% surface parking. And that has been addressed and is shown in the current plans you're looking at. So we are meeting their concerns.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to ask a question pertaining to the March 15th letter from the Housing Authority, City of Santa Barbara. And I first want to go to staff, whoever would be appropriate. And it mentions two alternatives. And this goes to the blend. I don't know how we should refer to this, but the blend of units and really the demographics pertaining to the blend. So the first alternative is to provide the 30% of the units targeted to moderate income households up to 150 AMI. And then we have a second alternative being put forward, a blend of the 10% of the units targeted to low and 20% to moderate up to 150 AMI. Does staff have, and pardon me if you've referenced this elsewhere in our very large packet, does staff have an opinion about one alternative versus the other? And I'd like to know, if so, what the basis of that opinion or recommendation is, either Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Brooke, anybody who could speak to that?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. As staff, we really didn't analyze those options. We were looking at the project that was submitted for review, and we thought it was appropriate to get Planning Commission feedback before digging too much deeper.
Okay. Thank you. Now, to the applicant, do you have an opinion on this Housing Authority letter, what's referred to as a first and a second alternative?
Madam Chair, the letter is reflecting the alternatives that we presented in the project. So our discussions with the Housing Authority, other housing advocates, they liked the idea, as I mentioned earlier, of including moderate units, moderate and middle income units. And so we did provide these as options to reflect the willingness of the applicant. Do we have an opinion? I think Robert expressed earlier that he's all about the missing middle and he's a real advocate for meeting that need. But we have come to you, we've unduly placed a burden on you to tell us what you think the community needs, because there is this flexibility and willingness to provide the product that, is most needed. We really truly consider this a collaborative process. And so we've gotten the feedback we've gotten so far and would love to know how you all feel as well. Okay, and it's no burden, by the way, Ms. Elledge. This is our job, so we do it gladly. Again, I'm going to jockeying back a bit back and forth between staff and the applicant. Back to you, perhaps, Ms. DeBusk. What I'm trying to figure out and how to answer the first question, proposed density appropriate, is to I use the word triage. I don't know what else to use, but it's really trying to. I'm waiting for, that was terrible feedback. Sorry, I'm waiting for Ms. DeBusk to come online. In trying to answer that question, which is very difficult today, I think, for the Planning Commission, quite frankly, to answer, I'm trying to understand staff's analysis of current zoning, coastal policy, the infeasibility of getting enough residential in medium high, the abysmal housing unit production that we forwarded to the State Housing and Community Development Department April 1 of this year, where for 2019, we only approved 23 housing units. And of the 161 proposed units last year, 106 were accessory dwelling units, not apartments and multi-unit housing. So can you help me in any way, Ms. DeBusk, to try to formulate an understanding today so that we could possibly even directionally answer this question? Because as much as I've studied everything we have in front of us, right now I'm at somewhat of a loss to provide feedback on density, except in a very generalized way, which if I need to, I will when we get to deliberations.
Chair Schwartz, I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. I realize this is a very difficult question, that first bullet, to answer, because it may be dependent on a lot of factors. It may be dependent on how many affordable housing units and what level of affordability. And I think as we state in the staff report, staff's not opposed to additional density on this site. You know, we do support housing. We do want to see housing here, and we appreciate that they're not proposing the bare minimum as large
Okay.
luxury condominiums.
Okay.
So I think what we're looking for is, based on those coastal development findings, neighborhood compatibility, and all those things that get wrapped into it, is, do you think the site can handle that level of density? It is significantly higher than what the site is zoned for. So we want to take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Yes, complexity and a range of considerations is what's making this a little vexing for me. So I'll probably just have to give some general comments, directional comments. Let's see, I'm looking at the slide in front of us, and I had, I think, one more question. Well, really, the question I just posed goes to a number of these questions, quite frankly. I think I'm going to let it go with that. Again, mostly in the essence of time. And so I'm going to turn it back now. What we're going to do as an experiment of sorts, technical experiment, we now have the capability with GoToWebinar for all of our commissioners to come online. And we'll just see how that appears on the screen, because we've not done this to date. And Commissioner Higgins was up first for comments. Again, directional comments to staff and the applicant. Are you ready, Commissioner Higgins?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Question, are we gonna do a straw poll on these questions at the end of everybody's commentary, or just let her rip?
Thank you for asking that. From my discussions with Ms. DeBusk, we thought it would be most helpful to staff and the applicant to do a straw poll. But I think it's important, and staff has asked for us, and I believe the applicant really needs us to provide individual comments.
Okay, so we're gonna
To
do both.
whichever of these categories you feel most inclined to comment on, then we'll come back around and we'll have Ms. Rydell do a voice straw poll vote. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Wiscombe, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I would like to jump in. I really don't think that we're at the point of doing a straw poll. I think we're at the point of providing the applicant with our comments, and which they will take back and digest, and we move on. I think I think that, if the majority of us support the density and think it's appropriate, I can't comment on that. It's appropriate with certain conditions. So I'm not in a position to vote on a straw poll that answers that question and several other of these questions. So I really object to that process of doing straw polls. I think we should just.
I don't.
Excuse me. I want to ask Ms. DeBusk, and she and I had a conversation earlier about procedures, a process that would be of aid to staff and the applicant. Let me ask Ms. DeBusk to please come back on in consideration of Commissioner Wiscombe's thoughts and discomfort with that approach. Ms. DeBusk, do you have any? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I do think it would be really helpful to hear everyone's discussion, conversation. I do expect maybe a little back and forth. And then at the end of that, we can determine if these straw polls would be helpful, because we want to make sure that the applicant is getting useful feedback. And so the straw polls might help clarify some of that once we've heard the discussion from everyone. But we do want to hear your comments first.
Of course. Back to you, Commissioner Higgins. Comments, please.
Yeah, I for Commissioner Wiscombe, I think it's, I wouldn't want to have the straw poll be the sole measurement of our feedback today, because that would be unfair. It's hard to provide measurable feedback to something that's so complicated. So I think I appreciate your concern, but if we're doing both, we'll do both. So this will be maybe not quite well organized, so I'm just going to go through my thoughts as quickly as I can. So the property is underdeveloped and over its lifespan for a reason. It's in the coastal zone. We have very difficult policies with which people can come in and redevelop something. And this is like original stuff that's on the property. So something is going to happen there. And I support the project's direction on something pretty radical. And it is pretty radical. So the architectural style, the bulk and scale, my 2 cents, and I'm not on the ABR, so when I don't like playing architect, but it does feel a little like a college campus, just doing the fly through. So it is pretty dense for that area. So I wish you luck with the designers that represent the public interest for the city in that way. Helpful would be, if we do this again, or however this gets into another public forum, is a pyramid of the policies rather than a laundry list of the policies. To Commissioner Bonderson's comments, which are the most important ones? As I read through the coastal policies, I think the most important one, or all the policies, frankly, the most important one is the prioritization of non-residential private development. So to Commissioner Bonderson's comment, you can make the findings that this kind of thing is appropriate as long as you can make a finding that nobody else is competing for this space with a coastal dependent use. We're not there yet, but that's how you would do that. I'm not saying I can do that right now. And we're not in a position to do that, but that's mechanically how that would work. I do think it's a relatively high hurdle. We have had another project at the other end of Yananali at Salsapoides, or that was a good example of how we struggled with that particular policy not allowing specifically marine-oriented uses. So the process that you're applying for or wanting to follow is, I do think it's appropriate. I like maybe some ingenuity with regard to a development agreement or specific plan, but I get it. I think you're on the right path. We have a regulatory pathway for you that's less burdensome, so I think you can go for it. I do think the bonus density laws support your account, but you've got a lot of other constraints in front of you. So in a vacuum, I think you're where you're landing in terms of your reliance on state bonus density law is legally defendable. Parking and traffic, we just had a pretty radical turn of events at the Planning Commission, and it's working its way through the city, ordinance committee and council on parking maximums. And if the bugaboo here is traffic and parking, I'd like the applicant to consider maximum parking or units without parking specifically. That's not an unusual thing in the city. If you're allowed to ask for parking minimums or half a space per door, we want you to live up to that and demonstrate to us that you may have those buyers that don't want to have a car. So in your parking demand study, which I think you need 100%, I would like to see a buyer profile or analysis of those renters or buyers that will want to live without a car. So we have a way of doing that in the real estate industry. It's simply a buyer profile or examples of other properties or similar developments where people literally will do that. Not everybody will, but a certain segment of a certain population will do that. So I'd love to see that really fleshed out in a third-party analysis. The base density at whatever we're calling it, variable, I think that's a, no offense to staff, it is what it is, it's on the books, but it's a lazy argument that it's variable density. The only reason it's still variable density is because the Coastal Commission has gotten in our way of applying our new zoning ordinance across the entirety of the city. So I just don't buy the variable density as base argument. but that's just me. I'm just a planning commissioner. So that we have to come back to what it is that we want. And then as a city, help the applicant get there. And I mean that in with respect to affordability on the project and, you know, home ownership opportunities. I don't necessarily think that rental at this rate or this mix is as appropriate. I'd love to see more home ownership opportunities there. Those are my comments. So I wish you luck. Thank you for sticking it out tonight and sticking your neck out in general on a big request. I may have a couple other parting comments after I hear the rest of my commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be much more policy wonk oriented on this. First of all, I'd just like to thank the applicants. I thought they gave a just a great presentation. It's exciting. It is lively. And I appreciate the approach they took to present the materials. It was thorough and thoughtful. There's a lot of things I like about the proposal. The connectivity via the alleys that the public can use, the biofiltration planners, the existing wall of the Weber Bakery, the loading dock. Appreciate the incorporation of arts in creative ways, and also how they're dealing with stormwater management, which on a site that's that flat and in the flood zone is a big challenge. So it's a very creative design. And I appreciate if there's going to be a fourth floor that it's at the interior, so there's less verticality along the street. That said, we're asked to, is the proposed density appropriate? That's a question that I can't answer at this point. I think at this point, my inclination is that it is too dense, but I would need more information. We need to consider neighborhood compatibility criteria, and we heard that from several community members who live in that area today. And I'm going to just go into these. Land use policy LG6 encourages new residential units in the areas of the city with the highest densities. This is not one of them. So I think that's important to note. And if there's condominium units, we have to make condominium unit findings. Note C, which requires consistency with sound community planning and will not have adverse impacts on neighborhood aesthetics, parks, streets, traffic, parking, and other community facilities and resources. That's a big finding. So I think that the applicant needs to do some work to make sure that they've addressed those things. And the city may allow increased density beyond what's established, what the established underlying land use designation and zoning is stated, as stated in policy 2.1-1, but only when it is consistent with other coastal land use policies. So, you know, this is an increase of 87% in density, not including the condominiums, and I think that needs to be taken into consideration. I think that there is some inconsistency with our coastal land use plan policy 2.1-156. That states assuring recreational needs of new residents will not overload nearby coastal recreation areas. And this is also noted in Coastal Act Policy 302.52. There is some inconsistency in the local coastal policy 2.1-1. Statement that as long as such development is found consistent with the policies of the local the coastal land use plan. And it is inconsistent with some policies as it's been presented, and particularly 2.1-156, because I believe that inadequate internal recreational space will tax our coastal resources. So I really think that's something that needs to be addressed. And I'm really going through these policies because I've been through them all, and I'm hoping that it's helpful to the applicant to hear this. Let's see. Policy 3.1-29, off-street parking for new development and substantial redevelopment calls for project-specific evaluations of a parking demand. I think that's very important here. And where I don't disagree with my fellow commissioners on, there's going to be people that won't have cars and we don't want empty parking spaces. I think it's important that a parking demand be done, considering that this is an area that is parking challenged. It's a hard area to park in and recreate and go to the places in the funk zone. The policy 3.2-10, increased recreational demand evaluation, states that the project needs to be evaluated for potential new user demand and associated circulation impacts on nearby coastal parks and recreation facilities. And here I'm thinking that what we really need to do is the applicant talked about the visuals, but let's talk about the new users. Who are they? How many are they? And what impacts they will have on our coastal resources. And then policy 4.3-7 states that development shall be cited and designated to be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding areas. I'm not convinced that 4 stories does that. I really am not. And I think that some of the public speakers spoke to that today. And Coastal Act policy 30253 states that new development shall do all of the following, including protect special communities and neighborhoods that, because of their unique characteristics, are popular visitor destination points for recreational use. We have to make sure that the funk zone remains funky, that the funk is there. So I'm putting that out there. In terms of land use policy LG5, community benefit housing, which the applicant had mentioned in their report, states that mixed use projects should include affordable housing and open space benefits. And I really believe that this is lacking in open space benefits. Let's see if I have anything else here. I went through the applicable findings that we would have to make if this project came back, and one of them is the tentative subdivision map. And it's C4 states that subdivision shall be denied if the site is not physically suitable to the proposed density of the development. Further, in section D, access to public resources denies the subdivision if the project does not provide reasonable public access to natural public resources. So I think there's a lot more work that has to be done that really integrates the site with the surrounding natural resources that we have. And then my last point is under condominium unit findings, which is another finding that we would have to make on note C. It requires consistency with sound community planning and will not have adverse impacts on neighborhood aesthetics, parks, streets, traffic, parking, and other community facilities and resources. So I think those are things that the applicant needs to consider because that's what we as a planning commission will have to consider in findings. So just to close, by allowing the outdoor living space to be less than 15%, and I realize that they have it on the second and third floors above, but on the ground floor, there is inconsistency with land use policy 2.1-156. So I think that I am totally for affordable housing. I think this is a great start, and but I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done to bring this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. My apologies. I've lost track of who came on next. Do you mind if I just go down the list here? Commissioner Escobedo, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Higgins and Vice Chair Wiscombe have made some excellent points. I think when taking a look at this project, I really admired the creativity, the thoughtfulness, I really appreciate its focus on the arts and what makes the Funk Zone the Funk Zone. The Funk Zone is a very organic place that kind of caught Santa Barbara by surprise. And I think in many ways, this project adds to what makes the Funk Zone so successful. I think its open concept of having the alleyways is a fantastic idea. I think having the open public spaces and not gating those off to just residents, I think that's a fantastic idea. I appreciate the applicant's flexibility in what type of units that they have and the proportion that they have them. So I feel very positive about this project, and I'll just start going down the line. Is the proposed density appropriate? I do think that it's appropriate, with the caveat that there are some concerns that need to be addressed. And Vice Chair Wiscombe named some about maybe some more open area. I do think that it would be nice if we can take into consideration the second, third, and fourth floor open area to take that into consideration in addition to what's on the ground floor. My concerns about the density revolve more about traffic on Yananali, because I spent plenty of time on those streets riding my bike and walking around, and it doesn't lend itself to much vehicular traffic. And so I actually think it's a positive thing if we have fewer parking spaces. But to Vice Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Higgins' point, I would like to see a parking demand study. I didn't feel that way necessarily at the beginning, but I've been convinced during this commission meeting. I would like to see, and this is just a note to staff, I would like to see us revisit the city's density bonus program for projects like this. I think it's very clear that medium high density on commercial property just does not work in terms of producing any housing, let alone affordable housing. So I would like to add that. The ratio to market rate to affordable units, as I stated earlier, I'd like to see a blend. So I would like to see the 80% AMI. If it's 10%, it still gets you that density bonus. And then the 20% up to, or the additional units up to 27 units would be that moderate income. I think that the community benefits, but also the residents benefit from being in a blended use residential project like that. Let's see. Excuse me. The proportion of residential to non-residential use. I think this is kind of where I can go back and forth. I'd like to see an exception because I'd like there to be a larger focus on residential, but I do understand that it does put a bigger strain on local resources. So maybe there's a middle ground between that, in which we increase it, getting closer to the 30%. I know 30% kind of limits the envelope that you can dedicate to residential. So I'd be interested in that. Height and massing of the development, 69% of the building is at 45 feet or below. I think only 17% is at above 50% or 50 feet rather. And most of the fourth story structures are at the interior. You're not going to see them very often. I do encourage the applicant to work with their neighbors to address some of their concerns if possible. But I think the height and massing of the development is fine. I think I'm more concerned with Vice Chair Wiscom's point about people and how many people are we going to have there rather than the size of the building. So I'd like to see some sort of study or something to show us the next time this comes around. And is this outdoor living space appropriate? I think, to my previous point, I could find that it is if you incorporate the second, third, and fourth floor spaces. I would like to see some additional ground floor, but I could go either way. And I think that wraps up my comments.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Lodge next. Please, with comments, Commissioner Lodge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go through the list here on the screen. Is the proposed density appropriate? I don't know. I can't answer that. I think it's probably too high. I could support increased density on this site, but not that much. Is the ratio of market rate to affordable units appropriate? Well, the more affordable we can get, the better. It's sort of the same question as following. Does the commission have a preference for low, moderate, or mixed income? I would prefer mixed income. And is the proportion of residential to non-residential use appropriate for the zone site in the Funk Zone neighborhood? I was shocked when I looked at the ground floor plan and saw that there are 2 restaurants, 1 cafe, a bunch of retail, and some artist facilities, and 1 little space that's light industrial. Really? Do you think that's going to work there? I'd prefer to see the whole building residential, or I think there is a need for the artists' spaces. But the retail and restaurant uses are going to generate a bunch more jobs that are low wage, creating more demand for affordable housing. And if I had my druthers, I'd save the garden area. I would not have all those restaurants, and for open space. And I think that the building, this is a building that covers 2 acres. There isn't anything like it in the city. Perhaps the old lemon packing house, but it's not anywhere near the height that this is proposed to go. And the amount of outdoor living space, I was really shocked when I got to the last page of the 298, and there was the plan showing the open space, and it includes counting the passageway from the sidewalk into the public parking area. It includes little bits that are between the sidewalk and the building, utterly useless as open space. The point of using open space is to have some space that can be used. And it really surprised me after having heard the architect, Christine Piron, when presenting, given that she said in her presentation on the project proposed for the Staples parking lot, what she said was, open space is incredibly important. Well, I agree. It is incredibly important. And 8%, of which part of it is useless open space, that will never work for me anyway. So the amount of outdoor living space for the condominiums is probably appropriate, but definitely not for the apartments. There isn't any kind of, sometimes in projects this many units, there's a room with exercise equipment and so on. There isn't even any of that. So this is too much proposed for this site, and I can't support it as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Bonner, some comments?
Sorry about that. Excuse me. I was having difficulty turning on my mic. You can hear me, correct? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So since we're supposed to provide feedback on the project as it's proposed today, I'm inclined to support the proposed density as it is with, if that means making an exception to the city's density bonus regulations or specify the required proportions of residential to non-residential use to support mixed use development. And that's because this project would positively shift the proportion of the whole area, not just the site, but the funk zone. And I support that because at the moment, at least as we're looking at the neighborhood as it is now, there's no housing currently in this area, or very little housing, if any at all. If I remember correctly, I believe it was 0 housing. And we cannot project at this moment if there'll be new housing in the upcoming years on several of these adjacent properties. So for me, I feel like the outdoor living space that's provided with this property at the moment can be considered sufficient, simply because when somebody chooses to live downtown, they're choosing to live in a city and they're choosing to have a city lifestyle. I understand from what was presented today, in addition to the drawings and the verbiage, that there is sufficient outdoor space. Now, that might be on the ground floor and it might be up at a higher level. And as long as we're, able to count all the outdoor space on all the levels, it seems from what was stated by the applicant that they meet or they're very close to meeting the outdoor space goals. And the reason that this doesn't bother me is because there are enough amenities, including the beach and other outdoor activities within easy walking distance. People who want to live this lifestyle have the choice of riding their bikes and finding other activities. Now, that is just an opinion. I know that there's, the need to really focus on whether or not we can make these findings on the list. So I'm going to go back to that, but I just wanted to hit those two ideas together. As it is now, I think it's important that we keep in mind that the introduction of more affordable housing and the proposal for higher density mixed use rental housing projects versus that lower density consisting solely of luxury condos should be valued and rewarded, not stifled, especially considering Lower State Street and the community as a whole is in such a great demand for these residential units, and we're required by state law and the city's affordable housing policies and procedures to actually comply with this need. So this is a very interesting and creative solution to start really making that happen if it were to be able to move forward to the next level. I'm hesitant with the idea of precedence, since this project would be the first ever mixed use project of this size proposed in the city. However, at the same time, this is the time of unprecedented change and the introduction of integration of mixed use projects. More specifically, it's been addressed as the blended use, which was repeatedly recommended to us in the 2019 COSMOT report. So projects like these are not new concepts. They've simply been received very unenthusiastically, and we need to encourage that one project to finally set precedent. With regard to the questions about affordable income levels and preference to low moderate mixed use income, I would like to say that for me, if you're just looking for an opinion here, I would love to see more low, affordable, and that missing middle moderate. I really was appreciative of the second alternative that was proposed, which was looking at 10% low, 20% moderate, because this would be very beneficial to the community. And it also provides an opportunity for that income range to actually live near the beach, live in the coastal zone, which we don't see much of. The proportion of the residential to non-residential use question, I would just like to say that for what I understand is being done on the ground level, I think that the design has accomplished a very nice human scale where people are still interacting with that ground level. From my understanding, much of the original use of artist studios has not been compromised. They've made a significant effort to maintain a lot of those uses and really get people to interact with the ground level. Certainly with the introduction of public amenities like restaurants and so on, but also the outdoor space that's dedicated to interacting with the retail and the artist studios that are being proposed here. I find that kind of design to be very supportive of the Funk Zone neighborhood, and I don't find it to be discouraging that this proposal is suggesting 2, 3, or 3 levels of housing on top of it. If done well, if designed appropriately, a person on the ground floor won't find that to be disruptive to their experience there. In fact, I believe it draws people into that area and allows the blocks to actually connect. I think that connectivity was very well done, and I think it's very important. I think I've already answered the next question about height and massing. I am in support of it in this location. I'm not disturbed by the approach that the designers are taking. I certainly understand that there will be some evolution to this project, especially with our feedback today. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next before we can go into detail and apply findings at a later time. I understand that as planning commissioners, you know, we have the discretionary authority to make decisions on projects like these. And I would like to move forward with making a project like this possible, of course, doing the work and making sure that it complies with all the laws. However, when I put my planner hat on, I always need to check the hierarchy of the laws and regulations and ordinances and how we apply the codes and regulations to come to an agreement with the applicant on those decisions. I think that that's very important for staff to do next. I think that there was a bit of conflict between their understanding, both in writing from the staff report and the feedback from staff in the presentation and so on, but also to really understand that we're trying to collaborate and work together to make projects possible and support the need in our community for housing as it's been imposed on us by the state. So I think the very first step here is to go back to the drawing board where we can have the applicant and staff get through that understanding and set the baseline to be able to then evolve their design into the next level. I just want to end by saying I sincerely appreciate the applicant doing so much work up front and taking it upon themselves to do so much research and come forth to us. I know that that's not the most normal way to do things. It's a bit unique. And I think that it was very thoughtful and very wise to do this step to get best information and direction to allow them to move forward and bring their project back to us, and certainly find feasible solutions for more affordable housing so that we can bring a project like this to fruition as soon as possible. I hope I haven't missed anything. If I have, you'll let me know, but I will end there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. I'm going to wrap up our comments. First, let me say to Ms. DeBusk, before I comment. In listening to my colleagues, I'm now coming back to a question of concluding process and whether in fact it would be of aid to the applicant to do a straw poll, given the nuances that we've all had to wrestle with today in considering each one of these bullet points. So I'm going to ask Mr. Buzz just to think about that. Also the applicant, we want to be of value to both sides, but at the same time, I think that on many of these, there may not be binary decisions, yes, no, because of what you've already heard. Mr. Buzz, do you have any thoughts and preferences as I wrap up?
I would just say, I think I would definitely ask the applicant, because we want to make sure they're getting their key questions answered so that they know how to move forward.
Okay, let's do that. Miss Elledge, are you still with us? I'll wait a moment. Hopefully she's still available. And if not, Miss Elledge, Mr. Farzanda.
Thank you. I needed to be unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Miss Elledge.
Yes.
Very
Wonderful.
good.
Okay. First of all, yes, absolutely. We would very much appreciate a straw vote. I just want to say that we came to you with enough information, not expecting you to think that we have worked out every last detail of the project, but with enough information that you could give us guidance as to whether fundamentally this project is something that you want. We know, we expected you to give us instructions and guidance about what you need to see in the future to support the project. You've obviously got to make findings that get into a lot of detail. And our question to you was, assuming that you can make those findings, that we've addressed those very, detailed findings that require drawings that go beyond concept level. Fundamentally, do you think that housing at this density or something similar at this location in the funk zone, affordable to the levels that we are proposing, is this something you want and that you could ultimately support, assuming that there isn't a fatal flaw in an environmental analysis or a fatal flaw with meeting a policy, which we've already vetted and we feel we can meet those. I understand everybody has to make their own judgment about that, but the effort that's gone into this concept plan and the outreach and the detail that we have provided, I really hope that we can leave this meeting tonight understanding whether or not this project could be successful ultimately in some form, some perhaps revised form to address the comments that you have given us. But that direction is really necessary for somebody that is invested so much so far to convey what it is, what the goals are. This kind of work is not for the faint of heart. Doing a project through the state density bonus, I can tell from our discussion that it's been a complicated thing to grasp. It certainly has been for me. It's my first state density bonus project. It's taken a long time to get my arms around it. But our community is suffering from a lack of housing. We have a critical need. And we really do believe this is the right project at the right time, at the right location. And yes, perhaps there are tweaks and you've given us some guidance about that, but fundamentally, is this a project that you can support? We really do need a straw poll.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elledge. So with that,
Chair Schwartz.
Madam Chair,
add a few comments to that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Farzanda, I want to provide my comments, and I think I heard Ms. Elledge loud and clear, and I'm sorry to have to cut you off a bit here. I apologize. I would like to provide my closing comments, and I will be brief since my colleagues have covered so much ground. And I'm not going to cite policy, even though I normally do cite policy that I think is germane. We are not here to make findings. I have to keep coming back to this. We're not at that point with this project. So I'm going to give what I consider to be more directional feedback. And my starting point, before I answer the first question, is I want to see this project shaped, not suffocated through the process. That to me is my directional orientation. What does that mean? That I want to see staff and the applicant work cooperatively in negotiations and analysis between city policies and law and state density bonus law. I don't want a loggerhead where we come to month over month, hearing after hearing logjam, and not be able to get a project through that balances everything we're talking about and gets housing constructed. That's where we have to go. As Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez said Tuesday of this week, the housing crisis is a public health crisis. Let's get real. So with that, I want to touch on just a few things regarding parking. I wish I didn't have to talk about parking, but we always need to do that. I would recommend as staff, and now parking is not on our list, but it always comes up, so I just want to add that as a topic. With whatever blend of units, blend of market rate, subsidized, affordable, apartments, condos, whatever that blend is that comes back to the Planning Commission, and relative to a parking study, I would urge staff and the applicant to seek advice based on data from the Housing Authority relative to the pragmatic, the realistic parking that's needed for a certain demographic. And they can help you with this. Again, my on-the-ground experience, most of the Housing Authority properties are overparked. I'm not going to support overparking. I'm just letting you that know right now. So if we have a demographic that has no cars or is allowed to have one car and we overpark it beyond that, to me, that's irresponsible in every regard, including not providing the additional housing we could have. And I think it's environmentally irresponsible where we're taking high-priced land and leaving it vacant for cars that don't exist for the tenants who are on the property. So please work with the Housing Authority. Now, in terms of the proposed density, what's challenging for me today is that there is not a reconciliation in legal evaluation between the applicant's council and our council. And unfortunately, I'm not sure what the appropriate density is, given that they haven't come to a negotiated agreement. But here's what I will say directionally. I want to see maximum density for residential development on this full block of the city in this neighborhood. Again, balancing with everything else. So I don't know what the magic number is, but a goal would be, my goal would be maximum density under all the laws, under all the policies, and then we work out how we distribute that density on the property. And I'm confident that this very creative applicant team can figure out how to do that both sensitively and with aesthetic appeal. I already spoke to ratio of market rate to affordable. I'm inclined to support a blending. I don't know if this is the right blending that's articulated in the Housing Authority letter of March 15th, but in general, that's where I would recommend we go as a blending, because as we all know, we're not producing housing for the missing middle. We have fabulous nonprofit housing developers in our community, People Self-Help, Housing Authority. What we're not getting almost any housing for is the missing middle. And I quoted the shocking data, it should shock us all, that from 2019, of 161 proposed units that came through the application process in our city, the majority of those were for accessory dwelling units, not the kind of housing units we're talking about. And how many total units did we actually get approved last year? A paltry 23. We're going in the wrong direction. So what are we going to do to go in the right direction? I think this project is helping us do that. Yes, it has miles to go, but I believe, for example, if I could also touch on, I've now touched on the fourth bullet, so I'm going to go to proportion of residential and non-residential. I'm smiling because sometimes Commissioner Lodge and I don't agree. But today I want to say, Commissioner Lodge, I am right with you on your recommendation and your preference for more residential than non-residential. I think we have a wonderful mix of non-residential amenities in the funk zone, and everything else that comes with additional non-residential, commercial, retail, etc. Uses, I think will drive both traffic and a type of additional housing that we're also not providing. And Commissioner Lodge said it well. So Commissioner Lodge, you and I are on the same page in terms of that bullet point. Height and massing. The current design, and I know this is really just an initial design. First of all, in addition to height and massing, I want to say that I want to commend architect Christine Perrone, because I think the referential ideas, palette, textures, and styles are perfect for the funk zone. What did I say when we saw 11 Anacapa, that project? We have to keep the funk in the funk zone. How do we do that? I think that what we see before us on a number of these sheets is exactly what we need as we redevelop in the funk zone. So the actual height and massing, I think it's getting there. Of course, you'll continue to meet with the neighbors, but I just want to remind the neighbors, as I have said in prior Planning Commission hearings, and we do need to separate protected public views from private views that of course we all cherish, but the fact remains is that there are other rights afforded to property owners by zoning, by development standards, by law, that they are entitled to exercise. And so outside of good neighbor policy, and we just had an item earlier today where there was encouragement of, and there has been extensive good neighbor outreach, certainly additional neighborhood outreach, but I wouldn't want to see this project suffocated, as I called it, by so modifying, that is reducing the height and massing, that we significantly jeopardize our ability to get blended housing approved and constructed. Outdoor living space. This is a bit of a challenge for me this evening because I quite frankly, I have not fully analyzed all of the outdoor living spaces on every single floor, but in general, directionally, I would say that I think that Courtney Jane Miller has done an excellent job in the kind of the porous nature of the design, the connectivity for pedestrians on and off the property. If there's any more of that you can incorporate into the project as outdoor living space without getting into the technicality of what constitutes outdoor living space, yes, let's have it be as open and available as possible. But in terms of outdoor amenities, as one of my colleagues already mentioned, we're steps from the beach here. So I don't think that we need to overburden the project and again, limit the residential square footage, the number of units that we can provide by overreaching on outdoor living space. And I won't talk about those two sub bullets. So to close and to come back to our final action, I went back to our general plan today. It's always a good touchstone for me to go back to our general plan. On the very first page of the general plan introduction, under general plan purpose and need, it states, although a significant portion of the city's housing stock is affordable to low and very low income households, few middle income affordable housing options exist for the needs of our diverse community, risking the very character we strive to retain. And this has really stayed with me as I've prepared for today. So I'm really hoping that we can help achieve this. I'm urging staff to be as creative and flexible and forward thinking and as much of housing advocates as you can find within yourself to work with and negotiate with the applicant, because I believe strongly that this project must move forward, and look forward to it eventually coming back to Planning Commission, whether I'm still serving on the commission or not. So Commissioner Higgins, I think you wanted to, if you didn't have anything else, I would like to go to a straw poll as requested by the applicant. Did anybody else have anything before I move forward?
I'll just say that was a pretty incredible set of comments you just ripped through, Commissioner Schwartz. I think you just nailed it right out of the park. So that was pretty awesome. I can't really follow that. So you go right into the straw poll if you like.
Let's do that. So Ms. Rydell, you've been patiently waiting to assist us with the straw poll. And I know this is not going to be an exact science, again, because of the nuanced considerations, kind of the multidimensional considerations with each one of these. So the binary approach, may be a little uncomfortable for us, but let's see how we can help give direction to the applicant going down this list, please, Ms. Rydell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. And just to clarify, you were asking me to take a straw poll on each of the bullet points.
Yes, please. That's at the request of the applicant, yes.
All right, give me just a moment.
And Ms. Rydell, as you're preparing to do that, I don't know if this will make the commissioners any more comfortable in that we are uncomfortable in some regards with the straw poll process. If you want to add any kind of a caveat, a few words, please feel free to do that. And Ms. Rydell will transcribe all of this so that we have a full record. Again, I know it's difficult to do a straw poll on these.
All right, are we ready to begin?
Please, Ms. Rydell.
All right, so for the first one, the straw poll is how many commissioners find the proposed density appropriate? We'll start with Commissioner Lodge.
No.
Vice Chair Wiscombe.
I'm going to abstain with the comment that I believe that the density could and should be increased on the site from the base density, but I'm not in a position right now to say that the proposed density of 63 dwelling units per acre is appropriate. Thank you.
Commissioner Higgins.
I'll give you a yes on that, but I'm also wobbly on the math. We're in just sidebar. We're looking at form-based code and no density in other parts of the state, and density is just a way of regulating people. So variable density has been abused to that on the other side of that too. So it's not really the density that I care about. It's the size, bulk, and scale.
Commissioner Escobedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Reed, absent. Commissioner Bonderson.
In an effort not to add a lot of words for you to have to record, I feel exactly the same way as Commissioner Wiscombe and Commissioner Higgins. So I will give it a yes, but I believe that it's very, very dependent on how we're able to develop the size, bulk, and scale. And I encourage as much housing here as we can feasibly and legally accommodate. I believe it requires more review once it comes back to us, but I do support having it.
And Chair Schwartz.
My qualified yes is density, maximum density as negotiated between our city council, our city attorney's office and the applicant's legal counsel that follows state law.
All right. So that is 4 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention, and 1 absence.
And Ms. Rydell, I just want to clarify that Commissioner Reed is actually recused, and I don't know if you need to note that different from simply being absent, but it's up to you. We just need to notice that he is recused from this entire hearing.
Yes, I believe we put that down as an absence, but I can defer to Tava on that later on.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Please continue.
So the second straw poll is whether or not the commissioners can find the ratio of market rate to affordable units appropriate. We'll begin with Vice Chair Wiscombe.
Ms. Rydell, if you come back to me, I'd like to hear my other commissioners on that. I'm not sure the question is, I think that's more a question for the developer than for us.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed, absent. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes, with the caveat that if they could potentially develop the second alternative, which provided about, I believe it was 10% more and focused it on the middle income, I would like to see that.
Commissioner Lodge,
Same comments as Commissioner Bonderson.
and your vote would be yes as well.
Well, there were a couple of options there. That's what makes it very difficult to do a vote on this. So that does anybody know what that percentage was with the one that was it?
I can answer that. The second the alternate number 2 was 30% total. 10% was affordable housing in the low area, and I believe it was 20. The 20 remaining was the median. Is it the opposite?
That sounds right to me, and that's what I would prefer.
Thank you.
I'm not totally sure what to put for your vote in this situation.
Okay, put down yes for the 30-70.
And Vice Chair Wiscombe,
I'm yes for what I would call alternative 2. Isn't that right, Commissioner Bonderson? That's what you're supporting. That's what I support too. Thank you.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the blend that's reflected as the second alternative.
All right, the next straw poll is, are the proposed affordable income levels appropriate? We will begin with Commissioner Higgins.
Can you come back to me?
Commissioner Escobedo.
I think if I'm understanding this correctly, this goes to Commissioner Bonderson's point, and I agree with her that it should be 10% low so that they qualify for the state bonus density, and then the remaining units can be moderate income. So I would say no, and that's the reason why.
Would you like me to change the straw poll to be, can you support 10% low with the remaining middle?
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
So that is the second alternative that I was referencing earlier today. The blend of 10%, let me just read this to see if everybody agrees. A blend of 10% of the units targeted to low-income households and 20% targeted to moderate income. Is that what are we all reading the same thing?
I believe that the applicant stated that it was 10% moderate. Oh no, you're right. 20% moderate, 10%.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe.
I'm wondering if this goes to, I don't understand this question because it seems to be repetitive, but I'm wondering if it goes to Commissioner Escobedo's earlier question about the moderate being, oh, it does, it says 80, oh, it's gone now.
Let's go back. If somebody could just put that slide that was just up back on, please.
Alternative 2 is what we're, low is 80% AMI and moderate is 81 to 150. Okay, never mind. Commissioner Escobedo asked earlier about middle being 80 to 120, which is how we dealt with it before. So that's where I don't understand what we're voting on here, I guess.
The original straw poll was whether or not the you could support I think it was the proposed affordable income levels, but I suggested changing it so we can avoid a lot of like caveats and additional comments. It seemed that Commissioner Escobedo was saying that he was in support of the alternative 2. So we could change the straw poll. If you're comfortable with that, we could change the straw poll to how many commissioners can support bonus density alternative 2.
How do the commissioners feel about Ms. Rydell's suggestion of, no, I'm seeing some different facial expressions.
That's a fine way to organize the straw poll.
And if I can just add, I took notes on this when they were presenting. When Commissioner Escobedo asked the question and the response that was given, it means that there's 12, particular to this proposal as provided today, it was 12 units of affordable housing and then up to 27. So the difference of 15 moderate, middle, median income. The remainder would be at market value and then the condos for sale. I hope that helps.
Well, I want to make sure we're not complicating it. And when we look at the way the question is phrased, let's just, flip back to the other slide one more time, please. The question slide. So we're not going to get into the number of units. It simply is asking the proposed income levels appropriate. Is everybody comfortable answering the question in the way that Ms. Rydell articulated it? Can you just nod to let me know if you're comfortable answering that way? Yes, I'm seeing yes. I don't see any. Okay, let's do that. Ms. Rydell,
Chair Schwartz?
Who was speaking? Yes, Ms. Rydell.
Excuse me, this is Allison, excuse me.
Oh,
before you
yes,
Before you vote on that, I do want to be clear because the applicant slide identifies moderate as going up to 150% of AMI. And I want to be clear that the city defines, or the state and city define moderate as going up to 120% of AMI. So I would like you to be clear when you're voting as to the percentage of AMI that you're referring to. So perhaps we could ask the question, if you prefer the applicant's alternative 2 with moderate up to 120% of AMI.
Is everybody nodding? I'm looking at the commissioners. Okay, let's do, Commissioner Higgins, if you could come back, let's do that. Okay, Ms. Rydell, everybody okay? We're gonna move forward with 120? Yes?
All right.
Okay, Ms. Rydell?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins, come back on.
Yes, we'll begin with Commissioner Higgins.
You have to come back, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Higgins, you're up. Yes, no? This is the blended second alternative, 10% low income, 20% targeted to moderate, which is up to 120, right. 80 to 120 AMI.
My vote is no. I want to give the applicant the most amount of flexibility to have, close your ears, you may be offended, the least amount of affordability. This is a coastal area, high rent, very high construction cost, very high land basis, and I don't necessarily think we should be focusing driving the applicant to a mix of incomes without, more information about the financials. I just would rather give the total discretion up to the applicant on this.
Okay, so that's a no. Keep going, Ms. Rydell, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Escobedo,
No, and I'll echo Commissioner Higgins' point.
Commissioner Reed, absent. Commissioner Bonderson?
I actually very much appreciated Commissioner Higgins' point of view on that. So although I was the one driving towards this, I am going to say no on that.
Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
I'm going to go with Commissioner Higgins on that. I think that's a very good point for giving the developer flexibility. Thank you.
And Chair Schwartz?
I'm going to say no, and I just want to make sure we're clear. So we're saying no to the 120 because we support the up to 150 AMI. Isn't that what we're saying, those of us who said no and qualified it with some statements? Okay, so if you could make a note of that, Ms. Rydell, as to the reason for the no. Okay, let's keep going. Now we have, do we need to answer this? Have a preference, low, moderate, mix? We've already addressed that, haven't we? We don't need, to me, that's been wrapped into our previous vote. I hope the applicant agrees. I don't want to be redundant.
All right, I can move on to, is the proportion of residential to non-residential use appropriate for this zone, site, and the Funk Zone neighborhood?
One moment, Ms. Rydell, one moment.
Yes.
I saw Commissioner Wiscombe's hand up, please.
Oh, I apologize.
I only, thank you, Chair Schwartz. I only put my hand up because I was thinking maybe while the applicant is going through, the iteration here and penciling out, maybe they want to know where the commission has a preference. And maybe that's why that question is there, even though we've already kind of given them alternative 2. So
Okay, well,
it's just a different way of looking at it.
That's true.
Just gives them more flexibility.
So if the applicant is still here, I'm just going to do something a little untraditional, but this is such an important, these are directional comments are so important for the applicant in moving forward. I'm going to ask either Ms. Elledge or Mr. Ferrazonda on this 4th bullet, from what you've just heard, do you need us to say anything further? Because if not, we want to keep moving forward. Ms. Elledge, please. Just very quickly, if you could comment.
And Suzanne, you have to
can't hear
unmute
you.
yourself, please.
Thank you. I would like to have Robert answer the question.
Okay, Mr. Ferrazonda, please. 4th bullet.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Yes, we would like this answered because I think when we come up with the actual unit count, we might not necessarily go with 10 and 20 in a block. If the city wants more moderate or more low, we can adjust accordingly. So yes, it would be very appreciated to get an answer to this.
Okay, Ms. Rydell, thank you, Mr. Ferrazonda. Are you ready, Ms. Rydell? Let's go ahead with this question then.
Yeah, so should I phrase the straw poll as just, does the commission have a preference and the commission would go through and say yes or no, or do we want to make it a little more specific than that?
Pick a preference.
You have a preference. Pick
Preference,
a
yes.
preference.
All right, so does the commission have a preference? Yes or no? We'll begin with Commissioner Escobedo.
Mixed.
Commissioner Reed is absent. Commissioner Bonderson?
Mixed with the focus on moderate.
Commissioner Lodge?
Mixed with the focus on moderate, but within the 120%, but the majority of the council, the commission already said they were okay with 150.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
I'm mixed with a focus on moderate in the 80 to 120% AMI.
Commissioner Higgins?
Moderate to as high as you can take it up to workforce.
And Chair, yes, Chair Schwartz?
I concur with the way Commissioner Higgins just articulated his opinion.
And since we got so detailed, I would just say the same. I would like to add the detail that I agree with Commissioner Higgins.
So Commissioner Higgins, can you just state that sentence one more time so Ms. Rydell has it clearly on the record?
Moderate to as high as you can take it up through workforce rates.
Thank you. So does that conclude that item, Ms. Rydell?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's keep going then.
All right, the next straw poll is how many commissioners can find the proportion of residential to non-residential use appropriate for this zone site in the Funk Zone neighborhood. So since Commissioner Reed is absent, we'll start with Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes, I find the proportions to be appropriate.
Commissioner Lodge?
No, I'd like to see more residential.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins?
No, more residential.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes, and I'd like to see one of those non-residential uses to be maybe something like a grocery store for local residents.
And Chair Schwartz?
No, more residential.
So that leaves us split right down the middle, 3 yeses and 3 nos.
Okay.
The next one is the height and massing of the development appropriate for this location? So we'll start with Commissioner Lodge.
No.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
Abstain.
Commissioner Higgins?
I don't know. I'll give you a yes just to mix it up here. You really are, that's a tough one for us to answer right now without story polls or having gone through ABR. I'm not comfortable going there, but you know, put me down for a yes for the hell of it.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Conceptually, yes, but I'd like to echo the comments of Commissioner Higgins.
Commissioner Bonderson?
I will say yes, because I believe that there's a value in developing the ground level as this particular concept has shown to be human scale and still use the upper levels. But I do believe it depends truly on what they come back to us with. So yeah, you can't make a decision until you see the next design.
And Chair Schwartz?
Conceptually, yes, with additional negotiations, good neighbor considerations incorporated.
All right, and the last straw poll, or do we want to split this into like subcategories and smaller straw polls, or do you just want to take is the amount of outdoor living space appropriate?
Let's split it because I think I heard some differentiation among some of the commissioners. So let's just quickly do that.
All right, so would you like to do is the amount of outdoor living space appropriate for condominiums and and another one for appropriate for apartments, or do we want to do 3?
Yes. No, just do it the way you were.
Okay.
Outdoor
so
living
is
space,
the-
condos, yes.
Yes, is the amount of outdoor living space appropriate for the condominiums? We'll start with I think we're on Vice Chair Wiscombe.
No.
Commissioner Higgins?
No, I would like less. Outdoor living space is an amenity that causes the price of the units to go up. And here in this neighborhood, there's plenty of outdoor recreational opportunities.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, with the caveat that I have no problem if they are putting a lot of the outdoor space up above on the higher floors. So on the ground floor, I'm comfortable with this amount of outdoor space. It can be less.
And Commissioner Lodge?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
All right, that is 4 yeses and 2 nos. And then is the amount of outdoor living space appropriate for the apartments? We will start with Commissioner Higgins.
No, same reason.
Commissioner Escobedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed is absent. Commissioner Bonderson?
Yes, for the same reason.
Commissioner Lodge?
No.
Vice Chair Wiscombe?
No.
And Chair Schwartz?
Yes.
All right, that is 3 yeses and 3 nos.
Okay, so that concludes, that's everything on the questions, correct, Ms. Rydell? The
Yes,
slide
that is correct.
45?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to come back to staff, to Ms. DeBusk. Ms. DeBusk, anything else before, I'm going to wrap up our hearing without, if it's acceptable from a parliamentarian procedural perspective, we can, I believe, forego our administrative agenda where we hear liaison reports. We're going to be meeting again next Thursday. I would be inclined to just say, let's bring forward those reports next Thursday in the interest of time. Ms. DeBusk, is there anything else as we've now conducted? We've had our deliberations with straw polls, either to you or procedurally, even to the applicant by way of concluding our feedback. We're not going to deliberate further. We're just going to wrap up, but I want to make sure that it can move forward with the information we've provided. Ms. DeBusk?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We are good from a staff perspective, but I would like to confirm with the applicant that they have gotten the feedback they need.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just because I'm not sitting in a room next to my client, I would feel badly if a question wasn't asked that he would like to have answered while you're all there. So I would like to ask Robert if he has any last question that he might have.
Mr. Farazanda?
No, thank you, Chair Schwartz. Thank you all for your time and participating in the straw poll. I think it was very helpful, and I hope that city staff paying attention.
And I would like to, as the chair, I would like to close on one particular note because I think it's important to express this package, of course, not only the staff report package, but the applicant's package is the most comprehensive, detailed, both data and text and visually based that I have ever seen. So regardless of how this project moves forward and takes shape, again, shape, not suffocation, as I said, I want to tell you how deeply appreciative I am and the investment I understand the applicant team has made. This is a remarkable package, and talk about raising the bar. I hope all the other applicants that are coming forward will understand what they have to follow in producing something like this. But it certainly is going to go in my home library, and I really hope that we will see you sooner rather than later. So with that, I think we can adjourn. Thanks to everyone so patient, so invested, thoughtful. And again, we will follow this along in due time. Thank you,
Very
everyone. And
grateful
I'm
for
going.
all your time. Thank you very much for all your time today.
With that, our Planning Commission meeting is adjourned, and we will see everyone on other items next Thursday at 1 o'clock. Thank you
Thank
so
you, Madam
much. Have a
Chair.
good evening.